on the tragic. Peter Zapffe. Introduction. 1. Goal and method. It is a long-established practice to begin an investigation by explaining the goal and method. In short, the goal here is to make a contribution to the understanding of the tragic. I will attempt to specify the method, and the goal is more precisely defined. What do I mean by the tragic? Is there any doubt about the meaning, or is the tragic one of those concepts that has a fairly unique content for all people at all times, such as, for example, the term the dangerous? It is certainly not possible to cast a quick glance at the theoretical treatment that has been allocated to the concept in Europe over the last 2,200 years, but if it were possible, it would convince us that there is not only doubt about the content, but that there are, in fact, about as many concepts of the tragic as there are authors. Perhaps I can align myself with one of the older writers, or combine multiple previous proposals, or establish something intermediate, or do I intend something completely new? Or is it that I indeed have no intention in advance, seeing it as my task to give the concept its appropriate place, on an independent basis, by gradual approximation and plugging of sources of error? Let us say that this last one is the task. Where will we then take hold? Is there not a danger of making the preconception precisely the definition that one is hoping to achieve? If one stands completely free, how can one find a starting point at all? It does not make sense to cast a net around the whole universe and then little by little to pick out everything that is not tragic, and the expression must indeed mean something. We need to find out what this something is. Where should we begin? Does the subject belong to aesthetics, metaphysics, psychology, dramaturgy, ethics, or natural science? Perhaps even psychiatry, sociology, or literary history. All these viewpoints are represented in the ancients. If there is no single identifying mark that runs through all these divergent conceptions, do we have anything else to do but enjoy the atmosphere while the sparks of hope die out? There are, of course, all the theatrical tragedies. Is tragedy, therefore, a clear concept? Can the word mean nothing more than a play with a tragic course? If not, then we are just as far away. And if it can mean something else, for example, a literary category, then we have not caught the tragic even if we catch the tragedy. Then we have etymology. From what does the word originate? Tragos, goat, tragedy, tragodia, goat song. It would indeed be difficult to hear the goat song in Prometheus, Hamlet, the Book of Job, etc. But then what about the common linguistic usage? The word is used every day, in newspapers and conversations, in jest and seriousness. Gypsy a fight with a tragic end. Don't take that sorry little girl too tragically. All these people must then mean something, and in this meaning there must be something common, since it clearly seems they understand each other. I sent a questionnaire to 20 of my acquaintances. What do you understand by the word tragic? Refer to some examples, etc. And I received a hail of synonyms: quite sad, troublesome, woeful, highest degree of sadness, in the neighborhood of disastrous, not to be laughed at, fateful, woeful with dramatic character, pitiful, having something to do with being ashamed, sad on a serious basis, but at the same time significant, powerful, attracting and having a certain elevation, our most precious interest suffering shipwreck, irreparable, something being torn away from life, that there is suffering, something hopeless, that one cannot prevent, woeful and unpleasant, the opposite of comic, extraordinary misery, unfortunate occurrence, boundless despair, meaningless evil, innocent punishment, complete annihilation, refining woe, pain born with pride, when a great personality suffers, when goodness is met with punishment, when one expects something better, when there are no comforting factors, when the misfortune could have been avoided. As examples are mentioned war, loss of provider, shattered illusions, egg yolk on a new suit, etc. Our being stuck is not due to a lack of interpretations, but to whom should we listen? All of them are indeed intelligent, educated people. What now? Send out more forms and determine the result from a simple or 3/4 majority? It still looks pretty dark out. But of course, I would not have admitted this so boldly if there were not a very slight chance remaining. Are we absolutely certain that the theorists among themselves and all the everyday speakers do not have a single preconception in common? That there is not even anything that is tragic? No, we are not so certain. On the contrary, the vast majority are aware that the word tragic is of central importance, that there is something that requires this word and nothing else, and that the word should be used for this something and not for anything else. One finds everywhere the need for the word tragic, and one wants the word to denote a distinctive and representative quality. No one has yet stepped forward to demonstrate that the expression is superfluous, that the meaning could be covered equally well by other adjectives that do not raise any problems. We should not be astonished that the phenomenon for which the word stands has never been revealed in such a way that everyone was convinced and the discussion died down. The term can change from time to time, from person to person, and yet there can be something common in the associations that the word awakens, some reality in the immediate sensation of the tragic. But where shall one find this common multiple for the varied factors, this geometric location where the intersecting lines cross? We will find them when the field is made wide enough in humankind itself. Not even the most ethereal of the speculative theorists, who in the tragic may see something such as the idea of release from the finite, etc., will deny that the tragic, irrespective of its possible metaphysical significance, is an attribute of earthly human fate and manifests itself in the human value struggle, not in the form of idea and limitation, but attached to concrete collisions between the self and nature, the self and God, personalities between themselves, incompatible. Demands within the individual mind. I have not been able to find in any writer or daily speech an attempt to untie the tragic from the human field of interest, or more precisely, from that part of it which is marked by defeat and downfall. If we have now gained a feeling of being on a firmer basis, then it is weakened again by the fact that authors designated as aesthetic have sought the tragic solely in the theater, in the most read or performed tragic poetry, in a dramatic series of events that emerged innovatively or was cultivated by a creative poet's mind, and which life outside the theater cannot produce with the same purity. There, the viewer is practically focused and incapable of enjoying the aesthetic side of the course. Thus, the tragic in the course itself also disappears, because the tragic is an aesthetic category. Nevertheless, these researchers are also attempting to establish the conditions for this tragic aesthetic experience coming into play in the theater. Thus, they will also be cited when we discuss factors and dynamics in the underlying relationship, that is, the collisions of practical interests and the individual's attitudes during them. Nonetheless, the problem's subject matter is divided into two. On the one hand, we will have to work with the structure of the tragic phenomenon, with what I will call without deeper meaning the objectively tragic, and on the other hand with its distinctive effect on the observer, both in practical life and in poetry and theater. Many writers have gone from a given tragic aesthetic quality of experience and determined the objectively tragic according to this. The difficulty then becomes justifying the claim that this particular artistic experience is the tragic. Some in their distress reach for the nature of the objective phenomenon, and thereby the circle is closed. Thus, we find it safer at first to seek out the objectively tragic without worrying about its effect on the mind. And thereby the method is given. It is neither metaphysical nor aesthetic nor anything else other than biological. Perhaps it would be better to say biologistic, and even more tempting is biosophic, thinking about life. But this has a connotation of mysticism that does not belong here, and if the more common term biological is precisely defined for use in the following, then it performs the service just as well. One uses a biological method, built on a biological basis, when one considers life as a tension between task and ability, as the struggle of organisms to realize their interests, each in its environment. The word interest is at the center here and is the pivot around which the whole consideration rotates. At the moment, I cannot give any further proof of the viewpoint's fertility for the present task. I take a chance when I assume that by means of the method chosen life's variegated weave can be pulled apart so that the elements of the tragic appear. It suits me to work within this viewpoint and not to choose a different one only to have the product come to a halt or fail. It seems to me that the suggested method provides good conditions for an approximation to the formation of a tragic theory for precise research, perhaps just a first approximation, but even this is painfully needed. The method does not preclude the insertion of metaphysical interpretation, for example, at any stage of the process, if any should wish. It does not imply any particular notions of life's origin and transcendental goals or non-goals. It only works with the struggle of life as it appears to the individual experiencing subject. The procedure is largely this. First, I will try, with particular emphasis on the main theme, to clarify certain basic conditions of organic life and its situation in the earthly environment. This will bring about a first restriction of the subject matter. Starting with organic life as a whole, then treating humans separately, we will try to become aware of what unites, in the crudest way and only for our purpose, and what separates humankind from its fellow creatures in the plant and animal kingdoms. An overview of the animal and human catastrophe types will then, according to plan, bring us into the immediate vicinity of the burning questions. In any case, what I hope to disclose this way is whether the, for now hypothetical, tragic phenomenon is naturally linked to organic life as a whole, to human life in general, to certain categories of people, to individual human beings, or to occasionally occurring coincidences or courses. At the same time, we will see whether it is possible to maintain a unified concept of the tragic from the biological viewpoint, or whether the term falls apart in case studies. No possibilities within the method's radius of action shall be eliminated beforehand. Least promising of all these possibilities will be our simply ascertaining the relationship of the research object to the method. Should the noble target escape despite all efforts, should it turn out to be, for example, that subjective assessments are ultimately decisive, then we must come to terms with this result and seek a lesser comfort in the fact that at least there is a warning sign for those who find themselves at the same intersection. But so long as both the alluring and the discouraging conclusions are as far away as they are at present, we will instead take hold with fresh powers and direct our attention to the tools that must first be provided. Even the basic questions of research cannot be taken up. It may be the task of others to defend the scientific work as a whole against attacks of, for example, a cognitive critical nature. When it comes to driving in a nail, I have to use the hammer as it is. But this is not the time for theoretical discussions of tool construction. Some tools are considered safer than others. Currently, for example, experimental psychology has a favorable reputation. There are indeed scientists who believe the safest method is to simply describe the scientists. Behavior point 1 with such an obscure, ambiguous, complex, extensive, intangible theme as the tragic, it is immediately clear that we cannot confine ourselves to this inner circle of scientific security. We must work with tools that result in a strong dilution of a possible scientific pretension, which in the exact scientist's eyes may indeed seem like pure fraud or more kindly expressed as lyrical fantasy. I am thinking of such things as generalization, introspection, and co-feeling, indeed, co-experience, in the imagination with animals and humans on a completely uncontrollable basis. Without such aids, we cannot take hold of our theme. We would rather have what we do not be called science. However, these reservations do not in any way mean that there should be no discipline or control. The joy of links that become chains, the intoxication of an emerging system, must never lead us to lose contact with the healthiest of all sources of thought, experience. This is a pretension we must not give up. It is the requirement of subjective intellectual integrity. 2. Concerns. Objections from two sides may be raised against the chosen method of applied biology. First, from the biologist's side, who finds his or her science abused, and then from a philosophical and aesthetic point of view, where one refrains from involvement in the scientific way of thinking. Jacob von Uexküll expresses the former objection in Boston zu einer biologischen Weltanschauung, Building Blocks to a Biological Worldview, Munich 1913, page 67. However, it is not our intention to promote an expanded biology in the academic sense of the term, but merely to consider the organic development of life from the point of view of interest-struggle. Nor do we intend to force poetic theory into the terminology of a natural science or to narrow the imagination with biological dogmatism. The method does not interfere more deeply here than the man who cleans an attic. He puts art and poetry in one place, but he does not take a stand on the content in any other way. It is the necessity of specialization that raises such objections. The knowledge base within the individual disciplines has gradually become so great, the methods and the pertinent problems so distinctive throughout, that all one Arnaz, or Kentnese und Wissenschaftliches Verhalten, Knowledge and Scientific Behavior, Oslo 1936. Attempts to combine the results will be characterized by dilettantism. The researcher who is designated as polyhistoric therefore becomes an increasingly rare phenomenon, a cultural type that is about to die out. If one is still out there, one rings with no answer at one closed faculty door after another and is either rejected as an outsider or received and given an indulgent smile, the greatest biologist among the aestheticians and the greatest aesthetician among the biologists. And yet one is perhaps an honest laborer in an unknown vineyard, a rich feeling and far-sighted soul whose only error is not settling for registration alone, but through synthetic inspiration the sparks draw from one power chamber to the other, and one uses what one's diligence has gathered to bring forth the image of humankind's cosmic condition. For this person, perhaps the real purpose of science is to shed light on the only necessary and eternally burning question, what it means to be human. And when no single discipline has answers to give, then it is the turn of the good dilettante. This consideration is admittedly an unfortunate choice for validation of my own attempt in a polyhistoric direction. Faced with the work plan that has been laid out up front, I cannot avoid feeling my lack of knowledge with painful force. In order to feel somewhat prepared for such a task, in order to have approximately acquired the normally requisite conditions to accomplish it, as much as it is possible within the framework of a single life, one must be fully familiar with the fields of labor, methods, and prevailing views in a variety of sciences, philosophy, biology and sociology, the history of religion, art, general culture and literature, aesthetics in the broadest sense, psychology, pedagogy, psychiatry and psychoanalysis, to name only the most important. Besides having done a significant amount of special study of tragic poetry and its origin, one has to have lived a rich and direct life. Had dangerous enemies and important friends both with and without betrayal, stood in personal and erotic relationship with diverse people, been independent and bound, familiar with one's own transgressions with stinging shame and worn out under undeserved adversity with exasperated self-esteem, having had to fight for existence with failing resources, known the panicked need for partial or total confirmation, been through the joy of triumph, fortified in heroism's ecstasy, paralyzed by cowardice and tormented under moral conflicts, collected the fruits of knowledge with a mature mind and vibrating sensitivity, often with periods of depression and world angst, and experienced a number of representative crises and mental breakdowns. Only then could there be the prospect of the resonance chambers in one's mind firing as the material demands. The comparison between these relative prerequisites and the qualifications that the author cannot help but admit must necessarily produce a discouraging result. If I, with full awareness of this regrettable situation, have nevertheless embarked on the task, then it happens on the grounds that not everything can wait. If we put off any work until we feel unquestionably competent, many paths would remain untried. Besides, the material has long absorbed me, and the more I read the current literature on the subject, the stronger the desire becomes to try a new orientation, so much more because this captivating theme has never been thoroughly treated in Norway. However, the procedure to be tried lacks clarity in the tradition. Thus, I have found it necessary to explain in this introduction the challenges that have arisen at the beginning of the work. 2. Biological conditions. Section 3. Individual and the outside world. In the following discussion, when talking about the environment, the surrounding medium, the external world, etc., this does not mean that the standpoint of realism is taken in the dispute between the cognitive theories of realists and idealists. The terms only have the meaning that a conscious organism is believed to experience its state, at least partly, as a play against a non-organism, a non-I, an outside world, or a counter-world. Sometimes the expressions do not even mean this, but only that we naturally or practically or in our aim toward fruitfulness arrange the biological object of observation in such an opposition. And since it is not our intent to pursue a cognitive theory, but only to seek a description of the struggling life as we experience and interpret it, albeit with the means reserved in Section 2, to speak of an external world, and the everyday meaning of the phrase becomes the only reasonable expression. The opposition between the individual and the outside world is firstly related to the principium individuationis, to the distinction between the individual bearers of interest. These then become the outside world for each other. Secondly, the opposition must be sought in the separation of the interest bearers from surrounding inorganic substances, or, in order to avoid the word inorganic, from substances that do not amount to competing individuals. 2. With our purpose in mind, it is not necessary to go into the specialists' discussions about these matters. It is enough to mention the words spiritualism and materialism. A biological standpoint is presented by J. V. Yuxko, who without drawing philosophical consequences sees the living cell as something in principle different from the soil. 3. At the lowest stages of life, nothing other than a degree difference from the highest forms of non-life, the crystal, the self-moving chloroform droplet, etc., can be detected. Thus, this is of subordinate importance to the task. However, it is important that the possible degree of difference in the human, or perhaps in other highly conscious beings, is so great that it is perceived as a difference in nature, in the everyday meaning of the phrase. We believe, after all, that the tragic will relate to the immediate life experience and not to things as they appear in scientific concerns. The subject of the investigation allows one to rely on biological theory without having to take a stand on the disputed questions that meet the student at the entrance to the discipline. Thus, it is unnecessary here to worry about the origin of the species or for other reasons to participate in the scuffle on Darwin's grave. Successive, simultaneous, or inexplicable origin may be just the same to us as long as we are allowed to maintain the idea of common conditions, of equality under the law of all life, or more precisely, of common main features, of the functional conditions of protective, nutritive, and reproductive mechanisms in the distinctive earthly force field. This community can be traced back to the protoplasmic basis of life and the unity in histological structure, the function program of the muscle and nerve tissues. Although the interpretation of the general schema shows a multiplicity of variants, the fundamental unity is expressly or implicitly presupposed by otherwise disagreeing scientists. Within the threshold of life, biology works mainly with degree differences. On this foundation, I now build up a certain number of indispensable conditions, which thereby have the least possible axiomatic character. They may not have a significance such that the main view of the essence of the tragic 2 CFJ v. Yuxkal, Umwelt und Innenwelt der Tier, Environment and Inner World of Animals, Berlin 1921, pages 13 and 31. 3 CF Yuxkal, opposite in the chapter, Das Protoplasma Problem, the protoplasm problem. As characteristic properties of the living organism are mentioned formation, regeneration, and supermechanical regulation, i.e., altered reaction by repeated stimulus. For Krone, Bonnevie, Organiskeentwikkeling, Organic Development, 1-2, Oslo 1929. Stands or falls with them, but I need them in order to use the comparison with the simpler life forms of the animal kingdom for introduction into the central human problems circle of thought. Section 4. Fundamental features of the individual's life. 1. It is clear that certain animal species have died out, and others are currently in the process of dying out. If one asks what the life of the individual has led to in these cases, then no reference can be made to the species, though this answer has a provisional validity for species that are still unfolding freely and strongly. And the question goes further: what has the life of the species, the life of the form idea, so to speak, led to in these cases? This can only be answered with a counter-question: With what right is it demanded that life should lead to something? This question later becomes central to the analysis of the tragic. Here it is only given and we pass over to another. What was the reason that some species died out? The answer is less hypothetical concerning species that die out today before our own eyes. Here we do not have to dig into nature's original workshop, although it is enticing for the fancy to imagine mutation points which as blindly hurled form variants appear in the landscape, perhaps with one, perhaps with no likelihood for thousands of viabilities in a given environment. In ontogenesis, which anyone can study, there is enough material for a picture of the struggle for life. The wonderful and fascinating cooperative program that seems to associate the individual and the outside world into a unity of meaning and harmony is present only in a favorable environment. The favorableness is determined by the individual's needs and is often the result of a longer process alongside the death of some and the adaptation of other individuals. Humans have not yet been able to observe any biological principle of superiority that holds up the best of the individuals or species and guarantees them exactly the characteristics they need in the world of landscapes and cohabitation to which each of them is consigned. The ability to search for the optimum sometimes helps, but not always. It shows the bone mounds after what was. We cannot believe that it was the very interest of life, self-preservation, that failed. The analogies indicate that life had broken down despite all the attempts to survive. Neither the species nor the individual could, at the very moment of critical need, obtain help from adaptation tendencies, which optimistic biologists believe assert themselves over the course of millions of years. In the absence of accessible mutation points, one can look at the ancestral points. The emission of a new path involves so much uncertainty and so many unknown factors of significance for the well-being of the new individuals that the expression, blind and random hurling, is not too strong. A preliminary definition of the concept of randomness is desirable here. Nothing is random if everything has its sufficient cause. But the word may have a different meaning, less metaphysical, less absolute, more practical, and more tangible. When one says that an individual is randomly ejected, then one means random in relation to something, here, in relation to the individual's needs and the conditions for the satisfaction of the needs. In the word itself, there is a clue. Something fell to the outside of calculation. Phenomenon A is random relative to phenomenon B when B is part of a program and A is of significance to the course of the program without this being predicted or able to be foreseen. By program, in the broadest sense, is meant a human meaningfulness of things, an arrangement of the co-occurrences into structural groups in conjunction with a schema in space or time. The program that we associate with an emerging animal generation is the same as we see in all life, that the individuals must maintain their species' typical form and in the fullness of time allow it to pass on to a new generation. From the observation that the organisms have an inherent tendency to adhere to the program, we conclude that their partial functions are found to work together to realize it. The program itself is not subject to experience, and even in this cautious form the assumption cannot be verified. But without it, it is hardly possible to look forward to the tragic, at least not if one wants to maintain the possibility that the tragic can mean something else and more than the death of individuals and species. It is necessary to emphasize the following with regard to randomness. Each case will itself show whether or not the meeting between a given individual's equipment and the assigned environment is life conditioning. If it is not life conditioning, the individual goes out of life's history forever, dissolves into parts that are not themselves interest-bearing, returns to the foundry and becomes indifferent raw material for new interest-bearers, perhaps for another species. Jesus of Nazareth was aware of this law of chance, aware of the lack. A reference to the literal meaning of tilfielding, fall till equals fell to, translated random. Of an orderly outline, an economic principle, a guarantee of task and meaning with each seed, aware that the crudest luck and not just the quality of the seed is essential to its further fate, that many are called but few are chosen. A sower went out to sow, and as he did, some fell on the road and the birds came and ate them. The birds also have to live, but the seeds they pick do not need to have germinating power. And there was no one who made sure the best seeds fell onto fertile soil. When we look with admiration at the successful ones with their 100-fold yield, it is the few survivors that we admire. Thus, the earthly conditions have been described in such a way that the unfolding of life is either admirable or there is no life whatsoever. The compromised blunders lie hidden in the fossil layers. We unconsciously base our own relatively insignificant technical skill upon admiration. Nature has solved problems that tower dizzyingly over what we are tinkering with ourselves. But perhaps a human being was needed for any problem to arise at all, a being that is accordingly capable of sufficiently little and comprehends sufficiently much. There may be a reaction beyond the admiration of nature analogous to a case like this. A man has thrown a pea into a thimble from 50 meters high. Later, one suspects that he has emptied a whole bucket of peas over the thimble and that all the mistakes have been removed before the invitation to look at the result. The admirer's attention turns away from the successful triumph and focuses on the innumerable innocent victims. One demands a justification for what has happened and does not find it because of the fact that at the same time histological magic tricks are occurring. 2. An important feature of the living individual is that once life has begun, the successive states, those to some extent associated with stages of development, cannot be brought about in an arbitrary order by external changes. The law can be illustrated by a forward-moving gear wheel where the present functions as an emergency brake. The relationship can also be expressed as follows. The species-determining substrates of the created organism are characterized by the fact that they not only roll out in a distinctive spatial form but also follow a certain schema in time. 3. The rollout requires the maintenance of a fine-tuned, internally balanced state called the vital balance. With simpler animals, the danger of disturbance lies primarily in the influences of the surrounding world. These may be of both chemical and mechanical nature, and the danger can lie in both the degree of strength and quality. Animals are defenseless against certain stimuli. Toward others they can, through a threshold system, make a life-serving selection. For protection against overstrain. Almost all living creatures have an ectoplasmic stimulus shield, a layer of hardier material, of a substance that is closer to the mineral than the soft parts, that is, interestless, and poorer in life's possibilities, and therefore superior toward the battering it faces. 4. The maintenance of the vital balance also depends, of course, on the creature's own behavior. It will be useful to distinguish between 3 types of behavior, as the concept of behavior, conduct, behavior, see comportment, posture, is intended to encompass both actions and reactions. All questions related to the distinction between these we pass over here. A. Some reactions are unequivocally determined by the nature of the organism itself and occur automatically upon appropriate stimuli without the need for any decision-making by the creature, reflexes. B. Others in the process are equally determined when they first take place, but they do not occur automatically every time an appropriate stimulus arises. It appears as if the creature can choose between action and non-action. If the cat is to escape into the open land, it has to run on all fours, but it does not always flee. Sometimes, it sets itself in defense. C. Finally, there is a type of behavior in which the use of the body is determined by conscious agency, of course, here also within certain limits determined by the body structure such that one has more or less room to act. Behavior as mentioned under A will hereafter be called fixed, fully fixed, under B, if the type turns out to have its own meaning, half-fixed, and under C, unfixed. The distinction, which carries a significant part of the following investigation, will be clarified later. 5. The will or tendency to preserve the vital balance and perform actions that result in a new generation, whether or not the individual is consciously pursuing this, raises the individual's energetic tension toward the outside world to the point of struggle. The state of struggle is sometimes pervasive, the whole organism is engaged, and often highly complex. The front of the effectors extends from each cell to the application of the entire individual's total cellular capacity. The struggle concerns, above all, a life-essential rapport with the inorganic environment, breathing in temperature conditions, b. protection against enemy animals, c. acquisition of food, and d. sexual function. For the conscious grades of life, this striving is experienced as an interest, that is, a sense of value and an associated prompting to secure this value. We can call this state interest. Ted medium, on the other hand, is state indifferent. Provided the unconscious forms of life share this characteristic with the elements, it is entirely up to humankind's own account whether we find it better, or more correct, for a plant to grow and bear seed than for it to be pulled up and killed. I ignore the human needs that can be met by the plant having such a fate. The concept of fate presupposes that there is a greater call to one course than to another, that the history of the fate-suffering entity either coincides with or deviates from an interest-related schema. Thus, one cannot speak of fate, but indeed of history, in connection with a stone on the beach. In the case of a nail, the possibility is already closer. The interest is indeed the viewer's and not the nail's own, but can be transferred to it in the same way as in fairy tales. The nail then has a better fate by being beaten into a wall than by lying on the bottom of the sea and rusting. We expect a course of events that is consistent with interest, at least in higher animals, to be followed by pleasure, and that which is inconsistent by aversion. This is more than a linguistic tautology. With the moment of pleasure there appears a subjective element. We have moved out of the border area where there may still be questions about degree or essential difference between life and non-life. We find ourselves in the indisputable domain of life. The individual moves toward pleasure and away from the aversive point 6 by this fundamental property. The unfixed ability expression flows out in such a way that only the life-serving fuel is put into action, while that which would put the individual in jeopardy is held back in potential. The premise is thus that the pleasure-giving and life-serving coincide. 6. The surrounding medium is usually of inorganic nature, air, water, soil, less frequently of organic, parasites. By the word environment, one often thinks of the medium alongside the acting substance masses. If the environment is favorable, the development of the individual will proceed unhindered and result in the birth of a new generation which, having benefited from the parents' care, a small environment of the most favorable kind that isolates against the greater dangers, is able after some time to fend for itself and mate in turn. Thus, the first couple has fulfilled its biological purpose and rolled out its last substrate. After loss of reproductive ability and the youngest offspring's departure, the lonely old can only retire and die. A lifespan beyond this point must be regarded as a kind of inertia without biological value. Something other than the existence of the species, some other or higher meaning alongside basic animal generation, despite all the mysteries of instinct and the experience of millions, humanity has not yet observed. If the environment does not provide the necessary conditions, one of three things will occur. A. The creature's functions will be so firmly fixed that it cannot adapt to the unfavorable conditions. It is bound to remain faithful to its uniqueness. Sooner or later the vital balance is destroyed and the creature dies, loses all abilities, including fertility, and is absorbed into the environment's potential. Humans have not been able to observe any difference in interestlessness between the land that has not yet been caught by life and that which has been alive. A quantity has been used and given back. A loop of struggle, of pleasure and suffering, has basically ended at the starting point. Observation shows the status quo as similar to the water before and after the snowman. The difference between strong and weak individuals is also eliminated as the ashes of an inferior piece of work are chemically inseparable from the ashes of a masterpiece. B. The creature's unfixed reserves allow for complete adaptation and the environment is beneficial to the adapted form. C. Between cases A and B is a scale on which the ability to exist and propagate is preserved, but where the poor conditions permit only a partial unfolding of the substrate. The result is a crippled form with a greater or lesser margin of aversion. By adaptation here we are not thinking of changes in the creature's internal organization, only of the ability to change the external behavior after conditions shift, for example, to seek out a cave in a colder climate while this was previously unnecessary. The procuring of caves, nests, and the like is related directly to the question that concerns the boundary between the individual and the outside world. The endoplasm of the amoeba and the internal organs of larger animals, as previously mentioned, find a first defense in a stimulus shield consisting of ectoplasm, calcium, skin tissue, horns, etc. With its approximation to inorganic structure, this inborn cave forms an intermediate layer that is simultaneously part of the animal and the external world's furthest outpost. The transition is especially evident in snails and hermit crabs. Insofar as the stimulus shield is considered part of the environment, it has its defining characteristic in the fact that it, as the closest ring of an otherwise erratic or unfavorable environment, behaves in accordance with the animal's vital needs, an expectation that the animal does not dare place on the rest of the outside world. Apart from symbiosis in the broadest sense, humankind has not had the experience of the environment having adapted itself to the necessities of the living organism. The case of interest contact between the processes of the outside world and life has never been found. The actually existing conditions of life are not thought of as interest contact. The courtship of the individuals in their adaptation efforts has been disturbingly one-sided and is without exception met with the cold shoulder. There can be no talk of interest contact because the environment lacks the ability or willingness to undergo variations in harmony with the living being's needs in a given emergency situation. In this sense, the universe is alien to everything living. Fire and drought, storm and cold strike without regard. It is up to life to save itself as best it can. The terms of this relationship can be seen in the image of a residence permit that can be withdrawn at any point in a terrifying barbaric country where the language is strange, and that operates according to orders from unknown and inaccessible entities, and where one can be tortured and killed at any time. Often reward and disgrace can be connected to our own behavior. At other times things go badly when we expect a little success. When I say we, this is more than a technical plural, because in this play we are a fraternal circle from the amoeba to the dictator, which, however, does not put any constraint on our reciprocal clash. The self-produced stimulus shield is not always sufficient under such conditions. It must be expanded and reinforced. A still wider range of objects, a layer of the real world, must provide such properties in the vicinity of which the animal can confide during eating, sleeping, and maternity, and other circumstances where the defense capability is reduced or the danger is overwhelming. The cave can, therefore, be seen as a projection of the idea of the stimulus shield into the outer world. The limitations of tissue differentiation as armor appear to have a compensation in the ability to alter the outer world according to the same needs. The animal willingly exchanges the restriction of the freedom of movement associated with the fixedness of the cave walls for the acquired safety. The meeting of the animal's diverse efforts and the outside world's conglomerate of harmful, useful, and indifferent agents then plays out in continual shifts between conformity and divergence of conditions and needs. A certain number of individuals will always perish according to the law of probability, such that with their bodies they cover the danger points of their fellows. The indifference of the outside world, in fact, entails an advantage for organisms in that they do not have to fear that a counter-interest from the physical-chemical factor side will damage their well-being. However, the rest of the environment threatens this possibility from other species and from other individuals of the same species, the enemy. Here one can speak of an inverted interest contact. The predator realizes its interest precisely in those events that destroy the prey's. The more magnificently the prey unfolds its uniqueness, the more vigorously it will be sought. The predator knows about the prey's nature and the weaknesses of its stimulus shield and has the will and ability to break in at this location, e.g., the abdominal skin of the hedgehog. A tropical spider sticks its victim, a beetle, in 5 anatomically correct places. The rule seems to be that nature takes an interest in only one species at a time. The species face each other as blindly fanatical parties in an anarchic state. There is no leader who wishes the whole well. X only works for X, Y for Y, etc. Exceptions exist in rare cases where two species truly serve each other's well-being, symbiosis. However, we do not have the means to determine whether the cooperation is intentional or coincidental. The presence of other creatures will thus, for a given individual, exert three kinds of influence on its life struggle. The organisms nearby are incorporated into the rest of the indifferent environment, possibly with the modification that qua fleeing prey they make the individual's nutrition difficult. Or qua predator they increase the individual's struggle by hunting or attacking it. When speaking of such an environment fragment in what follows, the term hostile will be used. A qualified case of a hostile environment exists when the enemy's intention includes not only the satisfaction of its own needs but also the prey's suffering and death, not as a means, but as an end in itself. Here the term satanic environment fits. Finally, the term sympathetic environment will be applied to forms of symbiosis and social cooperation within a single species. 7. Externally or internally conditioned disturbances in the vital balance or substrate-determined development, by analogy, are associated, we believe, with aversion, which at a certain degree of intensity takes on the character of pain. It is believed that the biological function of the pain is that of alerting the individual to a threatening danger or forcing it into a life-preserving posture when the situation is critical. The organism must, therefore, be arranged in such a way that the pain avoidance coincides with life preservation, such that the whole is driven toward continued life through a game of frightening and enticing motivating factors. It is precisely by being an evil, precisely by its nature of unbearability, that the pain fulfills its biological purpose. Admittedly, this interpretation of the pain phenomenon is missing an economic principle that ensures a relationship between pain and what it is supposed to do, but finding any other interpretation without resorting to metaphysical guesswork would prove difficult. It is especially toward external danger, toward the breakthrough of the stimulus shield, that the individual has the ability to respond in a life-preserving manner. It is more difficult to protect against balance disturbances in the interior of the organism, and pain works in vain. The only thing the animal can do then is to behave as if the pain-inducing stimulus came from the outside, as if it were trying to move the danger to a place where it can be overcome. This phenomenon, which raises the notion of a first sprout of imagination, can be subordinated to the extensive term protection. At best, the pain leads to the neutralization of the danger and the restoration of the status quo, sometimes to increased life force through experience, or even to a temporary or chronic suppression through an overloading of the nerves and mind. In these cases, the pain has, to a greater or lesser extent, fulfilled its purpose. It is different when it works blindly and spares no effort even where one sees that from the very beginning there is no hope, such as when the organism is burned out by age and the pain occurs as part of the death process, cf. Section 19. As the life front expands with greater differentiation, the balance is also more dangerously stretched, and the risk increases as more opportunities for suffering are taken in. The ability to suffer increases in proportion to that which the state interest encompasses. Unlike pain, I think of suffering more as a state of mental evil. However, the boundary is not always sharp. If one creates a scale of interest for the forms of existence from the mineral to the sentient human, then one also has a scale of suffering ability, and of the probability of suffering. If one admits that suffering is largely an unfortunate and troubling byproduct of existence, and that the very principle of balance implies an element of insecurity, then one comes to the conclusion that the mineral in this respect is the sovereign form of existence. How helpless Arias, it does not hurt, Pietas, the crown of the Stoic philosophy, will be compared to the serenity of the boulders during the collapse of the world. A change may announce itself to a consciousness. It may enter a field of interest, an assessment field, and become about doing. With increasing awareness, there is increasingly more to be done, stability declines and security of existence becomes increasingly undermined. As can be shown, this process is neutralized to the same degree that the interest front is accompanied by an increase in the automatic or conscious protection capabilities. The fact that there is an increase in the richness of experience in conjunction with the growing insecurity described is a relationship that cannot be taken up at this initial stage. Section 5. Yuxkal schema. A living individual's outside world is dependent on the individual's receptive and even its affective equipment. By the outside world is meant here the overall environment from which the animal receives its impressions and which it in turn seeks to influence. One can say then that, on the one hand, the animal through its distinctive sensory equipment makes a selection from the factors that make up the human world where this is more extensive. On the other hand, the possibility is open that the animal, through sensory abilities that the human lacks, experiences qualities of the outside world that are unknown to us, the dog scent world, in addition to the fact that we know nothing about how the different animals experience impressions due to the same kind of sensory device, for example, the depth view of stereoscopically coordinated lenses. With terminology from Yuxskol's Umwelt und die Innenwelt der Tier, the environment and inner world of animals, we will use the expression functional cycle for the animal's total activity rapport with its specific world. Yuxskol schematically depicts it in the following way, page 45. Figure 1, functional cycle of the animal. 1 is the receptive system, 2 is the affective system, 3 is the animal's total inner world, 4 is the total object, 5 is the receptor, 6 is the feature carrier, 7 is the effector, 8 is the operation carrier, 9 is the connecting structure, 10 is the perceptual world, and 11 is the operational world. 1. Receptive system, A equals sensory nervous system. 2. Affective system, B equals motor nervous system. 3. The animal's total inner world, C. A Merknetz, jar. B Worknetz, jar. C Innenwelt, jar. 4. Total object. 5. Receptor equals sensory apparatus. 6. Feature carrier, A equals the part or property of the object acting on the sensory apparatus. 7. Effector, B equals the animal's organ for action. 8. Operation carrier, C equals the part of the object where the operation takes place. 9. Connecting structure, D equals the object-related connection between feature carrier and operation carrier. 10. Perceptual world, E equals the animal's overall world experience through impressions. 11. Operational world, F equals overall operation experience. Now, if a creature, such as paramecium, has only one form of reaction to any physical or chemical influence, then one must assume from the foregoing that its world crudely possesses only a single property beyond the medium itself, to which the animal does not react. Opposite page 40. When the intensity of the influence changes, the response always changes in the same way regardless of the nature of the influence, judged by a human being. It is difficult at this primitive step to imagine an entity that perceives qualitative differences between impressions but only has a single monotonic response available. In that case, it is close to establishing a connection between world feeling and response, although it is of course bold to want to divide and limit the impression mass according to the number of reactions at the organism's disposal. Theoretically, there is nothing wrong with a single visible reaction covering a multitude of sensations, and such an assumption is beyond doubt when one moves over to the so-called higher animal forms. Yuxskol, however, seems to want to assert the universality of the response being an expression of world feeling. And one must concede here, such a presupposition only allows for research on empirical grounds. It basically shuts down all speculation, except for the speculation that lies in the rule itself. If, when changing the stimulus, one detects state changes in the interior of the creature, there is nothing wrong with assigning it hypothetical qualities of experience. So, we are content to list in question form A, can the creature respond to different impressions with the same reaction, since our observation is the same? B, can it respond to the same sensation with qualitatively different reactions, apart from a dulling or sharpening of the response by repeated stimulus? The second question contains the problem of unfixedness. Does unfixedness simply mean that the creature possesses reserve material for not yet developed reactions that are simply waiting for the appropriate stimulus to awaken them? Or does the term, in a mechanical model, mean that a stimulus can initiate a plurality of simultaneous but alternative responses? Or is it a matter of fundamental independence between stimulus and reaction? Now that we have reached the threshold of the cause and will problems gunpowder cache, it is a good time to gather our attention again on our poor, ideal experimental creature, which with dubious right attempts to appear as a common denominator for the whole animal world's response mechanism. As long as one is dealing with only a single reaction and a single kind of sensory transmission, the latter seems to be the most important thing, then there may not be any question concerning some real object experience, only concerning a perception of quality. It is only when there are two kinds of sensory transmissions in conjunction, e.g., smell and sight, where the impres science are linked in connected structure, as well as intersecting in a geometric location, that one can imagine that an object experience of the simplest kind arises. Similarly, the first occurrence of consciousness seems to be associated with the aversion-prompted choice between two equivalent reactions that are initiated simultaneously by one and the same stimulus. Ultimately, one can imagine that the primordial form of self-feeling is born of basic distinctions between stimuli from the outside world and the interior of the organism, or from an experience of its own biological power or powerlessness. One hardly arrives beyond guesses. Section 6. Conflict. So there stands our amenable experimental creature, with a minimal equipment of object experience, consciousness of choice, and self-feeling, also. A gegengefüge, jar. Suitably hungry, in front of an inviting edible object. We take this opportunity to apply a number of human abstractions to the present case. The creature experiences a biological imperative. Thou shalt eat. If the prey is a sea urchin or a hedgehog, an inhibition occurs at the same time. Here is food, but it stabs. A conflict is present in the creature's consciousness. It wants and does not want at the same time, and if one consideration is looked after, another is violated. If I eat, I get stabbed. If I avoid getting stabbed, I starve. The structure is this. The object unites in space two properties toward which the subject can only respond in a life-expedient way in time, namely by first responding correctly to one, eating, and then correctly to the other, not eating. However, this division of the reaction is made impossible by the simultaneous presence of the qualities of the object. The subject cannot eat and not eat at the same time, whereas on the other hand, the object can very well be edible inside and harmful outside. The outside world unites what the organism must separate. The object is important to two fronts of interest at the same time, the nutrition front and the health front, and serves them only alternatively with alternative violation of the other. The subject, on the other hand, has to accommodate both since its welfare is contingent on the cumulative fulfillment of a number of conditions in the same way that the balance of a three-legged stool depends on the support points being present at the same time. Conflict, therefore, arises because the subject is, on the one hand, under the pressure of a polyphonic biological imperative and, on the other, lacks ability, possibly organs, to separate from a given object the favorable operation carrier from the unfavorable one such that the operation only hits the favorable part. The presupposition, of course, is that the subject is fully aware of the object's duality qua feature carrier. If the subject lacks the described ability, there will be no conflict, though all other conditions are present. The hedgehog is a problem for the dog but not for the fox, if it is true that it can take a spike, interest-free object, in its mouth and flip the hedgehog over. Unfortunately, there are also objects of conflict, antinomies, that cannot be flipped over. Others are fully flippable but have spikes on the underside as well. The situation is only apparently made safe. Its operation carrier is of an illusory nature. In reality, it is the beginning of catastrophe. Whenever a dual task can be settled through a dual reaction, the conflict is absent or dissolves. The animal eats its meal and at the same time keeps the enemy at a distance by growling and physiognomic intimidation. Section 7. Morality. Terminology. We have expressed ourselves in such a way that the creature is dominated by a prompting to life behavior, and we infer from the conduct to a norm of action, cautiously, norm of behavior. In the unfixed creature, We can imagine a congestion of potential alternatives in front of the gate of realization where only one impulse at a time gets through and becomes historical fact, possibly with consequences for the further fate of the creature. But a norm of action in the context of multiple possibilities, prescriptively designating certain reactions and rejecting others, is precisely what one understands by morality. However, a reservation arises immediately. Not every choice of expression has a moral value, but only the choice that serves a norm of high worth in competition with impulses of more enticing but less worthy nature. Already here it is therefore necessary to allude to the distinction between desire and value, which will later be explained more clearly. On the animal level, it is perhaps safer to talk about two kinds of desire. Morality has meaning only in relation to a norm. The norm should be respected. What, on the other hand, the norm itself designates as the highest is a purely factual issue that is subject to experience. The animal actually seeks to avoid pain and harm and sustain its life, and in this regard, it should choose between behavioral variants, resist temptation since the other is mimicry, go around the bay since the ice is thin, etc. By this we are not saying that the selection takes place in a manner which to a greater or lesser extent resembles a human conflict of motives. Given that the law is pure, nothing is said about how it is best fulfilled in a given case. If, in the moment of need, one can make the law present for one's consciousness, then nothing has been gained, for it is precisely the law that creates the vexation of the choice. With the reservations mentioned, there is nothing wrong with seeing the amoeba already as a bearer of biological morality. The amoeba structure-forming gene responds, rightly, when it makes a mouth opening at the arrival of food and ectoplasm at the arrival of the enemy. Now, if one shapes the food, sugar, like a spike, conflict may theoretically arise. The creature does not absolutely need nourishment now, but the appetite for eating is stronger than the cautionary voice of the defense tendency, and the spike fatally penetrates because the formation of ectoplasm is neglected. I do not know if anyone has ever observed such a biological sin from the genetic side. It may not even be possible, but in that case the amoeba is considered fixed, and the concept of morality loses its usefulness. Concepts such as biological value and biological assessment have now been gained with useful distinctness. For the hungry, food is valuable and the cave worthless. The assessment of the one fleeing is the reverse. For the slightly hungry, the food is better than the cave. In the choice of posture, the animal has a biological responsibility. That is, some of the sources of the animal's fate are attributed to its own behavior. The animal is co-determining in the course of events affecting its most vulnerable interests. For the activity of the hungry animal, food is the natural object. The activity has its given and sufficient reason in this, that it must bring about the neutralization of the need. Its goal is to make itself superfluous. Uexküll puts it like this: the activity of each functional cycle ends with the elimination of the feature carrier from the environment. The animal is at rest. If the impulse lacks an object, or the object candidate lacks a usable operation carrier, the operation is blocked. The animal finds no opportunity for effort, and when the need is strong, a state of anger or anxiety occurs, followed by biological paralysis of action. One can easily observe how, for example, cats actually oscillate between blockage and inspired start when it comes to a difficult lead. Particularly rich phenomena unfold in the shifting game of parades and slashing during battle. The combatant is looking for operation carriers in the opponent, exposures. But another process can also play out. The animal certainly performs the particular activity which it by virtue of disposition or experience considers to be the right one that, for example, applies to the procurement of food. This need appropriate or best possible customized activity can be linked to the expectation that the long-awaited result will come into being. If the expectation is met, the animal has received confirmation of the appropriateness of its behavior, and any uncertainty in that regard falls away. The animal's efforts have received biological sanction. The consequence is biological security, and after a successful battle, biological triumph. Where the feeling of security is exaggerated and ecstatic and no longer corresponds to the objective degree of freedom from danger, one can speak of biological hubris. The state feeling an animal must have after giving its best, and in the presence of a favorable result, can be designated as good biological conscience. It has not neglected its biological hygiene. However, not every functional cycle ends with sanction and rest. A visual impression can promise odors and tastes that do not materialize. The tasty meal can be followed by convulsions and fear of death. The fox and the bait, the cod and the piece of glass, mimicry. Subjectively, the animal is acting properly and in accordance with its highest distinguishing ability, but objectively incorrectly. Expectations are not met, efforts are not confirmed, the posture is answered with biological veto, the animal's judgment does not have genuine biological truth. The cases where the action is ineffective and causes a neither better nor worse disappointment form an intermediary. The feature carrier then replies, no. When the result is also a misfortune, it responds, no, on the contrary. In a state of distress, the animal either hopes for salvation or is seized by anxiety about or fear of destruction, all in the biological sense. Unlike the corresponding abstractions applied to human life conditions, they have a more varied application. When the animal sees through a trap or a mimicry, one can think of it happening by a kind of double consciousness, a biological irony or skepticism. A biological lie is met with a critical function. Or the animal can enter the trap and suffer partial harm. In hindsight, when the more correct behavior is realized, biological remorse may arise. In anticipation of the result of poor effort of one's own making, there may be bad biological conscience with readiness to suffer the imminent biological punishment, perhaps in connection with the feeling of biological guilt. The animal is sunning itself instead of collecting winter supplies. Each animal species has its specific biological taboo. The hen has the water, the fish has the land, etc., and the individuals must in this instance suppress their desire to experience this taboo. After unsuccessful actions and defeats in combat, dogs, cats, roosters, etc. show physiognomic expressions of biological shame, and by repeated failures, they can take on the mark of biological humility toward the stronger as an expression of knowledge of their own biological inadequacy or inferiority. This can lead to a biological crisis, after which the ashes are gathered together for new biological success. What has then taken place can be called a biological conversion, followed by biological penance, that is, painstaking restoration work where all other considerations give way to this one. No species can exist with only biological veto. The expectation of sanction must be to some extent reasonably justified. The object must have the characteristics the subject believes it has. The hungry must be able to count on form and color, smell and taste, and sound and texture, suggesting high-quality nutrition according to experience or an innate choice tendency, and then the result of a well-executed eating act should be painless satiety and not stomachache and misfortune. In this relationship, the demand is for biological justice. When this requirement is not met, life becomes blocked, for then the obstacle lies in the only means at the disposal of the conscious being. Destruction lies in the path of hope. The demand can also be expressed as follows. The relationship between operation carrier and feature carrier must not have changed since the last meeting between the individual and the outside world without the individual taking the change into consideration. Experience conditional actions had their prerequisite in the fixed nature of the environment, in a law of nature, a pattern according to which the changes in the outer world take place. The animal forms a picture of the situation and selects its posture and trust in the unbreakable order. It is anchored in the conviction of rebus sic stantibus. Within this qualification, the changes can then take place freely. Instead of the fixedness of the environment, one can talk about the relative rhythm of the changes. Landscapes change character, geological epochs replace one another, and the earth itself comes into being and perishes. But the crises in the planet's geological history are infrequent compared to those in the individual's life, and the pulsations in the history of cosmic form are imperceptible compared to the birth and death of species. The individual turns one's little life wheel in a system of gears with increasing diameter, the landscapes, the aging planets, and the universe as itself. Whether the above-mentioned states of mind actually occur in animals, or rather, whether abstract human expressions can be applied to what is occurring, is an open question. But this concern is of secondary importance. This is a purely auxiliary account, a biosophical starting point for the later study of human life conditions. Section 8. Abilities. Surplus and deficiency. It can be said that it is through abilities that the individual's conscious and choosing agency unfolds substrates and maintains vital balance. An ability can be described as a fund of potential life expressions, both of the receptive and effective kind, which the individual can use as needed. If one encounters life expressions that do not prompt the idea of a conscious, receptive experience and effective decision-making agency, e.g., reflexes, this is closer to talking about properties. When an ability is present, it can alternate between actual and potential organ states. By the latter expression, I understand an organ tonus that is not present at the moment the organ is observed, but a thing standing thus, which finds itself appropriately induced through conscious agency. The organ shows, according to the circumstances, non-use, use, and varied use. In order to be viable in a given environment, the individual must be allocated a certain minimum of fitness equipment. Thus, a sea eagle must have good eyes as long as it is in its element and strong wings, otherwise, it will be observed by the prey, miss the meal, and be doomed to perish. If the bird is caught, blinded, and crocked, the organism is, however, unchanged and still suited for the needs that were satisfied by means of wings and eyes. But in its new environment, the eagle gets food in a tin bucket and no longer needs the lost abilities to maintain life. One now envisions that the bird in its damaged state is set free, or one imagines a fresh and unharmed specimen abducted from the nest and held captive for some years, as was done once in the author's presence. When released, the birds, there were two, were unable to maintain life on their own. While the damaged bird was sufficiently equipped to survive in the cage, the healthy and expected one was insufficiently equipped to live on the loose. On the other hand, it was more than sufficiently equipped to perform what was required of it in captivity, namely that it should move by its own power from the sleeping area to the dish and back. It had eyes like binoculars and roamed royally over its 6-square-meter cage kingdom. It unfolded a wingspan of 3 cubits and sailed roaring from one wooden perch to the other. Both as a prisoner and in the released state, it suffers from a mismatch between ability and object. In the cage, it is over-equipped. In freedom, it is under-equipped, in biological terms. One could also use the expressions over-biological and under-biological equipment. When a functional cycle is to become active, it is required on the side of ability that there is also a need and energy, and that there are no inhibitions present. There also may be over and under equipment where energy is concerned. This is not referred to separately in the following. In the case of under equipment, the released caged bird, the object demands an ability but does not find it. There lies the food, but it is only acquired by a degree of skill that is not present. When ability and task cover each other, the object seeks an ability and finds it. The relationship of over-equipment, however, is peculiar. The uninjured bird in captivity, here the ability to seek an appropriate object exists without finding it. After the biological needs are met, the given objects come to an end. The given meaning ends with the unfolding of ability. Supplementary abilities, imagination, ingenuity, may, in cases, help to provide the unemployed ability with an object surrogate. The conscious agent must then itself give meaning to the use of force, e.g., play, if it needs such meaning. For us humans, ability most often has its meaning in being expended in service of a purpose and providing a long-awaited state. The unfolding of ability in the biological sphere is heterotelic. It has its purpose outside of the ability and theoretically could also be satisfied by other abilities. On the other hand, in the case of over-equipment, the unfolding of the ability is autotelic. It is the ability itself that directs, and the intention is the unfolding of precisely this one ability and nothing else. The presence of ability is often associated with a tendency to use it. The ability is a sucking and shaping duct for disposable power. The individual is pleased to work, to know that it is alive, in a good way. I believe that the phenomenon of surplus ability, potential energy, will play an important role in the later attempt to insert the tragic into a general life context, and therefore I summarize the main idea. It is well compatible with a picture of life as an experimental operation that the equipment of the organism in relation to the demands of the environment constantly shows a too little or a too much. In the first case, the individual must suffer or die. In the latter case, the subject is threatened by an internal rupture. Its unused ability bundles await suitable objects and at best find surrogates. This in turn can induce a hypothetical need outside of or contrary to the real-life needs of the subject. Schematic representation 1. Deficiency. Figure 2. Organism's ability is too little to cover overall task front. J is self-feeling, E is the ability bundle, AE is the overall task front, AB is the life-related relationship with the medium, BC is defense against enemies, CD is nutritional requirements. DE is sexual tasks, AF is an example of covered task front, ART corresponds to ability angle E, FE is the uncovered, fatal remainder. J equals self-feeling, experiencing the center. E equals ability bundle. AE equals overall task front. AB life-related relationship with the medium. BC defense against enemies. CD nutritional requirements. DE sexual tasks. AF example of covered task front. The ARC corresponds to the ability angle E. FE uncovered, fatal remainder 2. Balance. Figure 3. Organism's ability meets overall task front without remainder. The sections S are object surrogates. The gaps between these are uncovered ability. 3. Surplus. First case. Figure 4. Organism finds object surrogates for excess life-related ability. S sections are object surrogates. Here, it is the qualities of life-related ability that are present in unnecessarily great measure. But the life front can also be covered normally, and the surplus then turns into an ability that lies completely beyond the life angle and cannot even come into use during that struggle for life. One thinks about the abilities that are presented during circus dressage or the sea lion's balancing tricks. The schema for this case is as follows. Second case. Figure 5. Organism meets life-related tasks normally and finds object surrogates for excess ability that is not life-related. Finally, one can imagine the presence of such an extraordinary, extravital ability while the life front is unmet. Examples may be difficult to present from the animal kingdom, but will be all the better known from the human world. The schema of the third case is as follows. Third case. Figure 6. Organism with extraordinary, extravital ability fails to meet life-related tasks. Should it occur that the overbiological, or, as in the last two cases, abiological, utilization is more pleasurable than the life-serving, this can mean conflict and danger. Cf. the fable about the ants and the grasshopper. In the case of long-term non-use, both the abilities and the desire to use them can decrease, apathy, reversion, if they do not eventually push through with irresistible force. Grotesque forms of life expression can arise where the ability is crippled but the desire remains unchanged or increases, senile eroticism. The collision of motives between the beneficial and the entertaining is probably rare in animals. Overbiological or abiological expression only occurs when the existence requirements are secured. Play between young animals is best observed in species where the young are nourished and protected by the parents for a long time, mammals, and is less observed in species where the newborns must, from the very beginning, struggle for their sustenance, chickens. Bird song, which is believed to aid mating, continues after the nest is full. Otter sliding and the like in adult animals can be mentioned here. A compelling example of overequipment by hypertrophy of the organ itself is, among others, the Irish giant deer, Megaceros uricorosa, fossils of which have been found in post-tertiary sediment. 7 Its body was like a curled moose. Its shrub-shaped, palmate, crown grew to a width of up to 3 meters. Paleontologists believe that the species died out because of the antler's disproportionate size and weight. The deer was armed too powerfully, the defense was not precise, the whole complex was such that a single point was enough to tip the enemy over. Appropriate as this was, it was hung up in rocks and trees, and perhaps at an early age the animal collapsed in the open field from fatigue in the neck muscles. There was also a great danger of hemorrhaging when the antlers had to be replaced each year, and what expenditure of calcium. In the absence of calcium-containing nourishment, the bones must have been brittle since the antlers had to set first. Surplus of energy and potential organ use variance can be easily observed in domestic animals that are fed by humans but still have their instincts intact. I even did the following experiment with a dog, Boxer, also known as Megaloceros giganteus. 7 Abo. Ophelio, die-stemmed or warble-tear, the species of vertebrate animals, burrow. An LPZ, 1919, page 795, illustration, 813. Same author, Lehrbuch der Paläozoologie, Textbook of Paleozoology, Jena 1920, page 437. Unavailable. Heschler, K., Der Riesenhirsch, the Megaloceros, in Nuttersblatt der Naturforschenden Gesellschaft in Zurich, New Year's Journal of the Natural Research Society in Zurich, 1909. Stock, Part 3, Literature. Romer, Man and the Vertebrates, Chicago 1934, page 176, Reconstruction. The dog was kept confined for some time in a small room and fed well. During the short-term visits to the room to change the food bowl and litter box, I adopted a strictly unresponsive demeanor and put on a facial expression that rejected any thought of play. At last it almost did not react to my entry and eventually lost its appetite to such an extent that it completely neglected its former favorite food, calf liver in brown sauce. When it was released, it immediately went to search the beach and the garbage cans where its efforts were quickly rewarded with a half-rotten shank of a cow, which it began to devour with voracious appetite. The shank was torn from it, with gloves and turned away nose, and to the grief of the dog, and later served in a dish at home. Here it was refused with the strongest signs of disgust, while the calf liver was devoured. I understood the scope of the phrase, found food, the Boxer was not satisfied having its life simply secured. It wanted to use its abilities, unfold its character, and live a life worthy of a dog. The blocking of the nutritional mechanism's ability complex by feeding can be illustrated by a simple schema. Figure 7. Blocking of nutritional mechanisms ability complex by artificial feeding, right, versus natural state, left. The gap B is the need to be filled, E is the associated ability, and D is the coverage provided by the ability. To the left is the natural state. The gap B is the need to be filled, E is the associated ability, D is the coverage provided by the ability. To the right is seen the relationship by artificial feeding. The coverage comes unsolicited, the operation carrier only exists for the consumption apparatus, and the whole acquisition mechanism becomes blocked. Dogs often become obese and lethargic and lose any hint of canine idealism. When transferred to a zoo, many species of animals cease propagating despite the fact that they seem to have better conditions than in their original home. Lower animals are usually less sensitive. As long as the nearest decent place has a reasonable temperature and humidity, they worry less about the geographical location of excrement. Generally speaking, the phenomenon of surplus in animals occupies a very small space next to life-sustaining pursuits, and the possible surplus activity poses hardly any difficulty for the animal to be satisfied in full compliance with the strict biological imperative, for example, by fighting prey and excursions for the sake of pleasure. After the entertainment, the animal sits on its rear and allows the world to turn as it will. The secret of the soothing and recreational effect on many people of being with animals is undoubtedly partly the fact that there is in the animal full harmony between ability and need. At a suitable degree of satiety and warmth, the animal finds itself in a state of happy, calm, and carefree well-being. The world is as quiet as a sea, and there is nothing more to be done. The human has, as far back as we are aware, tried to achieve a similar mental peace by countless means, by thinking in asceticism, by daydreaming, by using narcotics, and by engaging in war. 3. On primitiveness and differentiation. Section 9. Protoplasm. In the second chapter of Umwelt und Innenwelt Tier, the environment and inner world of animals, J.V. Yuxkal gives a description of the fairy tale substance with the beautiful and fascinating name of protoplasm. He talks about the nuts it has given scientists to crack by its enigmatic properties which do not allow classification and only an approximate understanding of what is happening. Arrangement in a known scientific category is difficult because the substance combines homogeneous liquidity with pronounced mechanical functions. Understanding becomes even more difficult because it has not been possible to detect and track any structure. And spontaneous and unpredictable phenomena are an abomination to the human intellect, even if they can awaken imagination and emotion to the liveliest activity. Here we will focus on two of the many peculiar properties of protoplasm, namely access to temporary organ formation and to permanent differentiation. The first sign of change in the original homogeneous mass of an individualized zoological unit is the formation of a membrane, an outer layer of firmer substance, ectoplasm, as opposed to the unchanged inner endoplasm. These two plasma forms can overlap each other. Similarly, there is an ever so small mouth with an associated esophagus and stomach whenever food is nearby. This all disappears after the meal and waste elimination and no trace remains. The amoeba sets the table in its own interior and afterward makes use of the material for other purposes. Point 8. But already in the paramecium there has been a significant change. Here I cite Yuxkal's Umwelt und Innenwelt Tier. The development of a mechanical structure has already taken a major step forward in the case of the infusoria. Although its endoplasm still exhibits a purely protoplasmic character, because organs are formed and pass away, the ectoplasm has lost the supermechanical ability of free structure formation and thus lost its protoplasmic character. The ectoplasm of the infusoria has a solid form and shows a whole series of completed structures. There is thus a kind of threshold, an elastic limit that the protoplasm must not exceed if it is to maintain its ability to change its mind, its ahistorical way of life, and its immortality through division. In the amoeba, there is no maternal animal that dies and no generational shift. All individuals are siblings. The paramecium has lost these prerogatives, but on the other hand, the infusoria's ectoplasm is a real stimulus protection, much more effective than the amoeba's capricious membrane formations. The new ectoplasm is differentiated. It has chosen its destiny and burned the bridges behind it. In return, it is one with its function. By renouncing or losing possibilities, it has gained increased strength for its current task of mitigating harmful stimuli. This observation has a universal quality. It touches a major feature of organic life and earthly dynamics in general, the opposition between the withheld, which possesses all possibilities intact, and the used, the inserted, the affected, which is caught in the wheels of history and produces stronger, but singular results. Protoplasm, which resists differentiation-related success in the outer world for the benefit of an unrestricted choice between uncreated forms, who can avoid seeing the all-encompassing genetic radiance and the overwhelming metaphorical power of this simplest of all conditions of life? Money provides a close parallel. Money itself also has properties, but first and foremost it represents possibilities. The boy who broods over the nickel and celebrates revelry in the imagination, does he have any idea where that torment of choosing comes from which ravages him in this bittersweet moment? Just as the shopkeeper's counter is the fortunate child's Rubicon, so differentiation is the fate threshold of protoplasm. Here the rich distress of choosing dies and is resurrected as meager security. Differentiation, separation, and divergence lead to fixedness, fastening, and unambiguity in each of the new, distributed conditions. But differentiation and fixedness are not the same, nor are they inextricably linked. The differentiation is not completed with the first step, but it continues through changing forms as long as the cells have residues of unused protoplasm intact, still with their own creative reserves. Yuxkal, Oct. Cit. page 216f. Without touching on the controversial problems of mutation and evolution, we would like to note that morphological systematics have arranged bone forms, organ types, and tissue according to the concepts of the primitive and the specialized. But we will not ask how the transition from primitive to specialized forms has taken place or has been possible, or which interaction has been demonstrated or could be thought between form-giving forces and surrounding medium. On the other hand, it is important for our aim that, judging by the fossil finds, primitive forms everywhere precede specialized ones. This time order has indeed contributed to the fact that certain forms have been called primitive as opposed to earlier. But chronology is not everything. Even in the forms themselves, a language is hidden. The more they are adapted to the medium, the clearer is their technical perfection, judged by task, efficiency, and economy, and the stronger the functional singularity is realized, the horse's hoof, the tusk of the narwhal, etc., the greater the amount of protoplasm appears to be irreversibly in service of the technical task, transformed from supermechanical to mechanical state form. The specialized organ form then stands in a double relation to the primitive. Another factor justifying the distinction is the sequence of stages in ontogenesis. Though it must be the case that Haeckel's biogenetic laws have been shown by the latest discoveries to have limited validity, nonetheless one can still see in ontogenesis an expression of nature's typical workmanship. And the individual's pathway goes from viscous cell to completed organ, each with its own distinctive tissue. The enigmatic forces to which specialization, the adaptation for the different kinds of interaction with the environment and between the organs themselves, owes its origin had sometimes been called genes in a causalistic. Spirit, sometimes purposefulness, and telechy, vital forceps in a finalistic, teleological one, in addition to neutral terms such as principle of generation can form forces, all words that suggest form creating powers within as opposed to Darwin's externally conditioned adaptation. The presence of undifferentiated protoplasm is a condition for the activities of these forces. The plasma is the material in which the forces manifest themselves and present themselves to us such that we in our time of need may have something to return to. As the material is used up in differentiation, the powers are gradually depleted until they no longer appear in any change. Structure inhibits structure formation, says Yuxkal. Incidentally, one rarely has such a good opportunity as here to realize the degree to which human concepts and schemas are helpless in relation to what really happens in nature, that is, what we know and observe without being able to give a discursive expression. Section 10. Primitiveness in humans. We have an example of a progression from a primitive to a highly specialized organ form in the well-known plate at the end of the horse's outermost foot joint, which has changed from being five-toed to single-hoofed and is thereby technically adapted for hard surfaces. The extremity divided into 5 separate units is considered the primitive starting point for a number of specialized forms. A similar account is applied to many other anatomical details by means of which it has been possible elsewhere to extract the primitive characteristics. In connection with this, a discovery was made that greatly contributed to the Darwinian dethronement of the previously assumed view that the human is the pinnacle of all specialization. On the contrary, the human shows many striking primitive formations. Not only does the brain show considerable quantities of undifferentiated protoplasm, the following information originates from Hermann Poppelbaum. Mensch und die Tier, Man and Animal, Basel 1933, but even the skull shape, the tooth system, the nose, the larynx, the skin tissue, muscle building, the body's axis, internal organs, and embryonic organs also show comparative primitive traits from an anatomical point of view. At the same time, some interesting observations from animal embryology show a striking match between precursors of animal embryos and those we find in the fully developed human being. Assuming that discourse about reproduction amounts to something more than mere equality or inequality, This is similar to using an expression like the following: the final stage of the human form, in this regard, is passed by certain animals, either in the fetal state, Gibbon, cf. Poppelbaum page 18, or at a young age, chimpanzee, Poppelbaum page 19. A forceful linguistic expression of this observation, according to a lecture by Poppelbaum, has been made by Clutch: man is an ape born too early. Our ancestral relation to the apes is consequently turned on its head. Another break with what was still seen as true in 1910 has occurred in recent times. We are accustomed to seeing ourselves as the very last sprout on the tree of life, and on the assumption of fixedness as the goal of the form forces, one would for that reason expect to find a specialized creature that is complete, at least one that was past any animalistic stage in that regard. Maintaining the viewpoint of primitivity must lead to a revision of theories concerning humankind's age, and such a revision has also been underway in the last 20 to 30 years. C. E. T. Björn, Menneskevæsen, The Human Race, Oslo 1925, page 62. However, the oldest fossil finds show no signs of greater primitiveness than in the type that exists today. Therefore, within the time periods in question, it appears that the process of specialization in the human has stopped. It is not moving forward in the present and future toward unknown goals. This is the meaning of Clutch's paradox. Under the influence of the general biogenetic rule of movement from primitiveness to specialization, anthroposophic-minded people have come to the conclusion that much of the human body's equipment is held back, stowed away on the path to final fixedness, either because there are no substrates to continue the process, or because something that is known only by name, the work of the so-called inhibitory genes, has occurred. Accordingly, the phylogenetic situation of the human is such that it has stopped at a relatively early stage of specialization. The human is, in the morphological sense, en route. It is in a state of stationary becoming, the paradox with which all of this is necessarily brought together. It can also be said that the human as a species has become fixed in its unfixedness. The presence of humankind's primitive character does not mean that we, like the cave toad in Corinthia, can change shape according to the needs of the moment, at least not in the anatomical physiological sense. The organ building itself is presumably completed. It is in the organ use, in the new functional developments of the organism, that we must seek evidence of the variability we expect to find in an unspecialized form. There in human organ use we indeed also find an unlimitedness which no existing animal form can match. By practice the human can master the most disparate skills using its body alone. Thus, the human community already. A first thought, jar, shows what bodily employment is about, an individual difference that far exceeds that which one finds within any species or genus of animal. Rudolf Steiner has very elegantly expressed the connection between the human's primitive marks and its versatile use of organs. Steiner believes that our technical imagination is a direct compensation for the lack of specialization. The hand is so far back morphologically in the branch network that it has phylogenetic possibilities inherent to both paw and claw, wing and flipper. The deformed forces that have been held back in potential have come to us as direct benefit through consciousness. The forces project their capacity into the surrounding world and can play here across a plurality of the variants that animal bodies can only realize individually because the phylogenetic choice of one possibility has excluded any other. We create the oar and the propeller in place of fins, the club in place of the bare paw, and the ramrod in place of the elephant stomping forelegs, armor in place of a protective covering, the plane in place of the wing, pliers in place of the claw, etc. Yes, even the insect's transformations resurface in our mystical initiations, and related ideas about transformations and new births in which the old person is discarded and replaced by a new one. This last example is not Steiner's. We have also transferred the versatile utility to our artifacts. We combine tent and kayak, etc. Whatever one might think of Rudolf Steiner's philosophy as a whole, in the notion of a stowage of form forces, one has at least an inspiring and fruitful working hypothesis when it comes to constructing an image of the human phylogenetic situation. However, the idea has now done its job and will not be further built upon in any direct way in what follows. The technical ability of the human is evident in the domination of the immediate material world. The downside of the advantage is that everything must be learned. In the body itself there is no instruction manual, there is nothing that deserves the name organ soul. This is certainly true with respect to the reproductive organs. In most cases our actions pass through the conscious agency where they are subject to nominal control, even if in the prevailing view they have their root in the unconscious, in an innate instinctual constellation. Biologically speaking, the body makes possible three kinds of use: life-serving, life-indifferent, and life-harming. The human child must learn how to make the right choice between these, a skill it gains through experience with associated mistakes and suffering. In return, with the growing self-acquired insight, the child's self-feeling and self-consciousness increase. How very different it is with respect to the fixed animal limb, the fish's fin, and the migratory bird's wings. The use is unique to the body's own structure and does not need to be learned, only to be brought to perfection. The chicken's egg tooth, with which it cuts out of the egg and which then falls off, is a forceful example. The use and the final product can even appear as a direct emission from the organ such that the boundary between the individual and the outside world is blurred. The spider's web is a case among many. The animal needs far less than the human to learn the distinction between serving and non-serving use. The duckling edges its way onto the water with the last bits of the shell on its back. The human child reaches for the moon. The animal is tyrannized by its organs, Goethe said, and presupposes the presence or desirability of an independent agency. Wisdom lies in the organ building and is given to the animal free of charge. It does not need to be matured in the brain first. The fin belongs in the water, while in this sense the human hand is foreign to all elements. The animal that swims, flies, runs, gnaws, etc. becomes a virtuoso and has in this both its strength and its limitation. In a strength-proving body-to-body test, the human usually comes up short, but it asserts itself through a detour via a technical intermediary. We find a meeting between hand and claw in the story of the Malboar and the lobsters. The Norwegians are a little people, but they have a strong grit, With fixed organ use, the serving of life is pure when the animal is viable. In the human being, there is not even an initial tendency to life-serving use. The child drinks lye, but the kitten does not. The child having been burned avoids the fire, but the animal avoids the fire before being burned. The distinction between biological and superbiological equipment lies sometimes on the side of and sometimes crosses the distinction between fixed and unfixed organ use. By surplus is primarily thought a quantitative measure of the capacity, and by unfixedness a qualitative trial. The distinctions have their value, though they may in a given case collapse when we lack the means to distinguish a new ability from a variation addition in an old one. There are also conceptual difficulties when one and the same organ serves as a vehicle for multiple abilities, and when several organs are used for the same purpose. Greater unfixedness can mean a higher biological sense of responsibility and increased need for fixedness helped in the form of moral norms. It also includes the opportunity for increased life strength through experience, and for rescue during environmental changes in which the fixed form is doomed. A reference to a Danish folktale about a man from Mols who mistakes a ship full of lobsters for Norwegians. During changes in the surrounding world, the entire fund of life can be shifted, previous surpluses become necessary, old necessities fall away, the sectors of ability utilization change in scope and space. Compared to the fixed form's mechanical tranquility, however, unfixedness also results in a heavy life pressure. The choosing ability is at the same time the choosing duty, and the duty to choose can be experienced as a burden and a vexation, with the scale of suffering ranging from the slightest agitation to the devastating nightmare of nervous angst. It is not only the correspondence of abilities and tasks that causes animals to be refreshing to humans. It is perhaps made stronger by the calmness with which they rest in their fixed form, thereby giving us the secure feeling of being in the presence of a truly harmonious character. How many times have we admired the cat's dazzling confidence in socializing, witnessed with envy how it exercises its sovereign autonomy without seeming offensive and without losing its dignity even in the most shameful situations? The human's character formation cannot come anywhere close to that of the cat when it comes to presenting a being in which nature is no longer in dispute with itself. During these considerations, it has not been possible to rely solely on experience or accepted science. It has been necessary to cross bridges that could be more solidly built to avoid harm. Instead, conditional conjunctions, quotation marks, and a reserved mode of expression have been used to the extent that they were found to be consistent with the readability of the text. An immediate objection concerns the widespread anthropomorphization of the conscious and unconscious life of animals. The expressions used can with much greater right be applied to the human in its purely biological interest struggle. It is quite deliberate, however, that circumstances and designations have been assigned to the simplest possible stage of animal life. It has come about in order to prevent the representation from becoming contaminated by all the associations that would inevitably occur in the transfer to human conditions. A human being that has only a biological interest front would be an abstraction. The end here must justify the means. The purpose is to show the biological soil of some of the conditions we anticipate when the tragic in its time is to be determined. A C translator's preface for an explanation of Zaffe's unique use of punctuation in the text. 4. Human interest fronts. Section 11. Biological interest front. The task now is to follow certain threads, to identify certain patterns in the human life weave, which may be of significance for the determination of the tragic. In the 5th chapter, it is the unfixedness of human organ use and in particular the surplus in the various domains of ability that make up the subject of the study. At present, it is the expansion of the circle of interest and environment in the transition from animal to human. With Yuxkol, we believe that the environment of the individual organism is closely related to the receptive system of the organism. With its help, the organism chooses the outside world it is capable of experiencing, standing in rapport with. The selectivity of the radio is a useful illustration. When sensation of the environment is accompanied by conceptions of the source of the sensation, and these conceptions are structured, one can speak of cognition in the ordinary sense, insight into the nature of the conditions. The source of sensation is then theoretically available for influence and control on the part of the subject. Control of the environment comprises a scale from the best passive attitude to active arrangement of the object according to long-range plans or the needs of the moment. Consideration of the entire field of human life gives rise to a division into 4 different fronts, levels, fragments, or sectors. The term depends on the representation model chosen. These fronts, etc., will now be described separately, without regard to their possible functional connection. The biological part of the human life field shows a great resemblance to that of animals. Most of what has been said above about the biological interests of animals can be easily applied to humans. Existence depends in a similar way on all the problems having been satisfactorily solved in relation to breathing, temperature, defense against enemies, disease and injury, nutrition and reproduction, in short, to the biological maintenance of the individual and the family. To some extent, one can also separate out abilities that are especially tied to biological life struggle, sexual function, physical force, etc. But such a division has little value because most abilities are used on all fronts in turn. It is the interest that we count when an activity is assigned to a specific life front. Section 12. Social interest front. The social front sits close to the life-sustaining front and also exists in animals. However, the similarities between animal and human social engagement are so few that there would hardly be any useful viewpoints to gain by going into the social life of animal species. While animals are likely to experience their species companions only as they enter the individual's perceptual world, human beings include, for example, all their fellows in the past, present, and future through a single conception of humanity, and can thereby take a position on it as a unified object. And each individual has knowledge of the needs of their fellow human beings. The relationship with the nearby is usually important for the well-being of the individual. One has social needs that one seeks to satisfy by choosing the right posture. We will not go into the question of whether social needs are primary or, in some cases, can be reduced back to other needs, but merely establish that social needs are present. Social needs are distinctly different from biological ones when, for example, one has secured life-sustaining conditions both for oneself and the family and yet is suffering because of one's relationship with other people. The social goods are principally love, respect, and trust. Ultimately, the social environment is always made up of people, but also includes objects that have a bearing on human relations, residential publicity. This does not mean that human beings always act as social objects. They can, for example, also belong to the biological environment, cannibalism, primitive struggle. The social outside world also involves intersecting and entangled forces that can be neutral or affect the subject favorably or unfavorably. But to a much higher degree than the biological world, the social is made up of minds, of other similar interest bearers, of entities with whom it is possible to have interest contact, and who can be appealed to with the prospect of a better state by reason of the appeal. Human beings are a material which, of itself, or by alteration, can act as a sympathetic environment, that is, undergo variations in harmony with the individual's needs and because of them. But the entities in the social environment also have their own interests to look after. The attention and power of the individual are therefore divided between egoistic and altruistic demands. 9 Through one-sided egoistic engagement, a human being becomes indifferent or even hostile to its neighbor. Finally, there is a rich possibility present for satanic relations. People often have a refined knowledge of each other's sensitive spots, physical and mental, though the places where the victim's stimulus protection has holes or is thinner. The task of finding the strongest appropriate stimulus for the vulnerable party may have the character of a pleasurable game. The more spectacularly the victim's aversive reaction displays itself, the more secure the confirmation the other will receive of one's ingenuity. Shakespeare's Iago, torture. The pleasure from tormenting others is a topic to which psychologists have paid much attention. For our purposes, it is enough to establish that it exists. One of its possible bases is the tormentor's feeling of power, though this does not fully explain the sadistic pleasure, with or without sexual emphasis. Power is the ability to arrange a stubborn outside world according to one's own needs. The desire for power rests on a solid biological foundation, but has lost its connection with it and become its own goal. With power, one forces both nature, animals, and landscapes, as well as humans, to behave in one's service. In human cohabitation, the ruling and serving position types play a significant role. They have at all times split the community into a serving and 9. We also perceive the individual social organization as based on its interest. Egoism must therefore be defined as a tendency to satisfy one's own needs without regard to others, while altruism is one's own satisfaction that can only take place through the satisfaction of others. An absolutely unselfish action, which thus has no value to the agent, evades understanding and thus becomes morally irrelevant, e.g., compulsory actions. One can also say that the satisfaction of egoistic actions is direct, while the altruistic is indirect, secondary. A ruling class. In our time, the conditions in which these two types of position apply are so complex that a class division on this basis is not always possible. In the countless shifts of daily life, the individual is sometimes a person of power, sometimes the object of another's power, or both at the same time. From one step on the ladder of rank one is a sneak upwards and an iron claw downwards. The henpecked husband tyrannizes his staff. The desire for power can be primary, due to truly superior abilities, or secondary, due to neurotic conditions. The notion of biological justice corresponds to the concept of justice in society. What one can say most confidently about this concept is that the word covers an inclination in many people, not just in the wronged, a desire, will, that a particular scale of social standing types should exist in an unalterable relationship with a particular scale of socially conditioned outcomes for the standing holder. Great difficulties of logical, psychological, and practical nature are associated with the demand for justice in society. One of them should be mentioned immediately, but the main treatment appears first in Chapter 7. The requirement of justice is related to the laws that apply in the subject area. These are partly legal and partly moral in nature. They are created by humans, not given as the laws of nature, and can therefore change in space and time at their own discretion. In this way, the unfixedness of individual humans is transferred to the social form. On the other hand, in animals, bees, ants, etc., the social form can be fixed. The struggle over which laws should apply is an important part of public social life. The variability of the laws means an advantage in that they can be adapted to changing needs, but it can seem unfortunate due to the uncertainty that necessarily comes with it. Even during the time between the changes, there are plenty of moments of uncertainty. The laws are exercised by people, and these people are something else and more than bodies of law enforcement. It is easy for effective forces to blend with and disguise the ideal structure. When one blames the judge for working impersonally, one forgets that this blind application of law is the best guarantee of legal security. Lawyers have long been aware of the difficulty. The word morality is usually used in the sense of social morality and often in opposition to legally correct behavior. This interpretation, which is widely used both in daily speech and in ethical literature, in my opinion causes unnecessary difficulties. All questions become easier when one implements the approach stated above. The concept of morality is applied without regard to the nature of the interest front. In this language, social morality also includes the legally relevant behavior. One could distinguish by incorporating the expression legal morality of combining legal security, legal fixedness, with the individual treatment of plaintiffs and offenders. This is a relationship the structure of which we already know from the animal world. The judge is something else and more than an applier of law. He is, for example, an excellent spouse and provider, a skilled professional, etc. The goat is not only an average runner, it is also a skilled climber. Nevertheless, on the plain it is caught and killed by wolves. The wolf is a poorer climber, but in the decisive situation it is the faster runner and nothing else determines the fate of the goat. The outcome of a possible fight is also decided in advance. The situation has operation carriers for running only. All other efforts are irrelevant. The goat is an organic entity, a biological subject, an indivisible complex. Everything that together constitutes the goat must share the fate here. The climbing goat, sufficiency, cannot escape when the running goat becomes the wolf's prey. The fact that the wolf is victorious on the flatland is biologically just because it is a better runner and a more capable warrior, but it turns out that even at this most primitive stage the problem of justice presents a complication. Similarly, in addition to the biological, the human is also a social, legal entity, a legal subject, which cannot be divided. When the thief named Olsen is punished, the misfortune also hits the Olsen spouse, which is clearly unreasonable. Nevertheless, the judgment is legally just because it was in this case the conduct toward the other person's goods that was fate-producing, the test of the Olsen legal subject's social quality. It can be concluded that no principle of commensurability between crime and punishment has yet been found, just as the harshness by which the perpetrator's dependent is affected by losing its partner can be disproportionate to the seriousness of the transgression. The killer can be rich, the thief poor. Through constitutional laws, the various societies seek to create a more lasting fixedness as a guarantee against overly unpleasant surprises. A political revolution more or less corresponds to environmental changes on the biological level, in more cases to the advent of a new geological epoch. New variants and new types of human beings are emerging, new standards of justice are set. The individual's relationship to one's social environment may be of private-public, or public nature. The terms hardly need any explanation. The relationship with the individual environmental unit may, according to the circumstances, fall under each of these terms. Examples of environmental units include tribe and family, friends and colleagues, fellow believers, fellow gender members and fellow race members, church, municipality, state, the individual state organs, and on the other side, enemies and strangers of all kinds, people of other nationalities, faiths, castes, genders, races, professions, etc. As the animal secures its biological status by choosing a correct posture toward the environment's characteristics, so the member of society builds one's social position on an appropriate attitude toward the social units by which one is surrounded. Society is one of the homes that the individual builds on the outside within the landscape's wider environmental horizon. With these homes, the individual imposes certain restrictions on life expression in exchange for the benefits obtained, in the same way that the animal voluntarily gives up its freedom of movement in the cave. Alongside the legal action directives, there are the moral ones, which also vary with time and place. Some such ethical norms have had longer life than others, for example, that agreements should be kept. There is a dispute between scholars concerning how such norms are created. The question does not necessarily coincide with the question of why they are created, their purpose. This problem is of greater importance to us because we must already assume that a tragic phenomenon will in practice unfold within the framework of finished social moral rules. Only in special cases, for example, with the so-called moral geniuses, can the creation of moral norms be thought of as part of a tragic course. The pioneers either lay out new goals for the social endeavor or find better ways to realize the old goals. If they are significant, they are either recognized or persecuted as delusional teachers. It is usually the bigger offenses and with respect to the form or object of more significant disputes that are the subject of judicial review, while the thousand trifles of daily life are determined by common belief, by good tone, fair play, conduct, well-being, etc. Moral rules can be included in legislation when they are sufficiently matured. Sometimes a conflict arises between the legal and the moral assessment. One punishes for formal reasons an act that is recognized morally, and tolerates another which one morally condemns, circumvention of laws, procuratorial tricks. Legal judgments, both criminal and civil, conviction and acquittal, and moral recognition or condemnation are to be categorized in our holistic view as social sanction or social veto. The prohibitions protecting values can be called social taboos, and anyone who wants to violate a social taboo must try to suppress this desire. However, the taboo rules are not enforced as in primitive times. To some extent, one takes into account the perpetrator's disposition, motive, alongside the objective action. The purpose of the right social posture is to be socially recognized in the broadest sense of the term. The recognition comes with a number of benefits of both social and non-social nature. The means of gaining recognition is acting as a favorable environment for one's fellow human beings, and this is done partly by positive social actions, help, etc., and partly by satisfying non-social needs in socially tolerated forms. However, the choice of social posture does not take place, as is true of the biological, only through the consciousness or the mind. It is also influenced by important unconscious and irrational, e.g., emotional, factors. Within the largest social group, humanity, there is the national society, which in turn is divided into smaller groups determined by divergent interests. The smallest social unit is the individual. A group can be the optimal social environment for its members, but be asocial and hostile toward non-members. Its unifying interest then has social currency only within the group itself, while to non-members it appears as group egoism. For disputing groups, it is often a matter of making an impact on child rearing. The child is influential in the present and becomes decisive in the future. The disagreement concerns a myriad of interhuman matters and ranges from the most trivial local to the most difficult questions of principle, state and individual, etc. The individual action or effort may, in a similar way to the biological, be successful or unsuccessful. The course is determined partly by the agent's innate or acquired fixednesses, character, and the degree of skill one displays, and partly by fixed and random external conditions. The individual may be error-fixed in relation to the requirements of the society in question, or possibly under-equipped. One's posture, generally or in some cases, is asocial or antisocial. That even a surplus of ability can mean a difficulty in participating in the social symbiosis will be shown later. For the normal individual, the unsuccessful course can lead to social remorse, anxiety, danger, a need for salvation, redress, forgiveness, etc., for the social self-feeling. The social self can be lost by social catastrophes such as banishment, life imprisonment, and the like. The individual, therefore, acts under social responsibility. One must respond when the proper authority asks one for the social values one was set to guard. If one has violated the social imperative, this can be counted against one, that is, one's will or intent is seen as a contributing cause of the incident, and one's further fate is made dependent on the posture one has shown. On the other hand, a well-cared-for social hygiene will give good social conscience. Initially, it is easier to satisfy an egoistic need in the social than in the biological environment. It is required of the individual that one must, to a certain extent, entrust the supervision of one's fields of interest to certain social organs, police, for example, and correspondingly suppress individual defense, social protection exchange. These organs may also respond in the end, but not with the precision that characterizes biological defense. Vital areas are, therefore, constantly exposed, and the awareness that something is socially taboo does not deter the aggressor from satisfying one's desire. Besides such direct attacks, the socially loyal are also threatened by various forms of social mimicry. This has come into widespread use and is known by a wide range of terms such as lying and deception, misrepresentation, breach of promise, masking, camouflage, bluffing, simulation, swindling, cheating, inaccuracy, unreliability, diplomacy, trapping, and fraud. Most people play this instrument with virtuosity and more or less malicious intent. The technique can also be used to the benefit of recognized values, such as when the police lay traps for a suspect and the doctors untruths, but in the greatest number of cases it means a betrayal of the social trust. In the discussion of the biological pleasure principle, it was said that the pleasure giving must coincide with the life serving if no conflict is to arise. Something similar applies to the social environment. If the pleasure principle is to promote loyalty and solidarity, everything that serves others and the whole must surely be pleasurable and everything else aversive. In practice, this is not the case. Social efforts can be alternately pleasure-producing, aversion-producing, and pleasure-indifferent. Section 13. Autotelic interest front. During the discussion of the play of animals, it was said that an activity can unfold on the ground of its content alone without the expectation of any particular result. The animal certainly does not distinguish between pure pleasure play and the play human theorists see as unconscious preparation for biological or social activity. The theories are many and contentious. Point 11. The animals may not even know that they earn their living by eating, defending, searching for the optimum of the environment, etc., or that by the mating act they ensure the continuation of the brute. It is possible and likely that they blindly follow their urges or instincts, and that distinguishing between prey and life struggle is a purely human phenomenon. In humans, there is in many cases an unquestionable distinction between pleasure play on one end and, for example, what is popularly called duty on the other. Duty is a term that is not used in the following, and therefore it is unnecessary to define it. But as a rule, it encompasses activity that is intended to safeguard the social and biological interests. One never hears about duty to pleasure. It seems natural here to count both pleasure-seeking activity and the unpleasant detour to pleasure. However, if we were to extend this to include non-aversion, or at least possible aversion, it would mean an explosion of the concept. In that case, it would hardly be possible to point to a single life expression that is not pleasure-related. Not even the most joyless toil for a meager outcome could be left out, since even the outermost existence minimum can be presented to the toiler as better than ruin. Therefore, we do not wish to include working against aversion under the concept of pleasure-seeking activity, but only what one could call, with yet another expression, positive pleasure. However, it might be tempting to form a category that encompasses both the pleasure-seeking activity and the striving against aversion, in which all human life expression is included, popularly called non-duty. The group would then include a number of experiential states of both an affective and a receptive nature that have certain somewhat distinct features in common, but I admit it is difficult to specify these features. The definition must be found in what is said about the category in general. If we ask people why they have engaged in a related state or activity, often it will happen that, if they are honest, they will not refer to any generally accepted intention beyond the engagement, but instead they will answer, "I like this at the present time," or "I want it because I want it," etc. When forming a concept category, it is best to start by avoiding difficult boundary questions and instead taking a concrete example that does not raise doubt. Food must contain nourishment to fulfill the biological purpose of the meal, but it should also taste good. If, on the one hand, there is a culinary masterpiece with little nutritional value and, on the other hand, a bottle of liver oil and a moldy breadcrumb, then a refugee who needs the strength to continue will choose the nutritious diet, even if one abhors liver oil. The difference emerges even more clearly when one thinks of such things as coffee and tobacco. They are considered biologically harmful when consumed in larger doses, but many knowingly and willingly expose themselves to this danger, cf. alcoholism, because the coffee and tobacco give them an immediate improvement in well-being that they refuse to do without. Here it is the taste and stimulation that go into the new phenomenon grouped. What we seek, however, is a category that includes any engagement where reception or activity or internal cultivation has its goal in itself, has self-purpose, is an end in itself, b is disinterested, or autotelic, as it is called in the aesthetic literature. Point 12. It could thus be attributed to such things as the release of anger and other intense affects, indulgence in despairing sadness, etc., self-worship, narcissism, scientific research for the sake of ability use and exploration. For its own sake, regardless of the biological social value of the result, production and acquisition of art, when it is not consciously a means in the service of other things, athletics and sports that do not aim at biological hygiene, the challenge of dangers and difficulties solely to have one's skills tested and confirmed, aesthetic attitudes toward landscapes and people, certain forms of intellectual employment, creative work, daydreams, drug use, even certain states of fixedness of emotional value, I am demonic, are naturally included. However, already a concern arises here. If all the pleasure-seeking activity is to be included in the category, and we have also included in this activity the unpleasant detour to pleasure, then we are hurt by including an activity that has no goal in itself. I saved for 10 years to go to Italy, but I do not want to go there for biological reasons. My doctor advises me not to travel, or for social reasons. On the contrary, it will bring about criticism that I am heading south. Alone and leaving my family in Homensbienk. If such planned renunciation is to be included, then it must be seen as a subset of the pleasure-specific goal, as absorbed by it, but unfortunately, it does not have its goal in itself. Even more troublesome is a case like this. To win the love of a lady, an abiological value if the intention is not having children, I play tennis, make sailing trips, etc. In other words, I use pleasurable means to achieve a pleasurable result. Can one here say that the means is also autotelic since it is pleasurable? If qua means it is precisely heterotelic, is not the intention outside of itself? Is there a way out by saying that the means is autotelic insofar as it is a pleasure in itself, and heterotelic insofar as it serves a more distant goal? A third variant, participating in harvest time in good weather and together with clever girls, can be pleasurable in and of itself, can have some of the joy of play, even if the intention is of a clear biological nature, the collection of winter supplies. Autotelic? Yes, if the harvesters are not concerned about the hay barn burning down afterward. But what about for the farmer whom the fire would ruin and who nevertheless welcomes girls and sunshine? And, least of all, could he keep things apart if asked? If the point of view is to be maintained in a case like this, then it can be said that the activity covers two types of interest simultaneously, one biological and one autotelic. It combines the useful and the pleasurable. But the point is that the pleasure does not stand alongside the useful, but only because of the fact that biology is unharmed. If I am gripped by anxiety or horror at an imminent danger, then I feel a strong increase of pleasure precisely by being saved. Here it would seem artificial if, in order to salvage the system, one tried to distinguish between the value of being saved and the pleasure of being saved. We stand at the limit of the category's usefulness. A positive determination, for which we hoped in advance, is thus unsuccessful. But the concept of an autotelic interest front can also be maintained by a negative determination. The autotelic is the field of life that is not biological, social, or, as justified in section 14, metaphysical. Faced with the meagerness of this determination, it must be remembered that the distinction need not have a validity in and of itself. It is only a tool to gain an overview of the roughest features of humankind's complicated life mass. And such an overview again is a prerequisite for locating the tragic phenomenon. With these reservations, we have thus established an autotelic interest front. Like other interest fronts, it can be assigned an engagement, an expectation, a course, etc. In general, the subject will also interact here with an environment, but ecstasy and depression states can also be thought of without environmental sensation. In contrast, the autotelic self-feeling can become overwhelmingly strong. One experiences a pure being, freed from all heterotelic considerations. As far as the experience of art is concerned, the self's relationship with the outside world is an important question. As an example of such a discussion of the philosophy of art, I mention C. V. Holst, Le Sediment de Bonheur chez Stendhal, The Feeling of Happiness in Stendhal, Introduction, Master's Thesis, Oslo, 1936. As long as one disregards conflict situations, the assessment of means and ends is in this, as in any other interest plan, given by specific factors. The engagement that one is most disposed to at the moment, or to which the outside world strongly invites, attracts attention and action to itself. The appropriate means is better than others, and the customized behavior is better than any other. The scale according to which the assessment is carried out is marked in its upper and lower points by what is most likely to be achieved and preferably avoided. Tobacco is better in the pipe than coffee. It is better to smoke the tobacco than to cook it. The object can either be taken from the real world or brought about as a surrogate by the help of imagination and memory. Since the action either results in the expected condition or not, autotelic sanction or veto occurs. With repeated engagement, the feeling of value can change or develop, the experience becomes more selective, the object choice can shrink down and expand up. We can speak of a low autotelic and a high autotelic engagement. The assessment is also subject to suggestive influence and more closely resembles the social and the biological assessment, and the scope is severely limited. We have quickly passed here the content of autotelic experiences and the possibility of arranging them according to a scale. The questions belong in Chapter 9. Autotelic life expression is ahistorical in the sense that it is exhausted and terminates in and with its existence. It is not intended that it should flow into something new. This could only come about by a further development of the autotelic readiness in question. States of pleasure may actually benefit the organism, but they do not lose their autotelic character unless they are produced or experienced for the purpose of providing biological strength. Autotelic experience can, as autotelic, be detached from all life contexts, appear discontinuous in relation to the constructive biological social endeavor, and have a mark of sterility. This does not prevent one from looking back from the deathbed on such an experience as the culmination of one's life. Later in the chapter, it is mentioned that autotelic elements are frequently combined with others in the diverse, complex interests of daily life. Section 14. Metaphysical interest front. The word metaphysical does not sound good these days. It evokes the idea of ardent speculation that one takes hold of when one suffers defeat in the practical. We believe at the outset that there is a primary need for what we here call metaphysical life readiness. By primary is not meant primitive, for the metaphysical need is undoubtedly related to the high differentiation of humankind. Should it be convincingly argued that the metaphysical need, which is perceived as a total need or a universal need, is always derived from unsatisfied partial needs and can be practically reduced back to them, e.g., by psychoanalytic treatment, the following description nevertheless has its significance in the present context because in the vast number of cases of the actual tragic course, one has nothing to do with psychologists and analysts. We have arrived at an initial notion of what we here call metaphysical need through a reasoning like this. It seems to us that the animal's engagements are tied to a few moments or to shorter periods of time. Its individual effort consists in a single expression or in a small complex of these. The animal's life breaks down into scattered tasks, each with its final goal. A rat that is put into new surroundings hardly cares about the way to food before hunger arrives, while a human being in a similar situation will think, even if everything is good at the moment, difficulties will arise sooner or later, and how will it go then? There is nothing in the animal's conscious posture that tells us humans about a kind of moral continuity. One expression does not oblige the other with the demand for a uniform style of behavior, conscious fixedness tendency. The animal is mentally liberated from its old tasks as it takes up new ones. Its trust in biological justice, its anxiety, anticipation, etc. are attached to the present situation. Synthetic abstractions or principled views do not break in here. The animal does not engage in induction. Since these considerations will serve as a basis for comparison only, we can disregard anomalies such as storing food for the winter and the like. Now, there are probably given people, and undoubtedly given periods in the lives of all people, which are characterized by similar fragmentary life readiness. In such cases there is no metaphysical sense of life, nor does it matter whether the human shows the continuity of consciousness that was missing in animals. But then we come an important step closer in the matter. New Year's Eve is a recurring occasion when most people, drunk and sober, talk about life. The almanac's protective fence is suddenly gone, and the gaze falls outward. New Year's night stands open, as someone said. Often it becomes a bit outwardly lyrical and includes vague inward feelings of big things that it is best to get away from again as soon as possible. There is a draft from the open New Year's night which is not conducive to health, not favorable to concentration in the office. Other than this, it is the starry sky and the death of a relative that typically create a niche in the usual ways of thinking. In these situations, most people feel and think metaphysical engagement has elements of thought, feeling, imagination, etc., something different and more than the following. 1. The starry sky is harmless and of little value as a light source, biological aspect. 2. It is practically irrelevant to my relationship with my fellow human beings, social aspect. 3. It is quite pretty to look at but not as pretty as fireworks at the stadium, autotelic aspect. In the event of a death. 1. Who will provide us with shelter and food now? Biological aspect. 2. This means government crisis. Imagine a choir at the funeral of one who served time in prison, social aspect. 3. Now we won't hear him perform anymore. How is that for a beautiful corpse? He had that coming, the swine, autotelic aspect. The starry sky and death are apt to explode into a human mind a deeper sense of the world and self. The first signs of an emerging metaphysical engagement are considerations like these: how immense the world is. What is a human life and what does it mean? I wonder if there is a further context in which the individual's life is just a detail just as the single act is a detail within life. Of vital importance to the human life image is the fact that, while the animal is probably not aware of its own death before it arrives, the human is already aware early on of the probable length of life. And the awareness of the limitation of life to a certain number of years seems to be a condition for being able to condense the scattered life impressions into a synthetic image. But it should not be described as a truly universal image. The individual's overall life image will consist of more or less basic features characteristic of the individual. The path is not long from the synthetic image to viewing the total activity with all its active, receptive, and processing phases from the cradle to the grave as a unified effort in a larger, hypothetical environment. And in immediate connection with this view, the normal human being then asks about the meaning of the total life effort. To say that an action or other fragment of life has meaning is to say that it gives us a quite specific feeling which is not easy to rewrite for thought. There may be something along the lines of the action having a good enough intention so that when the intention is achieved, the action is justified, aligned, and confirmed, and the subject is at ease. The object then disappears from attention in a completely satisfactory way. The subject has a feeling that says, now everything is orderly and good, nothing that has to do with this matter can be better imagined. The need for such a meaning alongside the individual episodes of life is characteristic of most normal people. On every environmental level, one chooses the actions and the impressions that make sense and avoids the harmful and the indifferent. For the hungry, it makes sense to buy food but not a stamp collection. It makes sense to put a ballot in the ballot box but not a business card or a self-portrait. The meaning requirement is first extended from the individual act to a small complex of acts. I open the glasses case with the intention of removing the glasses. The action has meaning. It would not have it if the glasses had been already taken out. An act of this nature gives us no satisfaction. We only regret our distraction and the wasted time. If it were thought that a human being was involved in nothing but meaningless actions, these then must be compulsive behavior. In a short time one would destroy both one's social and biological life. As soon as the glasses are taken out, the meaning requirement asks, was it to clean, repair, or put them on? If there is no intention, opening the case was meaningless to a greater consciousness. A lesser consciousness, on the other hand, does nothing more than remove the glasses, and thereby the action is justified, warranted, beyond reproach. If a higher consciousness is to align itself with this view, it must arbitrarily limit its capacity to the first of the two links. Otherwise, the meaning requirement is expanded as consciousness expands. The natural arrangement here does not seem to be a one after the other arrangement of the narrow and the wide consciousness, but an over and under arrangement. Fine, I also have coverage for the second link. I took the glasses out to use them. For what? To read. Why? Here, there are two practically conceivable possibilities. One, to read for fun. One then ends up in an autotelic employment and all further inquiries in the matter may cease. 2. I maintain the heterotelic perspective and answer. To pass the exam, the process goes on. Why take an exam? A. Autotelic. Because it is so fun to be a student. B. Heterotelic. To obtain a livelihood. The first alternative is released. The second alternative, why a livelihood? To be able to live my natural life to the end. Why? The answer must either bring in life as a whole among the autotelic forms of effort. It is lived for its own sake, for what it is, and nothing further. In that case there is no metaphysical extension concerning one's life purpose, at all, or at the moment one answers. Or, one maintains the heterotelic aspect and then the question remains open, why? This question is a metaphysical one in the sense of the present work. It expresses a metaphysical need, the need for a heterotelic meaning of life alongside the autotelic. The causes can be many, and the hypothetical solutions can be many, and not all of them belong under the term metaphysical engagement. If a man is erotically malnourished and for that reason seems to have lived in vain, the need is of a metaphysical nature. It could have been satisfied by available means, more or less. It is different if the man asks, why do I have such a nature, or why did I have such an upbringing that I am always an outsider? Though here there is no need of a metaphysical nature, it is only a partial satisfaction. But the fact that a man's life has been irreparably destroyed without any prompting on his part is a stain on the history of the universe as we wot it. It is a charge against the morality of the world order. Thus, the metaphysical need is formulated in a new way, or if one wishes, it has revealed a new aspect, the need for a moral world order, that is to say, a world order in which everything has organization, purpose, and meaning, where suffering, if necessary, is utilized according to an economic principle, where fate is appropriate to need, in short, where everything is done fairly in the opinion of each individual or in an assessment that everyone can rise to by themselves. And if justice is insufficient, love shall do the rest. The metaphysical environment must then be controlled by a sympathetic mind. The only exception to the requirement is the area that falls under the exercise of human will. I know that the stove is hot, and when I touch it, I do not call the pain metaphysically unfair. This only happens when it was not within the power of the afflicted person to prevent it, or when this could only be done by the sacrifice of a higher good, conflict. Injustice and the partial aims will, therefore, easily provoke a metaphysical reflection, but it does not have to. It is, for example, biologically just that the strong overcomes the weak, but it is metaphysically unjust that one is born weak and the other strong when needs and conditions are equal. The false metaphysical indictment, which closer examination proves could be directed at the complainant oneself, will be discussed in Chapter 6. When it is said that humankind has a need for a moral world order, and this is very often called a tragic theory, then a reservation must be made. The individual's own life and its possible meaninglessness concerns one much more than the lives of animals and plants do, not to mention hypothetical life on other planets. Even other people's lives do not concern one at all times. Each of us has had times when we happily gave up the universe with human and mouse to satisfy a personal need. At other times, we are prepared to stand in solidarity with humanity and even with all existing life because we assert the principle that all interest bearers have a claim to a fate that is appropriate to the interest. The need for a meaning of life is not identical to the need for a loving God and a life after death. If the need for meaning could be satisfied another way, this would be the most important thing. We could then imagine giving up both God and immortality. But it pains us to imagine such a solution, and so we cling to the notions of metaphysical salvation that at least have the possibility of analogy. Indeed, most, if not all, features of the hypothetical metaphysical environment are in fact taken from the partile aims, as is shown in Chapter 6. Many people, therefore, confuse their metaphysical need with the religious. They do not see religious salvation as a means that could in principle be replaced by another. To a certain extent, however, believers entertain the idea when they say that they leave everything to God. But they also do not doubt that God's provision will meet their personal needs in matters large and small. People also confuse the need for meaning with the need for a continued existence. There are indeed those who do not aspire to anything higher than a continued bourgeois existence, the false immortality, CFJ.L. Hyberd, and Shale after Doden, a soul after death. But in the absence of other metaphysical confirmation, it is just as difficult to deny continued existence as it is to see a solution without God. Death's brutal and arbitrary cutting off of our most precious engagement suits us terribly for more than one reason. We can disregard the spasms and devil's power by the process itself, and the thought of the subsequent dissolution, which requires a novelise to taste. It is enough to think about the fact that the possibilities of life, active, receptive, and meditative, are rarely or never fully realized. Here, we are only talking about the realization needs of which one is aware. There is no limit to what we would like to experience and accomplish. Nothing is better suited to the imagination than a continuation of the path from amoeba to human. Since God represents the highest we can conceive concerning fullness of life, the need can be described as the need to be equal to God, both in fixedness and capacity. And when we are now by nature's hand endowed with this wonderful and desperate longing, there is something. That should not be in the fact that all so-called opportunities, hopes, and dreams will be buried with the body and become nothing. The longing for eternity and infinity can, therefore, be seen as a fruit of over-equipment in ability and readiness, over-equipment in relation to the cause of a deficit on another edge, for example, biologically. Even the experiences of pure beauty sometimes cause pain because they are only autotelic. The term salvation of a nicht sein sollend, jar. The soul, in the broadest sense, is cover for the same needs, the preservation of the identity, spiritual development to endless heights, etc., things we feel more than have clear ideas about. Salvation of the soul is, therefore, a term for metaphysical sanction. If one now imagines one's metaphysical fate as dependent on one's own effort, in contrast to the doctrine of pure grace that ultimately means a blocking of metaphysical readiness, then around the metaphysical need, a complex gathers of the same kind as that which we know from the partial fronts. One can reasonably speak of metaphysical ability, object, effort, morality, responsibility, hygiene, conscience, assessment, truth, expectation, anxiety, remorse, guilt, punishment, fate, veto, distress, destruction, acknowledgement, taboo, inhibition, displacement, conflict, justice, etc. The environment itself in which the metaphysical endeavor unfolds is, as mentioned, hypothetical, derived from the needs in analogy with known environmental types. For those who have a metaphysical need, in the absence of a survey one can only guess that most people have them. For them this need is in rank the most necessary, at times the only necessary one. But it does appear with varying effective strength and sometimes lags behind other, more pressing needs. The division of interest fields that has now been made is a theoretical aid which, like all other means of division, is an overcutting of lived life. In practice, the four categories of interest will, as a rule, be so intimately interwoven that one cannot unequivocally say to which front an engagement should be rightly attributed. Frequently the question is also of no particular interest. Only when we come to the conflicts does it again become relevant to operate with four incommensurable forms of assessment. To some extent, the complicated situations of interest can be described as combinations of the simpler ones. The situation is then perceived as polyfrontal. The play between monofrontal and converging interests can be easily observed in the role that a single object plays in life's changing circumstances. Example, a bottle of wine. As a thirst quencher and a throwing weapon, it is part of the biological environment. As a stolen good, as a commodity, or used for representative purposes, diplomatic dinners, it is closely associated with social interests. As an intoxicant or tasty fruit juice, it represents an autotelic utility. Finally, as part of symbolic meals, the sacrament of the altar, it plays a role in the metaphysical struggle of humankind. Section 15. Polyfrontal engagements. If the division is taken into account and is thought to be exhaustive, then the total interest of humankind can be captured in a limited number of variants. The engagement may be 1. Purely biological, abbreviated to B. X. A shipwrecked crew's attempt to reach land. It must be assumed here, as in the later examples, that there are no other interests present than those mentioned, or that they are disregarded. 2. Purely social, abbreviated to S. Ex honorary redress. 3. Purely autotelic, abbreviated to A. Ex tobacco smoking. 4. Purely metaphysical, abbreviated to M. X. The quest for the meaning of life. Religious asceticism. Polyfrontal conditions then appear first in 6 two-sided variants. 5. BS, ex-employment relationships. Social interaction today is heavily infected by biological interests, and always has been. A well-regarded theory is that the formation of society is an expression of collective biological readiness. Dangers that befall the individual can be overcome jointly. As the social machinery is developed, an increasing number of individuals are detached from personal contact with the sources of biological life, the original production, forestry and agriculture, mining, fishing, hunting, and cattle breeding. Already this first division of labor makes the exchange of goods necessary, and the financial sector transforms direct business into economics. The community thus represents to its members a part of their biological environment alongside the social. The dependence on the community grows and develops more dimensions. In the end, it is only through social arrangement that the individual can find his or her subsistence. The path to the sources is reserved for few in number and closed to most. It is only in peculiar situations that the social human experiences a confrontation with the original biological environment, involuntarily in accidents, war, and natural disasters, voluntarily in exploration trips and the like. The condition of biological under-equipment that human beings have themselves produced by the social transfer of protection can come harshly to the fore in such circumstances. 6. B.A. Example. A sailboat is leaking and the happy summer visitors have to swim to shore. The swim is fun while at the same time necessary for self-preservation. Something similar applies to eating good food. Biological consideration alone would be covered by oatmeal and liver oil. At banquets, the maintenance of the body's nutritional balance is very much in the background. It is not even proper manners to bring up this side of the matter. The combination is also expressed by the 4. Mule, strength through joy. A primitive biological chores have through society's intervention become increasingly autotelic, for example, hunting and fishing, but if the hunter gets lost, the original purpose may again be relevant. The reproductive act is also an illustrative example. There are those who claim that it must not be performed for autotelic purposes but only with the intention of the continuation of the species. Finally, we mention embellished weapons here. There is debate concerning the significance of the ornaments in primitive times. See Erjo Hearn, Det estetiska livet, The Aesthetic Life. 7. BM. Humans beseech God for biological salvation. Life is seen as the manifestation of transcendental forces. Saying grace. According to various religions, spiritual salvation is sometimes gained by denying the biological considerations, celibacy, ascesis, sometimes by promoting them, the commandment, be fruitful and multiply, cultivating deserts and eradicating wild animals as part of the struggle for metaphysical confirmation, the victory of the good, Zoroaster. Priests on fixed salaries. 8. Essay, social gatherings. The joy of serving others. If the autotelic component gains the upper hand, love may very well be associated with social betrayal. One person then becomes merely the means of pleasure for the other. 9. SM, meaningful life, goodness as religious duty, the notion of metaphysical confirmation in the form of the community of the saints, the gathering of the blessed, and the like. 10. AM, metaphysical life feeling can be more terrifying or more blissful with metaphysical sanction or veto than seems necessary. Bliss is the maximum of pleasure. Hell is the maximum of pain. Concerning Kraft durch Freude, JAR, the name of a state-operated organization promoting various leisure and tourist activities in Nazi Germany. The so-called mystical states, it is claimed that an ecstatic intoxication occurs in association with a metaphysical sense of clarity, during which the self is experienced as an integral part of everything or the divine. In less sublime embodiments, the combination AM can be observed in Protestant churchgoers who, in addition to maintaining their metaphysical hygiene, also attend because it is pleasant in the church, or for the sake of organ music, or because of the priest's oratorical gift. Catholic ritual has a predilection for employing autotelic lures, church splendor, incense. Temple prostitution in Babylonian and Persian cults and the Greek orgiastic worship of Dionysus has left its last pale bud in church gossip. Then 4 groups appear with 3 components in each. 11. BSA. This combination exhausts the life of the metaphysical social person, practically rich expression in loyal forms, where each day has enough of its own pleasure and its own torment. Special examples: the pleasure of working in a socially beneficial profession, joint meals at the end of the day. 12. BSM, wherever a component is missing, the activity will be pleasure indifferent. The examples are not obvious. One must think of such things as childcare from Christian duty where the work itself is without pleasure for the practitioner. 13. BM. This posture is asocial and instead aims at individual living, possibly reproduction, personal happiness, and mental arrangement toward the chosen metaphysical authority. Within the framework of a society, this can hardly be sustained throughout a lifetime. Examples would probably be found among different types of recluses, visionaries, and ingenious criminals. The posture will easily have a pathological mark. 14. SAM. This group lacks the biological element. In other words, the activity is self-sacrificing. It is closest to thinking of social action, good deeds, as the happy path to salvation or the like. Besides being self-sacrificing, this life posture can also be based on profit. In relation to self-preservation, it is thus considered either subbiological or abiological. Finally, there is a combination where all elements are included. 15. BSAM, parenthood, is a good illustration. The child as a life product ensures the existence of the family line, genetic biological consideration, or contributes to the family's maintenance, individual biological consideration. In addition, it means fulfilling the so-called national civic duty, giving parents joy and entertainment, possibly saving their marriage, and forming a suitable object for their love and available energy. Finally, the child very often fills a metaphysical function. As a gift from God, it is the expression of God's sanction of the marriage and the life course as a whole. For others, the child and the family's continued existence are a form of the eternal life. I have also heard fathers say that reproduction was the only sure way to deal with the many difficult metaphysical problems, that life had to exist was the only thing that could not be doubted. Or, if I raised a child in the right spirit, it may in time be a gift to God, and as such contribute to a more lenient view of my own metaphysical status. There may also be other links between the different fronts of interest. A biological effort or neglect can occur with social consequences, benefit or harm, and vice versa. The same applies to the other fronts. What serves one interest ends up hurting another, and vice versa. The subject comes up against difficulties of an interfrontal nature. An act can, therefore, be an expression of good morals on one front and of bad morals on the other. If one refrains from stealing jam because one thinks it is poison, it is an expression of good biological morality. If the jam is not poisoned but belongs to someone who trusts me, the morality is of a social nature, legal and ethical. The morality is autotelic when one does not steal because one does not like jam but should have eaten it for biological reasons. And metaphysical when one believes the theft will harm one's godliness or fate after death, or feels it a betrayal of humanity's struggle for order and meaning in everything. As a rule, children have not developed social or metaphysical morality and are therefore referred to biological autotelic directives in a similar way as animals. He is disabled and nearsighted, so we can safely harass him. That is an ugly thought, say the adults, but this judgment is only half true. Such treatment of the disabled companion is certainly socially reprehensible, but in the biological autotelic sense it is completely acceptable, indeed an expression of skill in judgment. The fact that in one case the social is considered over the biological, and in the other case the other way around, is something that does not concern the concept's determination. It may be mentioned here that the previously described division of the outside world into hostile, indifferent, and sympathetic features intersects with the classification just dealt with. The theoretically possible cases then become these: 1. Biologically hostile. 2. Biologically indifferent. 3. Biologically sympathetic. 4. Socially hostile. 5. Socially indifferent. 6. Socially sympathetic. 7. Autotelically hostile. 8. Autotelically indifferent. 9. Autotelically sympathetic. 10. Metaphysically hostile. 11. Metaphysically indifferent. 12. Metaphysically sympathetic. Examples are unnecessary. These dual properties occur in a wide variety of combinations. 1 to 4, 1 to 5, 1 to 6, 2 to 4, 2 to 5, etc. For the same reason that there are 4 different kinds of morality, there are also 4 kinds of justice. One and the same result can be just on one level and unjust on another. We have understood justice as a norm closely related to the ability to learn from experience. There should not suddenly be a new rule to the detriment of the subject, and it through trial and error has adapted to the old. This is then the abstract norm. But the incorporated rules are different on the different environmental levels, though there should be some common features, and consequently the requirement of justice has different content on the different levels. Taking the experience on the biological level, in the rightly fixed organisms it coincides with its immediate propensity, while in error-fixed ones a gap opens. But just like morality, the concept of justice only makes sense when there is a certain degree of unfixedness present, or else the judgment lacks a basis of comparison. On the biological level, it demands success that aligns behavior with what is learned from experience. The individual who is born stronger, faster, and with finer senses can demand the same when it is aware that these characteristics distinguish it from other individuals. Thus, the demand of justice presupposes a developed consciousness, and we cannot imagine its presence in animals without anthropomorphizing. On the legal level, the content is something different. The criminal's skill is irrelevant to the judgment. On the social moral level, the content is 1/3, on the autotelic level, 1/4, and on the metaphysical level, the content changes according to the individual's conception of the environment, religions and views of life. The basis of comparison is sometimes the fate of the individual in relation to the fate of its peers, equal effort, equal fate. One can also sometimes compare the fate of the individual with other, hypothetical fates, without taking into account the fate of the others. Injustice is then present, but everyone has an equally unjust fate. This is close to calling this injustice metaphysical. But in doing so we are also faced with a question that is not easy to answer. What is meant by the term metaphysical injustice? We may hold that justice is a norm for the distribution of pleasure and pain, of interest-related and interest-conflicting fates, and the norm is applied to the effort. The meaning of the term then becomes this: the individual's metaphysical fate is unjust when it is inappropriate, for good or bad, in relation to its metaphysical efforts. But are we content to be judged by objective and metaphysical laws? No, since we know nothing of the applicable rules, the subjective right must be taken into account, the motive, the goodwill, must be decisive. But why did the subject in question not have a goodwill? The issue of freedom of the will should not be touched upon here, but it is only on indeterministic grounds that one can speak of metaphysical justice. If the mind is determined, justice must give way to metaphysical love. It seems that this demand is of an autotelic nature. It springs from our psychic constitution as something irrational. We do not accept the error-fixedness and the innate under- or over-equipment as the basis for a metaphysical veto. We penetrate the foundation and call for justice in the origin of the foundation as well. In so doing, one is also led to inquire into the basis of the partial judgment of justice. It is, for example, socially just that someone who keeps the laws has a better social fate than someone who does not keep them, but why does someone not keep them? Will not inherent qualities always come into play over which the will cannot have dominion? And why are the innate characteristics so differently distributed? There is no effort here by which to measure. This distribution should in any event also be an expression of the moral world order. We also demand meaning for what happens on the partial level. The term metaphysical justice has in this account a second meaning. In the first place, it is metaphysically unjust that there is partial injustice, but also meaningless suffering can be hidden behind partial justice. This too becomes metaphysically unjust unless it finds justification as part of the subject's just metaphysical fate, cf. Christianity's teachings on earthly trials. It is not easy to think of a metaphysical confirmation that does not take into account the misery on the partial fronts. Indeed, we do not even know how suffering on the partial fronts will be able to appear without doubt as partial justice as long as effort and result are incommensurable. Beyond relatively just, therefore, no judgment can be made. Many may feel called to pass judgment on the element of justice in a given, possibly tragic, course, first and foremost, the suffering self, as we hear one or imagine one's judgment, then one's surroundings, the viewers, as we hear or imagine them, the historian, the poet who picks up the material, the affected fellow actors, the reviewer, the theater audience, ourselves, and our contemporaries, as we hear them or imagine their judgment. Sometimes one is at risk of having the judgment on one level infected by the consideration of justice that belongs on an irrelevant level. Strength and beauty, wealth and power can contribute to a more lenient view of social transgressions. Human kindness is extended in support of the biologically inferior, etc. Here it is important to maintain boundaries that are as clear as possible and to judge the effort in each area according to the law of that area. The fact that one is a musician or tennis player, beautiful, strong, philanthropic, or religious should not help the philologist on one's exam. If one gives in to such impulses, one ends up in the chaos called poetic justice, a variable mix of individual influences and emotions and semi-rationalized premises of all kinds, a luxury that has its place and value only in the life of the imagination. This does not mean that one can set the goal of avoiding all effective influence. At bottom there always lies an effect, and researchers will even trace the autotelic path back to such dark sources as revenge and envy. They have the judgmental public in mind. When it comes to the victim's own demand for justice, it seems easier to turn to biological conditions. And even though the demand for justice was originally based on effects such as those mentioned, these are now, through an advanced sublimation and rationalization, in the service of cultural endeavors. The relationship between an action and its consequences can, after everything, appear to the viewer as 1. Biologically just, 2. Biologically unjust, 3. Ethically just, 4. Ethically unjust, 5. Legally just, 6. Legally unjust, 7. Autotelically just, 8. Autotelically unjust, 9. Metaphysically just, and 10. Metaphysically unjust. There are a number of combinations with 2, 3, 4, and 5 links. In this chapter, we have tried to gain an overview of the nature of the tasks that the human has to perform when one wants to secure one's physical or mental well-being. In the next chapter, attention is focused on the abilities and attributes that play a key role in the struggle to accomplish these tasks. 5. On over-equipment and unfixedness in humans. Section 16. Character. Thou shalt not is the adult's first commandment to the child. Thou shalt is the second. The child's unfixedness is one of the things that makes an upbringing necessary. In the first life stage of the child, it is enough to create inhibitions for the most harmful deeds, don't eat cruel, etc. The parents themselves take care of the positively right. Gradually the child is prepared, first to treat properly what the parents are providing, then to acquire general utility values through skill in some work. The choice of work is a difficult and fateful decision that often places the unfixedness under the brightest light. Few have a dominant ability that predisposes them to a job. As a rule, the case is decided by mere coincidence, by matters that have little or nothing to do with personal dispositions. Upbringing applies to all fronts of interest and continues as self-education after the influence of the parents has lessened or ceased. On the biological front, the child learns to take care of life and health, not play with fire, not walk on thin ice, etc. In the domain of autotelic learning there are games and play. The central task is the incorporation of the real social morality of the child's time, place, and social status, i.e., the parents, of which the ethical part is especially important. In most states, the child is without criminal liability and cannot accumulate wealth. Above all, it is about mastering their desires and affections or letting them be fulfilled in tolerated forms. This last preparation for cultural life is especially difficult and full of dangers. Freud, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, The Discomfort in Civilization, Vienna 1930. Finally, there is also training in the group's metaphysical system with associated creeds, norms, and particular actions. In addition to these externally provided fixedness producers of both internal and external reactions, there are the innate, constitutionally conditioned ones, as well as the possibility of dispositions that make one particularly susceptible to certain influences when they make themselves felt. By the word character in the following, we think of fixedness of all three kinds as it appears in a person's characteristic bearing or reaction style in the broadest sense. Character is thus seen in contrast to the unfixed variability of reaction types behind which no guiding principles can be discovered. It follows from this general formulation that the character can be revealed, or rather paid attention to, in all interest fronts, and does not refer to social morality alone. Furthermore, the assessment of character will depend on the judge's character and other preconditions. One may see a style of reaction where someone else perceives only opportunism and arbitrariness, or each one may identify a different thread in the act and each believe that the thread found is an expression of the character. The main question then is this, in relation to what is a thread present. How would one describe the style of reaction one believes to have found? We hesitate to mention here that there are in principle an infinite number of determinants from which to choose, and that the characterologists, Kretschmer, Weininger, Wundt, Buditz, etc., each choose a different one as the most important. If one within a group agrees that this or that character exists in a given case, then the assessment of this character comes second. There are also difficulties in agreeing which characteristics of a human being are innate and which are acquired, or rather, the relation between inherited and acquired contributions to the individual character traits. The action type first appears when a shorter or longer series of encounters with given objects has been observed, and it immediately catches the eye how incalculable in number and kind the sources of error and moments of uncertainty are. In practice, one would tend to consider as hereditary the features that are least susceptible to external influences and which are similar to the traits of the agent's relatives. If a person in a given situation acts differently than one expected, one cannot afterward declare that this person has violated his or her character, acted foreign to character. The unexpected reaction can indeed be just as true an expression of the character as any other. It is therefore only asked which character has been decided on in advance. This one can then either include all the reactions of the person or only a prominent group, for example, the posture the person constantly adopts toward particularly important selection decisions or to a particular group of objects. One has no observation material other than the individual bearings, unless supplemental theories have been developed in advance that place character in relation to race, physical constitution, gender hormones, etc. The character emerges from, is crystallized through the observation of individual actions and is more or less a result of them in the consciousness of the observer. But this is close to inferring from the observed reaction style a something in the agent's nature that is the cause of the unity of character, fixed core, forming pipe, or the like. But calling this something about the character is the same as making it unavailable for research. In general, one often says this for the sake of ease. As inherited character-forming factors, in addition to race, physical constitution, and gender, innate, not inherited, one also thinks of temperament, disposition, capacity for neuroses, etc. But which is cause and which is effect is not always easy to say, nor is the boundary always clear between what is causing the character and what is part of it. Acquired character traits are ones that one believes are brought about through education, activity, social order, random encounters with the outside world, habits, reading, socializing, suggestive influences, the leadership of remarkable personalities, and, in short, the entire influence of the cultural circle in which one lives. Sometimes, one may encounter characters that are more than ordinary solid structures. The person appears thoroughly fixed. Words such as stiff, rigid, dogmatic, narrow-minded, reactionary, stubborn, obstinate, hard-headed, and the like are often used to describe them, also in anniversary speeches and obituaries. Upright, straightforward, faithful, unshakable, unwavering, unyielding, rock-solid, and single-caste. There may be reason to distinguish between a more mineral and a more dynamic, living, character formation. The latter is then the fruit of one's conscious moral work with oneself. The character can be developed to have greater personal or cultural value, either over a longer period of time or suddenly, by a crisis or conversion. Those who never seem to be able to arrange themselves on any fundamental principle are characterless. They are called flighty, erratic, unreliable, spineless, opportunists, and traitors. In an obituary there may be something about the right of emotions, the wide vision, the spacious heart, the childlike glow, and the like. Character is often associated with inflexibility and limitation in disposition and thought, while looseness is associated with self-sacrificing goodness and helpfulness, charming social talents, etc. Between these extremes, both of which can rise to the psychopathic, lies a scale where fixed and loose forms of reaction are combined in a myriad of ways. Section 17. Over-equipment. General remarks. As mentioned, the boundary between unfixedness and surplus is not sharp. In cases of doubt it is difficult to determine. Here one has a reaction variant within the same ability, here there is a new ability, and here there is a quantitative addition, an increase of capacity within the same quality. Nevertheless, we came to the conclusion that the distinction could be maintained since the difference, as soon as one gets outside the boundary fields, comes forward clearly and provides an overview. As an initial explanation of the concept of surplus, it was further mentioned that most people have ability and power beyond what they need to meet the demands of vocation, procreation, and social organization, the conditions of human life sine qua non. This surplus can be objectless and only present in potential. It can be triggered in autotelic activity toward a given or sought-after object, and it can furthermore take the form of metaphysical readiness. In some cases one is the master of the surplus. It is displaced and sublimated when the appropriate object is taboo. At other times it is a voice that during mortal threats demands to be heard. We are under the tyranny of abilities. Over-equipment does not in any way apply with unchanged strength at all times. Its timeliness and intensity depend on the feature and operation carriers in the surrounding world, on desire and non-desire, fatigue and alertness. It changes with psychophysical states, etc., whose deepest reasons evade understanding. Such variations are disregarded in the following where nothing else is said. However, a surplus is always present, regardless of the nature of the ability, as long as the person is not burdened with the greatest demand it can tolerate. Point 13. The surplus thus varies with the capacity and demands of the outside world at each moment. One finds chronic and acute forms with all the intermediate steps. Through training and practice, instruction, capacity can be increased as it naturally increases during childhood. By apathy and non-use it diminishes, and it naturally decreases in old age. For the sake of completeness, I will set up a permutation of the variation possibilities according to the formula. C/D, 1 is equal to 0. In the same units, where C is the capacity, D is the demand of the outside world, including any kind of task, as well as purely mental problems, and S is the surplus. When C is equal to D, the surplus is 0. There are 9 variations. 1. Capacity, C, constant, task or demand, D, constant, surplus, S, constant. 2. C constant, D increasing, S decreasing. 3. C constant, D decreasing, S increasing. 4. C increasing, D constant, S increasing. 5. C decreasing, D constant, S decreasing. 6. C increasing, D increasing. A. C increases more than D, S increases. B. D increases more than C, S decreases. C and D increase the same, S constant. 7. C decreasing, D decreasing. A. C decreases more than D, S decreases. B. D decreases more than C, S increases. C and D decrease the same, S constant. 8. C increasing, D decreasing, S increasing. 9. C decreasing, D increasing, S decreasing. A similar list can be created for deficit. In both cases, modifying influences are disregarded. The human surplus phenomenon can be thought of in different ways. One can, for example, take a look at the individual interest fronts in turn and 13 cf. William James, Memories and Studies, London. 1911, the chapter, The Energies of Men. Describe the status. This procedure would mean that the same abilities would have to be discussed again if they reappeared on a new interest front. Another way is to discuss the ability categories one by one and for the time being let them remain on those fronts to which they especially apply. This order will be followed here. We will thus initially do a thorough mapping of the human ability complex. We are aware that the boundaries are not sharp. Faced with possible objections from the circle of professional psychology, 14, it is safest to note that the following list does not claim psychological unassailability or presuppose a return to the ancient ability psychology. All desired space can be kept open for new dividing lines and for the new unconscious and synthetic dynamic perspectives. The task, of which the readers will all be well aware, is not to make a contribution to psychology, but, on the contrary, to apply the necessary minimum of common psychology to obtain the overview we need and nothing else. In a possible later encounter with tragic cases, there will be opportunity for more in-depth studies and use of supplementary viewpoints. For now, we do not aim at anything other than to have the tragic determined as a category. With these reservations, the following main groups of abilities are enumerated. 1. Physical power, all purely bodily abilities. 2. Perception, sensation. 3. Intellect, including thinking. Understanding of interconnection, analysis, combining ability, constructive ability, criticism. 4. Memory. 5. Imagination. 6. Feeling, change of mind state, affect, emotion, a drive. Perhaps feeling can be better referred to as a property than an ability. Our particular interest does not lie in the distinction here. 7. Abilities that do not fit in 1 to 6. Sometimes these abilities can be seen as something different from the previous ones, and sometimes as combinations of them. There is often an unknown element. Group 7 must include such things as acting ability, linguistic ability, mimicry, artistic, technical skills, etc. 14c, e.g., Willy Hultak, Nervenopbenu, Weltanschauung, Nerve Life and Worldview, in Grenzfragen D, Irvin, U, Seelemlebens, Border Issues of the Nerve and Soul Life, 6 page 16. English given. Section 18. Physical power. Concerning the purely physical equipment of the human, because of the exceedingly rich utility associated with primitiveness, it is more natural to talk about unfixedness than over-equipment. In terms of degree, we do not usually have more than is needed, rather the other way around. We are weary too often. Only in a few and in transient conditions can a really troublesome surplus be observed, the muscular giant who is the watchmaker and the like. The social transfer whereby the individual's physical defensive readiness is taken over by society has, however, left quantities of bodily ability and power idle, such that one as a rule finds them triggered toward objects of an autotelic nature, outdoor recreation, breaking records. If one wants to count man's sexual potency in this group, combined with unfixedness in the form of polygamous tendencies, then the surplus here is a well-known social problem. Changes in the social environment have been suggested to make appropriate objects accessible. Section 19. Perception. The question of what changes have taken place in the sensory equipment of the human from primitive times to the present does not interest us in this context. In a given, tragic situation, as this will ultimately be described, a person may under no circumstances suffer or benefit from a possible sharpening or weakening of one's equipment because of the influence of millennia. By changes here, we mean only those that can intervene in a person's interest struggle, those that take place in a human being within such a limited period of time. The same stimulus does not always have as strong an effect on us and not always in the same way. Concerning the relationship between the performance of our senses and the demands we make on them in daily life, we can basically say that the senses suffice. Life is also to a great extent consistent with the sensory equipment. If it fails, conscious and unconscious alternatives come to our aid: substitute senses, glasses and hearing aids, binoculars, and telephone. Sometimes one feels that one is lacking stronger senses, and finally there are instances where we have a burning desire that our senses would give us less. If one imagines a continued increase in sensory power, it becomes obvious how important it is in a given environment that an upper limit is not exceeded. The nerves would be destroyed. The influence of habit must not be forgotten here. Generally speaking, it is now becoming clear that surplus is a relative term. In each case, there is the question of a norm. In relation to what in this case is there a surplus? When it comes to sudden and random stimuli under otherwise reasonable conditions, explosions, etc., it is not natural to talk about surplus in perception, but rather where there is a multiplicity of constant effects in an environment to which one is consigned and cannot change without significant disadvantages: noise, stench, blinding light. However, a surplus of sensory power does not necessarily have to be bothersome. It can be a source of pleasure and call for cultivation. In this case, it can also tyrannize its owner, act as an autotelic imperative, and be a burden. As a rule, in such cases one is dealing more with highly differentiated senses than with abnormally low irritation thresholds, or with both in combination. Interesting examples can be found in Birnbaum, Psychopathologist Documenti, Psychopathological Documents, Berlin 1920, page 48 ff. Among the senses, however, there is one which in relation to the surplus question stands in a special position for all people, and that is the sense of pain. Here I count the experience of pain without further reference to the perception and refer to none of the widespread discussions of the phenomenon psycho. Logical structure and physiological basis, special pain-causing nerves, etc. 15. In section 4 it was briefly mentioned how the biological meaning of pain has been sought in the idea that it should awaken the individual and tell one of an imminent danger, as well as that by its intolerable nature it forces a pain-relieving and, it must be assumed, life-preserving reaction. These issues will now be addressed a little more thoroughly, substantially by quotes from Meyer, Op.Cit. The ability to feel pain is considered over-equipment to the extent that pain does not fulfill a biological purpose. Pain and suffering, mental pain, as a possible means for high autotelic, social moral, and metaphysical goals is discussed in a later context, chapter 6. When thinking of pain, we are imagining bodily unease of all kinds, but only when it is sufficiently strong. Meyer first highlights the importance of the pain experience and its role in the struggle for existence. 15c, e.g., Meyer, Der Schmerz, Pain, in Grenzfragen der Nerven, und die Seelenlebens, Border Issues of the Nerve and Soul Life, 7, h. 47, page 67, and Goldschneider, A. Das Schmerzproblem, The Pain Problem, Berlin 1920, pages 60 and 91. It intrudes as few other events in our conscious life. It can push everything aside. It can become so overwhelming that it completely abolishes orderly thinking and lets go of everything in favor of the desire to be liberated from it. Page 6. In free nature, the battle between creatures rages incessantly. Just as the creature lives forever, so too does it die at every moment, and in the cruelest battle the individuals tear and rip one another apart. Nature has created the most horrible weapons for this battle, and at the same time it has also created for defense the mighty instinct that in the moment of danger allows the individual to mobilize its total power for the protection of its life and its health, be it by vigorous counterattack or by escape through its highest ability. But because life and health are the highest goods for all living beings, at all times, pain is thus the most overwhelming of all feelings. When it thrills and torments, we are filled with the drive to protect ourselves from harm and annihilation. If no prevention is possible, then the drive expresses itself in vain, but it does so with violent movements that cause the whole body to curl and twist, and with the most terrible screams of agony one seeks a way out. When on the torture rack, the teeth clench, etc. Thus it is likely that the radiations of the tremendous energy in the process of pain are released into the nervous system and must discharge in one direction or another. Page 28. Nothing is more suitable for relieving the pain than getting it out. If one holds the expressions of pain back, the pain becomes greater. Therefore, in animals all pain is directed outward, and many creatures turn, even when they are plagued by the pain of disease, against their surroundings. Every animal becomes enraged by pain. In the greatest pain all muscles contract and the body twists and contorts itself under the torment until a powerlessness sometimes delivers them from it. Panting breath and the onset of sweat, as well as an increase in cardiac activity, redness of the face, and the like are not expressive movements at all, but probably phenomena that accompany the intense muscle and nerve work in the organism. The scream of pain can be related to an appropriate movement belonging to the avoidance drive. But Meyer is skeptical of the view of the scream as a distress signal, even animals that do not help each other scream. He believes that the scream may have been retained after it had done its job of summoning the mother during upbringing. Crying and tears in humans are associated more with mental pain. Expressions like these are obscure in origin and meaning. Physical pain has a stronger mental reflection in the child than in adults. Mental pain, says Meyer, is probably the unique property of humans. The view is that the mental distress of animals is inferior to the human beings in terms of scope and intensity. The author then addresses the question of the economy and efficiency of the pain mechanism. The usefulness of the whole system lies only in the present and in what is most important to the natural life that is mainly harmed through attacks, the strongest possible avoidance activity. The more severe the pain, the more the defense gains in strength and fierceness. No so-called pure muscle work ever rivals the powerful service that pain produces during battle. Pain enables the organism to respond differently to a strong impression than to a weak one. When one has burned oneself on the fingers, it is unmistakable. As long as the pain persists, there is also an urge to withdraw from the painful stimulus, even when this operation no longer finds any external object. As impractical as this design in our organism may be, however, the aversion drive is at its full strength, and the torment of the condition lies in part precisely in the fact that the aversion urge finds no object. This is why many people, especially children and the undeveloped, so eagerly seek one. Page 26, Object Surrogate. In this persistence of pain we have a first indication that there is an over-equipment. On page 27 it is further stated, one must not forget, as overly eager dar. Win supporters have, that not every smallest structural and functional property can have a meaning and a purpose, and that many things have occurred to cause them to arise. It is a great exaggeration and an overestimation of the purposeful creative principle of nature if one believes that every single organism must be appropriate in all its parts and in its overall course at every moment. If we are organized in such a way that injuries are usually painful for a longer period than needed, then we must keep in mind that nature is not all-powerful. It is quite inappropriate for it to be co-developed and dragged along throughout life for some purpose's sake, and the agony of the pain is not even harmful, mostly just useless. Meyer distinguishes between normal pain, that which occurs by cuts, blows, etc., and disease pain. Assuming that the individual is not completely cut off from healing the diseased condition, this distinction must be called weak. Disease pain, however, has to a greater extent than normal pain invited the author's criticism, page 61 ff. Everything that has been said concerning the benefits of disease pain is untenable. The pain is a coincidental accompaniment of the disease process. Its onset is dependent on the irritation of nerves. Therefore, when we want to investigate which disease processes are painful, we must expect no other lawfulness than that the pain must come through processes which manage to affect the pain-mediating nerves in the same way as the normal pain stimuli. And the location of these nerves, etc., turns out to be random in relation to the location and receptivity of the exposed tissues. Nature, could not achieve a situation where precisely those diseases bring the kind of pain with them by which the warning could really help. Slow moistening and stretching as pain managers can reduce the function of the nerves, for example, by soaking in water. Therefore, quite large tumors, even in organs rich in pain-communicating nerves, can also grow without pain. On the other hand, a very small but rapidly rising fluid retention or tumor formation can cause pain that is not in any proportion to the harm, for example, in osteoarthritis. Hence the severe dental pain due to inflammatory processes which are not worth mentioning in themselves and which mostly cure themselves. Nor can there be any benefit to the pain when there is no infection present, but the pain is entirely due to the dental nerves being laid bare from the mechanical rubbing during eating. The animal cannot keep the tooth out of use until it is completely healed. And going to the dentist is not possible. By favoring the tooth, the animal only prolongs the pain. A large tumor can form in the interior of a bone without the slightest pain indicating the danger. Whole organs can be destroyed by subtle processes, and the disease becomes noticeable by its effects alone, not by pain under equipment. It is completely random whether or not a disease process is painful. In cases of inflammation, the pain threshold, which can normally be 1,000 times higher than the touch threshold, can be greatly lowered. Such hypersensitivity with certain diseases can in many ways interfere with natural healing or even indirectly cause the greatest damage by preventing the normal functions of the diseased organ, even causing death. Under such conditions, animals can become unable to move and fall like defenseless victims to their enemies because of a disease which would be healed in no time without pain. A person can starve to death due to an upset stomach because it is too difficult to ingest. Thus, the harmfulness of the pain here clearly comes to light. Nature has blamed herself for that which is most shameful. And birth pain is a coincidental byproduct. If morphine had no effects other than counteracting pain, doctors would use it to a much greater extent than now. Finally, it can be recalled that quite a few toxins can kill painlessly, indeed even provide the highest pleasure. On the other hand, it is precisely the therapeutic cure that can be extremely painful. Sometimes the sick person prefers to recover without it. In an actual case, the fear of a necessary dental operation, since the person had just recently undergone a similar one, was the triggering cause for one going insane. Based on the insight presented, Meyer rejects any doctrine of the biological utility of disease pain and once again states that the value of normal pain is also generally overestimated. Susceptibility to pain is related to the organism's degree of differentiation. Since pain is tied to specific mechanisms in the nervous system, Meyer claims on page 75 that it must rise to a higher level in the animal kingdom and discusses the related phylogenetic issues. The fact that an animal responds differently to a weak and a strong stimulus does not prove that it feels pain. Reflexes also make room for such differences. Unfortunately, one has no sure knowledge of where the reflex ends and the conscious, emotional response begins. The fact that animals' visible reactions have a certain external resemblance to our expressive movements should not immediately lead us to believe that they are in pain, for example, the bending of the earthworm. If the earthworm had consciousness, it should be divisible like the worm itself, which is an unreasonable conjecture. The boy who said, "They like it," was close to correct. But even where the behavior of animals makes them likely to have pain experiences, these cannot approximate the intensity and effect they have in humans. We know that highly refined natures also generally have strong feelings. They are also much more susceptible to bodily pain than cruder natures. And it is no different in the entire world of life. This is why no animal has pain that is as severe as the humans, and the further we descend into the animal kingdom, the weaker the pain probably is, just like any other feeling. Because the human of all creatures has the most feelings, a statement whose truth it is not at all possible to doubt, the human also has the strongest, and the pain had to reach such a height precisely because the human can most be diverted, distracted, by other drives and is most prone to suffer damage to its body as its attention is focused elsewhere. Page 44, Meyer here presupposes a principle of purposiveness. We have every reason to assume that in the human with its highly developed feeling life, the more primitive feelings, and among them pain, have also developed to their full height, and that the human therefore enjoys the dubious advantage of being tortured by pain more than any other living being. Page 78. There is no real cure for pain, except indirectly through skin thickening and the like. Only in old age does the intensity of pain recede slightly. But this applies even more strongly to the higher feelings than to pain. The ability to remember pain can be developed to varying degrees, but the idea of a previously experienced pain will not be able to reach the strength of the experience itself without assuming the character of hallucination. Yet pain experiences related to other memory material hold a prominent position. Strong emotional impressions are deeper in memory than in different ones. Everyone knows that a thing that has upset one is indelibly etched into one's memory. Pain-witha is a term introduced by Meyer alongside the well-known pitted. We feel pain at the direct sight of mutilation, etc., in other people or animals. Experience tells us that there is a difference here from what is usually understood by pity. The latter is related to sympathy, the taking of a standpoint. Empathy is this also found in pain with mental processing, etc. Pain, on the other hand, is a primary sensation of half mental, half sensuous character. But the boundary between the concepts is not clear. Meyer gives no definition, but based on his conception of pain as feeling, and feeling as an operation of consciousness, he has a clear conception of the origin of pain. With the sight of injuries in others awakens our own defensive instinct, can we inevitably make the defensive movement. This induced instinct, not Meyer's expression, appears to our consciousness as pain with. It is not at all necessary that we first think or feel our way into the condition of the sufferer. Meyer concedes that the boundary is not sharp. We have chosen here to attribute the experience of pain to perception and mental suffering to the emotions. Mental suffering will therefore be discussed in connection with the emotions. Meyer's views and expressions may in some points provoke a critical comment even from the layperson, but here this would lead us too far off track. The phenomenon of pain has occupied us for so long because we are faced with a case of equipment anomaly that has far-reaching significance and is a key feature of the human condition. There are philosophers, and not the least important, who have used the phenomenon of pain as a basis for a systematic view of life. And thinking of a possible increase in the sense of pain must be met with horror. This, by the way, is already so overwhelming that the imagination cannot have much to add. It indeed reaches its limit, grasping states that we know exist, torments that go beyond any understanding. Section 20. Intellect. This term encompasses a number of highly conscious modes of functioning that are both linguistically and psychologically distinct from one another, but which, in view of their purposes, naturally fall together. The overview thus mentioned thinking, understanding of context, analysis, combining ability, constructive ability, and criticism. The power of judgment can also be mentioned, whereas the ability for objective perspective, impartial attitude, and the like, on the other hand, come under fixedness conditions. In the domain of the intellect there is ample opportunity to observe deficit both in self and in others. Dismissing a person by alluding to his or her intellectual deficits is very popular. With the help of thought or other abilities, often we can perceive a problem as such, but the mental power is not so strong that we can solve it. In the absence of the problem being comprehended or experienced, there can be no deficit whatsoever because one has nothing with which to measure. The stone is not under-equipped since it does not need intelligence. But the human feels its under-equipment when it fails and acts inappropriately. However, a surplus may also appear here. The definition of the term surplus has been straightforward so far, but now it must be supplemented. We have said that surplus is produced and the capacity exceeds the measure required by the problem solution. However, in the present domain and several of the following there can often be doubts as to where the task lies or how it should be defined. In each case, one must state compared to what a surplus is present. The determination can be actual or evaluative. In the latter case, it is the surplus beneficial or harmful character at which the focus is aimed, the yardstick is the individual's partial or total welfare. What is then a harmful surplus for one person may be an actual surplus for another because this person has other dominant interests. Sometimes the surplus may be in the size of the capacity, sometimes in the fact that the individual has this ability at all in addition to its other equipment. In its simplest form, an intellectual surplus results from the fact that a given task requires less intellectual power than one is capable of providing. Such a surplus is almost always present and seldom takes a crasser form. The recruit, who is a professor of mathematics, is assigned to count sugar cubes. This purely factual account, however, interests us little. Surplus has significance for the investigation first as value or harm. The value of an intellectual surplus is clear today. Understanding is one of the shortcuts to correct action. The larger the fund of insight, the more mature the technique one has, the more securely one can see future situations from this edge, both known as well as unknown. Therein lies a call to increase insight and ability beyond the requirements of the moment, beyond any arbitrary limit. What is undoubtedly surplus today may be what saves one in a future situation. However, as insight into the nature of the environment, its relevant interest-related characteristics, captures new areas, further contexts, the pressure of responsibility also increases. It becomes increasingly difficult to act because the thought process, the decision is supplied with more and more factors to take into account. The insight brings forth consequences of our behavior, raises questions, throws light backward, forward, and to the side, raises new meaning requirements. Things that had been blessed as pure yesterday stand as conditional and complicated today. Turmoil and toil are accompanied by anxieties and doubts. Since the overall field of interest is so complex and varied, increasing insight in general will reveal an intersecting variety of welfare-serving and welfare-harming effects. The pressure of these processes can affect the nervous system and assume catastrophic character, even if the interests involved are only of a biological social nature. Work on the metaphysical course, here seen from the thinking side, then extends from the partial engagements and brings a last addition to the pressure of responsibility. But even if it does not go this far, great intellectual capacity can be difficult for its bearer. One does not fall so easily into a simple fate. The ability constantly seeks out objects beyond those that the work places at one's disposal. The fact that the work demands everything one possesses in power is not always enough. One can still be unhappy. What used to be a full-fledged object turns gray and becomes indifferent in the larger context. Self-evident truths of life and action are lost, first in the little things, then in ever-expanding rings, and for many it turns out that once the old security of life is broken, it is difficult to get it patched up or find a new one. It is a bit of a curse to have to question all impressions, to never be able to accept a sensation or a viewpoint with the same happy confidence with which you received a gift from father or mother in childhood. For the awake, critically analytically conscious, life lies in enemy lands. Defeat and error lurk in the alluring, the beautiful, and the seemingly innocent. There is mimicry everywhere. The stones are enemies. The window grins betrayal. In this regard, the intellectually limited is better off, provided there is not an under-equipment. Something similar applies in any threatening situation where the insight is useless. Doctors sometimes take advantage of this circumstance with hopelessly ill people, allowing them to become blissfully ignorant. Even the healthy knowledge concerning death can sometimes have its dark sides. A difficulty of a peculiar nature arises from surpluses in technical efficiency, material culture. The first needs are met, but the production of means does not stop there. It is forced to continue because of other needs that have nothing to do with the first. The means take over. It is no longer the need clamoring for a means, but the means clamoring, advertising, for a need. The supply has been greater than the demand. The need is no longer on the side of the consumers, but on the side of the producers. They then try to find new, natural needs as far as possible, and then create artificial needs. The supply is pushing on all sides such that the well-off eventually has to put itself in the defensive position. And, in the arbitrary choice of the one purchase, the one value, the joy can easily be mixed with the pain of having to forsake the thousands that are actually just as close to one's heart, or just as far away. The means are about to become ends. They cast a shadow over the vision so that it becomes increasingly difficult to see what will be of service. The original meaning of things is blown up. Roads are being built to create traffic. Many inventions are created to meet the inventor's need to expressibility. Edison, for example, said that he was obsessed with his task and had to bring the work to completion, but that he published his results under great hesitation. No one can know if they will be of use or a curse. When technical insights are exploited by a single person or group for destructive purposes or for their own benefit in contravention of established norms, this situation can be seen as either surplus or error-fixedness in relation to the social moral advantage. Another example is exploration trips by aircraft. Such autotelically motivated technical conquests amount to an inconsiderate theft of humanity's experience and prompts the thought of international censure. The value of achieving is not always identical to the value of what is achieved. While we previously considered surplus in a heterotelic light as the means alone, we now also draw attention to its autotelic value. Like all functions, the use of the intellect is also pleasing in itself, irrespective of service. It tends to free itself from the tyranny of intent. But the rule of pleasure only applies to cognition as a function. The content, the fruits, the load with which the thought shifts return, are not always of an enjoyable nature. The rich web of beauty, coherence, meaning, maya, experienced in the naive stage seems to have been torn to pieces, leaving only the grinning functional skeleton. The intellectual posture toward life thus enters into antagonism with the emotional, and the normal human being needs both. The individual's immediate joy of experience in each thing and its joy of life, in general, can be harmed by overbearing analysis, criticism, and reflection, and this happens long before reaching the pathological domain. Where the critical function is a compulsive phenomenon. Point 16. We will return to this topic later in the chapter when intellectual surplus is considered in its combination with other forms of surplus. Section 21. Memory. Here too it is better to think of deficit. Often enough there is reason to desire both a more secure and more comprehensive memory. Surplus can only be talked about in cases where forgetfulness would be preferable. A painful experience, for example, disproportionately strong in memory to the detriment of new action. It is difficult to get over a death because the deceased stays with one with painful accuracy in every detail, etc. However, when a person lives so strongly in memory that one neglects one's current life, there is much to suggest that the memory image is added in imagination. 16c, e.g., Voigt, Medicine's Psychology OG Psychiatry, Medical Psychology in Psychiatry, Christiania 1923, page 170. Section 22. Imagination. Arne Locke in 17 saw the natural transition from memory to imagination in memory falsification. In this mental field, most people, as with pain, have the feeling of ever-present reserves. One must look for cases where the lack of imagination actually amounts to a hardship. Describing the imagination here is not necessary. There are just a few points to mention. It will probably be useful to keep the function of the imagination separate from its material. The function again is partly of an analyzing, partly of a synthesizing and combining nature, but there is doubt whether it can also be creative. From an experiential point of view, it is assumed that the product is something else and more than the sum of the components. This question also concerns the material. The common opinion among psychologists is that the imagination, like the dream, must derive its substance from experience. If one wanted to prove that a product of imagination had no root in experience, one would have to be able to draw the boundary against unconscious and forgotten experience, which is hardly possible. There are two possibilities in this case. The new formation could be experienced possible or wholly and partly experienced foreign. At any rate, It is not easy to find any limit to the reworking of the substance of experience the imagination can perform, and in this transformation or change into unrecognizability one has to, as in a dream, set down one starting point if one wants to search for an innovative ability. In terms of direction and product, the imagination seems to be the least fixed of all human functions, and it naturally leads one to think of undifferentiated protoplasm. Here we can quote a statement by Henri Amiel 1821-81. It certainly applies to his personality as a whole, but the imagination plays a significant role. But 10 people live within me, according to time, place, environment, opportunity, and I slip from one to another continually. I feel like a chameleon, like a kaleidoscope, like a proteus, like a dormant fluid. The phrase is almost identical to the one Yuxkull 19 uses to characterize the core of the protoplasm problem, a structural fluid. Thus, Rudolf Steiner and many religious minds with him have also thought of the varied richness of organic life as a manifestation of the Creator's imagination. Steiner also placed the imagination in relation to morphological primitiveness. As the intellect's unfixedness is corrected by logic, so the unfixedness is corrected in, for example, the artistic imagination through the rules of rhythm, beat, and style of composition. The difficult psychological questions concerning the self's relationship to the imagination and its relationship again to thinking, emotion, memory, etc., should not be taken up here. But some dividing lines can be drawn between active, productive, and passive, reproductive, as well as, what may be of most importance to us, between heterotelic and autotelic activities of the imagination. The former is utilized when predicting situations, solving tasks on the various interest fronts. It is difficult to distinguish this from what is called inner feeling, or that which works in close connection with critical analysis. Autotelic imagination is cultivated for its own sake. It provides surrogate objects for unfulfilled experienceability in imaginary gratifications of all kinds, besides bringing immediate pleasure in its lush presence, the pleasure of fabula tinga, with a minor change in Goethe's expression. That it as a surplus could pose a danger to other interest fronts can even be sensed behind Arne Locken's lyrically optimistic exclamation, lifted up to flight by the world's wonderful beauty for sense and thought. The spirit is on its way to forgetting the external world for the sake of its own richness. This is when a strong biological social control is needed. Even within the normal psychological context, a rich imagination can be disposed to dissatisfaction with the given conditions, insecurities, fears, or excessive bad conscience. It is the number and depth of the possibilities that causes this. Life pressure increases. Much of this can be overcome through understanding, but the problems spread over time as they are overcome from within. Certain psychopathological conditions are characterized by the fact that the imagination is not subject to heterotelic censorship, mythomania, pseudologia fantastica. It is noted that the various components of the human mind work together in every state of consciousness. They may never appear in the pure form that would correspond to the theory. All division is artificial and must be abandoned as soon as it has been of use. Thus, it has been difficult in the past to describe components such as intellect, memory, etc., without mentioning the emotionality that accompanies them at all times. Die Lust am Fabulieren. Section 23. Emotion. In the emotions we become conscious of the operation, says Semi-Meyer in the work cited above, page 24. This rule shows the biological mission of emotionality. For a subject to respond to the influences of the outside world in a life-preserving way, this can be done in one of the following ways. 1. Through an appropriate fixed reaction, reflex, etc. 2. Through insight as shortcut. 3. Through emotion, in the broad sense, expansive mental movement, affect, operation, emo. Tie-in, etc., as shortcut. Furthermore, we can think of such things as hunches, instinct, intuition, inspiration, impulse, or similar sources of reaction whose nature is subject to very different interpretation. Where an emotionality exceeds the measure required, when a beneficial act is to be initiated in this way, one has a surplus relative to this need. The surplus can be present without having any obvious consequences for the individual's external fate. It blows off steam inwardly. Many movements of the mind are pleasurable as such. What is surplus in relation to biological social necessity can, therefore, have autotelic value. But a highly developed emotional life can also endanger the individual's general well-being. The stress and the violent oscillations, up 1 minute and down the next, wear one out or make one unfit for marriage or regular work. Or emotional pressure can be experienced as an inner explosion, a despair from which there is no possible release through an appropriate external action, but possibly through artistic production or reproduction. The case may also manifest itself as a deficit in technical skill. The impressions of landscapes, art, people, and events can work in this way. The emotion can lead to crime, of passion to mistaken heroism, etc. In the face of violent impressions, says Olaf Ball, the happiest ecstasy of the senses is a miserable and incomplete answer. A surplus in effect can also corrupt the desired and, without the surplus, probable outcome of a given situation. Examples are paralyzing fear that makes the individual unable to defend itself or flee, despair over an accident that causes one's objective importance to be perceived as highly distorted, sense of inferiority, overwhelming joy in luck, lottery win, such that its fruits are spoiled. English given. Be Himmelhoch Jock send, Zoom Toad betrubbt, jar. See crime personal, father. In ancient stories they die of joy, the proud father, the longing bride, etc., pity or compassion that paralyzes the emotions or torments the sick, outbursts of anger that make the angry person comical, unrestrained expression of feelings of love that makes reciprocal love impossible. The examples may be endless. In fictional literature they are beloved as motifs. Whenever one is in the violence of emotion, especially when the expressive actions cannot be controlled, one is at its mercy, whether or not the emotion in this case is beneficial for the associated or other interests. This applies to kind as well as degree of strength and inertia, in a short-term engagement as well as over a longer period of time. Section 24. Other abilities. In the last group presented in the overview, Section 17, are collected different kinds of abilities of a more complex nature. No deeper inner coherence was sought. For example, expressive skills, professional abilities, etc., were mentioned. Here too one often finds a surplus in the ability, or in the urge to use it. Linguistic abilities can predispose to talkativeness with consequent social isolation. Physiognomic abilities can reveal inner states that should have been hidden. Mimetic plastic abilities can bring uncontrollable dissatisfaction because they do not allow for expression. The force of action can push the power from a person into conflict with, for example, social considerations when the opportunity is too tempting. Everyone remembers from school days how difficult it was to resist the invitation of the situation. Professional skill can mean suffering under the lack of an object or recognition. And finally, it is not so rare that artistic endowment becomes a danger to the gifted's health, economy, civic respect, or mental well-being in general. Section 25. Combinations. We have seen that in a number of domains human equipment can be harmful to life in its maximal manifestation. For some traits, the individual's current biological social environment may exert an influence on the extent of this harmfulness, but other traits create circumstances without external conditions having input. If the possibility of harm is present in every domain, the danger will be even greater when a plurality of such surpluses works together in the mind. The content of consciousness is always complex, and in any case the intrusion of components other than the one that dominates at the moment is always possible. The entire constellation plays in constant variance, including, according to possible psychological rules, surpluses of various kinds that can find the root and infect the whole. If the person were now occupied with the biological social imperative alone, then a state of surplus need not mean so much. It would be experienced solely as a nuisance or an extraneous element, and according to ability one would seek to remove it in the same way as is done with a foreign body in the organism. But this is not the case. The presence of abilities generates, under certain conditions, a tendency toward manifestation, utilization, realization, and putting into action. And this action must have meaning, must be sanctioned on the interest front where one puts it, must give the feeling of confirmation, of final peace concerning this ability in effort. It must have had a development and an outcome that feels appropriate to the hopes and value we associated with it. We cannot always accept a course of life where our potential maxims are condemned to meaninglessness and rejection. There lives within us an autotelic imperative that says, you must make room for your own character and realize your powers and your opportunities for experience without enduring a constant diminution of heterotelic purposes. We establish the metaphysical requirement of life, whether it ends with death or not, that it must be filled to the brim with meaning in everything that happens, in all that is found in experiential consciousness, and this applies in the first place to the substrates in us that we experience as inalienable and that constitute our being's uniqueness, our once-in-a-lifetime historical opportunity, our pride, and our life's journey. Thus, our most beautiful sensation, our highest thought, our most precious memory, our mightiest poem, our deepest sorrow, and our proudest act become sacred to us because life holds nothing higher. In expressions of this kind, perhaps above everything else in love taken as eros in its widest sense, the human form is at its ultimate limit in its own judgment. This ultimate limit can be experienced as life intoxication, a condition that becomes deadly in a non-sympathetic environment as soon as it touches the ground alone. Bettina von Arnim. Goethe's lines in the West-Eastern Divan. The highest happiness of Earth's children is in personality alone. Contain, as life doctrine, an abiological element insofar as the concept of personality does not involve biological and social adaptability. What exactly Goethe is laying down here in concept is unclear, but the second verse seems to indicate an autotelic fixedness of being oneself, as Ibsen says. Every life can be led if one does not miss oneself. Everything could be lost if one stays what one is. Assuming that the weight of personality lies in the will and the ability of individual development, an antagonism between personality and the family line may arise as long as the life-preserving effort, crowned by reproduction and protection of the young, does not enter into that activity through which the individual in question promotes its autotelic development. In other words, whether or not the personality includes a willingness to reproduce, which in a personality also presupposes a positive outlook on life, will depend on chance and casuistic relationship. A personality does not by definition have to be socially morally oriented, and even if one agreed to a demand for this does not mean that the willingness to propagate is present everywhere. The individual person could analyze one's motives to find that they are grossly selfish, perceiving reproduction as compelling human beings to cover the private demands of parental responsibility with their lives and deaths, and based on this see its abandonment as an expression of a higher social ethic. Or a personality cultivator may look at it more practically. He fears or realizes that the work for wife and child and socializing with them and with the wife's relatives, etc., in short, the routine bourgeois duties, will force too great an adjustment to his powers and time such that he will sooner or later be faced with the choice between either sacrificing his interests or seeing both deteriorate. The theme has a rich literature. A hypothetical change in social conditions could conceivably resolve the personality cultivator's external conflict, but not the inner one. But the trend today does not work in the personality cultivator's favor. If one is working with a concept of personality that does not include the social and reproductive biological efforts, then where this effort does not happen accidentally, one will see that the personality's strength is the ruin of the family line, and the family line is the ruin of the personality. This opposition is found not only in the lives of individuals but also in the political history of peoples, in the tension between cultural, humanist, and economic military considerations, and in the opposition between liberalist and absolutist government. Related questions are discussed in George Brandes' essay, Det store menneske, The Great Man, C.F. Skrifter, Writings, 12, Copenhagen 1902. If one thinks of the flow of generations as a river, the individuals can direct their power either into or out of the river, either sacrifice for the future of the generations or seek individual confirmation of their lives. The diagram on the left shows an impersonal but reproductively strong group, and on the right a personally developed but reproductively weak group. Figure 8, impersonal but reproductively strong group, left, versus personally developed but reproductively weak group, right. In other words, if the autotelic development requirement had been fixed in us in the same way as the larva is fixed in its development into the butterfly, the human species could have become extinct sometime after the surplus, combined with the error fixedness, had started to emerge. If we were forced by nature to be faithful to these longings as Megaceros, Section 8, was forced to be faithful to its antlers, then what we still call the elite of humanity would have long since found the fate of the deer, and only the human type that was not equipped with the urge to raise its brow over the biological social sphere would have lived on and subdued the earth. But our difference from the deer is precisely that in principle we are not forced. We find in our soul a longing for the peace of fixedness in the maximum of expression, but not this fixedness itself. As with all unfixed ways of life we experience a choice. We can follow an autotelic impulse or oppose it, push it away for the sake of heterotelic considerations. Moreover, not all autotelic tendencies are incompatible with that which is essential to life. Thus, our constitution itself contains a source of conflict, a tension between incompatible tendencies. This tension changes in countless nuances, asserts itself more or less in each moment, sharpened and milled under the influence of changes in the environment, but it is always present as a disposition, a restlessness, or a threat, and hinders our happy rise to an ultimate life form. Many of our most important action impulses thus meet at the crossroads where one path says, to perfection, and the other, to continuation of life. It is assumed in the following that the path of perfection is chosen, for a lifetime, for a period of life, or just in a given conflict of interest. The term perfection in this text does not imply any moral program. It is used in a purely functional sense to characterize a posture toward life which can be one of two: either the individual expands one's surplus without regard to the life serving, or the person remains faithful to a fixedness tendency without taking it into account, quantitative or qualitative perfection. The moral imperative the individual follows must then appear to it as something else and more than a mere learned rule. It must be experienced as a central principle of life, a style of action with roots in the depths of one's being, as something with which one's mental welfare stands or falls. It will also often have a metaphysical reflection. How then do such inclinations arise? Making a distinction between inherited and learned tendencies is difficult in individual cases since certain criteria are lacking. In the following, we assume the subjective state of experience. The choice of life posture and partial postures does not always proceed through thinking, just as often it may be the result of an irrational process. But since we are writing a dissertation here and not a novel, it becomes necessary to some extent to translate the posture selection to the language of thought. Anyone who wishes to seek confirmation, fulfillment, Johannes Müller, on the path of perfection can say to oneself in one's heart, "This perception is beautiful. I want to dwell in it. This landscape, this human value speaks to something in me that responds. I will allow it to respond, and be one with my answer. I have an experience readiness. Here is an equally rare and priceless opportunity to fill it, to make sense of this part of my life. So, I do not ask for permission. The prohibition then must announce itself and show that it represents to me a higher interest, which after all I am willing to take into account. But why would I want to get involved with a continuation of life that either never reaches forward or that once in the evening of life reaches forward to something I no longer have the ability to accept? If not now, when should I be allowed to lay hold, since I have before me an object I cannot imagine being any better? One can say, this thought is tremendous and breathtaking. In this deep vision, in these possibilities, the power of my understanding is exhausted. That I have embraced this tremendous interconnection makes sense to this part of my life and is a confirmation to my spirit, and what else do I need? What do I have to do with a continuation that only blurs and breaks up and erases, a continuation that, in the light of my highest synthesis, only becomes a nightmare of repetition. I do not want to think long, but to think big. One can say, in my childhood alone life was beautiful, true, and good. Something sweeter than this I cannot wait to achieve, even though I devote my energies to the continuation. Therefore, as long as possible, I will live in remembrance. The world is strange and cold, so let me wander with my dead until I myself am one of them. The world wants to erase their memory, but I want to be faithful and in. My loving thought makes sense of what they were. 20. One can say, nothing is like daydreams. In them all my longings are fulfilled, in them are the disharmony and all the sorrows wiped out, in them I find the world where I rightly belong. And when I carve my dreams into stone, let them come to life in poetry, color, and lines, melt them down into music and pour the power of my passion into the chords, then I feel that here alone lies the answer to my life. This is what I have to accomplish on the earth. Priceless is every moment of inspiration, whether it becomes a work or not, each of them is worth a long life in lukewarm sorrows and joys. One can say, love alone feeds my starving soul and warms my freezing heart. I can sound no tune without love. No life is worthy of the name life that is not permeated by it. I do not want to give up on my beloved. It is my most sacred and my only one, my duty and my painful happiness, my wealth and my faith. If I let go of my sorrowful burden in order to serve life, then it becomes desolate and empty in my heart. Then I have chosen the smoother path and my name is traitor. Then I am worthy of my own rejection, since I have rejected the most precious treasure of my heart. Therefore, I will place the inverted cup on my shield and be like Sir Gilbert of Billingsgate. And finally, one can say, only action can give me a life worthy of humanity. I have to see my abilities manifested in the external world, set forces turning, be involved in creating events. There is an intoxication in acting as prima causa to new directions in the history of realities. Then will I know that the mark of my life will not be erased, the deed will reinforce it. What does it matter if it demands my life in return? In practical life, these things are rarely experienced as described here. One feels impulses accompanied by inhibitions, associations, etc., and follows them or pushes them away as one is disposed at the moment. Nor does one clearly distinguish between the different impulses. In most people, all of the tendencies just mentioned are present and tones alternate in consciousness. They may feel close to an undifferentiated urge for vitality, for the richest activity and experience possible. However, this urge is very often halted in its fulfillment due to the lack of appropriate objects. One races from one imperfect object to the next, always seeking one that better matches one's ability in kind and degree. 21 The erotic life's thicket of complications, its eternal struggle between pleasure and aversion, both in life and literature, certainly has an important precondition in mismatches between erotic ability and erotic object. Many people have, therefore, created in the imagination the image of a hypothetical person who represents to them the optimum erotic object as well as they are capable of imagining it, for Ragnar Voigt, fantasy lover, is its name. The bride of my dreams is another expression. The bravest hope is that this person will meet one after death. C.F. Gunnar Rice Anderson's poem. Don't ever forget her you never met. The word erotic is used here broadly such that it also includes higher passions such as affection and the like. Much erotic guilt undoubtedly comes from the same inappropriateness between ability and object. With an inferior connection, there arises a feeling that these abilities, which in themselves carry the promise of confirmation beyond all understanding, now, because one could not wait, etc., have been given a caricature of the experience they seemed certain to. To put its white lacquered sailboat in a mud puddle when it was created for the roaring sea is to commit an autotelic sin. Regardless of how irrelevant the social moral prohibition is for this feeling of guilt, it is clear that the feeling of guilt can continue unabated through an erotically unsatisfactory marriage, while it leads to the person's confusion as bad air during a successful summer flirt. If an appropriate object is clearly inaccessible, white man as a prisoner of Bushmen, the guilt, which also rises to metaphysical dimensions, can be transformed into dissatisfaction without guilt, or turn into heroic despair. Don Juan's instability and polygamous tendencies on the whole, cf. nymphomania, are explained psychoanalytically as a failure of ability, but from the present viewpoint they must be seen as overequipment and unfixedness of ability corresponding to the object's poverty. The alternation between multiple objects replaces a complete, final object. The concept of fidelity is related to erotically irrelevant considerations. The gardener is not unfaithful to the rose when one later cultivates a forget-me-not. One has full readiness for both. They do not steal anything from one another. They are incommensurable values. Point 22. Sometimes an underequipment conceals an overequipment. For example, when the protagonist somewhere in grab wants more senses or less pleasure, or when someone points out the human smallness in the face of space and time. Admittedly, there is a deficit in the control of the given object, but in order to feel the impotence one must first have grasped the object, that is, been receptively over-equipped. It is not necessary to grasp space and eternity to defend oneself against them, as in the case of a storm. But now the object is there, and not even the imagination can lift up our corresponding activity to equality with such an impression. If this were a case of pure under-equipment, then a dog or a stone must perish completely under the starry sky or under a woman's feet. A human being can keep going with difficulty by writing verse. Also, sometimes an apparent surplus hides an insufficiency, for example, in what is called overcompensation. Section 26. More on character and personality. While character was mainly thought of as the embodiment of a person's fixedness formations in relation to biological and cultural norms, the word personality has aimed more at quantitative conditions, at capacity. The distinction was taken as a starting point for the sake of clarity, and now a modification must be made. In daily life, no personality can claim its social or autotelic position without great difficulty, preserving the momentum of prestige that the term implies, without the capacity associated with qualities closest to it, originality, uniqueness, harmony, and permanence. Similarly concerning character, it must not only consist in mineral firmness but be a flexible and more dynamic permanence, an organic and human fixedness phenomenon. A certain minimum of ability may also be assumed. Without these additional and modifying features, both character and personality can take psychopathic forms. As the definition is chosen here, 23, it becomes more natural to say that a person possesses character or personality than to say that he or she is one or the other. What is commonly called life feeling can roughly be described as a kind of effect partly of environmental feelings, inner feelings, imagination's extension of the given conditions, emotions, etc., memories, and results of thought co-determined by character construction in acquired cases of fixedness, temperament, and disposition. In short, it is a very obscure and complex story when the non-psychologist looks at it theoretically, but it is often clear enough for the one experiencing it. Life feeling can be shallow and flickering, deeply and heavily moving like a sea, rich and diverse sounding like a mine in Novalis, bright and full of confidence, oppressive and dark and with evil suspicions. To keep life feeling theoretically based for the moment on mood, one could see it as a motif that recurs in the individual tunes in varied form and is mixed with other motifs yet still recognizable, analogous to pattern, style in a musical piece or poetry. A human being can slowly change one's way of life or find it suddenly transformed by experiencing a catastrophe, a love, etc., but it must in any case have a certain duration and go to some extent to the bottom of one's nature. Life feeling includes general status and general direction of movement. It can act as a life pressure when one or more interest fronts are under constant strain. Even when talking about life pressure, it is ultimately a more lasting and more typical condition than in acute, albeit ever so difficult situations. The violence of life pressure, using a particular representational model, can be said to depend on the relationship between the load, from the outside or from within, and the nerve's ability to bear. But this image leads to unclear distinctions. Can the nerd's ability to bear be increased without dulling them, and how can one do this? And can the pressure be measured by anything other than the pressure on the nerves? After all, the effect will not be twice as great if one loses two brothers, gets two illnesses, makes two alarming discoveries about humankind's lot, instead of one. Nonetheless, the experiencing human can have that experience in such a way that as awareness expands, life pressure increases. Overseeing the fronts requires greater effort. In a reliably favorable environment, no such parallel in growth will emerge, but it will be present where the environment, the conditions are unsafe or directly threatening. The phenomenon will most often appear when the individual's reserves are heavily engaged beforehand. The promise of the Scriptures 24 that he who increases his knowledge increases his pain does not apply without regard to the knowledge in question. But under certain conditions the statement may prove to be correct. By the expansion of the spiritual mental horizon, a number of modifying conditions will also intervene. The new knowledge interacts with the old, changes the interest itself, as capacity grows, etc. It is not necessary to mention that an increase in spiritual mental capacity can make a person stronger, freer, and happier. However, it is important to remember that suffering and pain can also be the cause, or prompting, or trigger for growth in the personality. In the biological model, this can be explained as follows. Increased strain mobilizes new and previously unimagined forces. One's real ability is first measured in the test. But this is not happening everywhere. The suffering expands the personality regardless of the usefulness of the enlargement. It is possible that a new understanding and the blasting out of new chambers of resonance simply perishes in the present situation or in the longer term. The suffering tells us things about our own nature and our condition in the world that we would often be happier without. Section 27. Example. An important contribution to humankind's image of its cosmic situation is the discovery of the law of corruptibility. In the beginning, the child assumes that just as his or her surroundings are, they must also remain. All conditions and objects are given and obvious. The child also establishes his or her outside world, makes fixed ideas about it, and finds a firm posture toward it. When this posture is first tried, the child expects it to always produce the same result. At a certain age, the child responds with rage to a new drinking cup, a different nanny, etc. When older children hear about accidents, illnesses, and financial ruin in others, it is obvious to them that it has not affected their own family. We are not of the kind to which this happens. By living under parental care, the human child usually builds up a fund of life trust, security, and guarantee. This fund must be depleted eventually. Experience sets in and breaks down security. Confused and betrayed, the young human must sooner or later witness the destruction of the original life feeling. Initially, he or she can view the catastrophes as exceptions and isolated phenomena, as misunderstandings, whims, or missteps of providence. It cannot be meant this way, or the like, but in the end the law of chance must sink in with all its dreadful weight. Even those who persist in their childhood belief in a providence that monitors the interests of humans are forced to change the image of that providence. At the least it does not seem visible and does very little. The demand for order and permanence, fixedness of the environment, seems to be a feature of human-specific nature and is not only due to pedagogical tradition. And even if one cannot, because of the slow rhythms, deny the universal relative order and permanence, yet these properties only to a limited extent benefit the interests of humankind. As the scale becomes smaller and all the rhythms become tighter, the variability of creation and the chaotic interplay of forces becomes more and more troublesome in the day. One recognizes that anything is possible, and this probability is the only guarantee bestowed on us. The more finely the experience is organized, the stronger one will be exposed to the devastating effects of this recognition, and the more necessary it will be for one to work out a protective principle. An unarmed metaphysical trust has a very modest application to earthly existence. There is only one point concerning which the recognition can be secure, in the everyday sense of the word. Whatever hand fate may deal, it must end with death. And even if death comes late, the afflictions of age will catch up with a person in their time and leave their mark on one's life regardless of the desires and plans one may still have. This knowledge of death, the most bitter gift of our surplus knowledge, is already given to us in childhood. On the journey down the river of life, the waterfall of death stands high above the valley. Many try to drown it out with their own noise, but the silence afterward becomes doubly dreadful. But not all are marked as strongly and not in the same way. There is a great distance from the barren knowledge of the duration of life to the completely devastating pre-experience of the dissolution process, with all the glowing questions that arise and with the strange light that falls upon all human activity. From the battlefields and cemeteries the lively thunder of what was is heard. Great works hurled down over the ruins of great works, and behind the scenes of events one sees the silent millions who were busy with tools and plows as the storms of history gathered over their heads. Now everything is silent. The distinction between what succeeded and what failed is erased. Here the world ruler and the nameless victim mix and swap soil while new villains head over the plain, charged with unused power. Like a great lung the earth breathes life out and death in through all its pores. The history of everything is grasped by the observer who burns with the experience of the incomprehensible renewal and the nightmare of repetition in the greatest and the least. This experiential pleasure can be pleasurable to the point of ecstasy as long as it is autotelic as the wonder of being, as a sparkling play of receptive richness, as a rushing journey through time and space, as an explosion of barriers as consciousness grows toward omniscience. But this aesthetic style of posture cannot reign supreme for the remainder of life without this remainder being significantly shortened. If we want to rescue the continuation, we must return to a serving heterotelic posture, to the struggle for food and family life. When the synthesis has to be terminated, or when the action has to be made meaningful in the infinite context, then it turns out that the powerful perspectives are more than a source of pleasure, they are a danger. The world one has seen in such expansive synthesis, in such etched small details, is no longer a painting for occasional and entertaining consideration. Now it is the place to live, work, and die, a synthesis where oneself, actually and concretely, is a working detail. The world of the past and the future is also our present world today, because we ourselves were once the future of our parents' consciousness and must become the past of our children's. This extension of the mind and body's present environment, of the circle of phenomena on which our thoughts must take a position toward which our actions must adopt a posture, pose a danger to biological social welfare. We are threatened with action paralysis because the task is too difficult. The responsibility for the individual action extends to historical responsibility, even to world responsibility. One's own fate as a measure of value now includes, in the light of synthesis, also the fate of humanity. When we demand metaphysical meaning for our own lives, we do so also for the dead and the unborn. All shining deeds in the past, present, and future, all defeats and catastrophes, all anxiety and suffering, all unknown victims and all forgotten heroism, all must have meaning, and sufficient meaning, if I, with the world consciousness awakened in me, am able to maintain my inspiration, my desire for work, my full-fledged readiness for burdens and compassion. World responsibility, the maximum expression of human action consciousness, necessitates a moral norm of equally far-reaching validity, a norm that encompasses and complements all the partial norms we know from the individual spheres of interest. The lack of a universal object, or rather of an operation carrier, in the object of humanity's fate, is ultimately the lack of a universal moral. With a growing personality there is first a growing pressure of responsibility and then a growing metaphysical helplessness. Section 28. That metaphysical melancholic clarity of vision. Before attempting to draw out the metaphysical moral consequences of the general surplus of consciousness, we must consider a peculiar and central state of experience which perhaps more than any other is suitable for ripening the metaphysical consciousness. Most have in their early youth or later awoken with what in the absence of any other designation we may call the metaphysical shock. Among other possible forms, it may also take the following one. One awakens in the night and is fully alert in a strange, penetrating clarity that may not have been known before. All everyday matters and concerns are clear, but infinitely distant, like the story of itself. Two things fill consciousness with absolute meaning: the self and immense space that I feel, or feel myself, as a center of pure existence, of absolute being, or however one will now try to describe it. The expressions used are nothing other than descriptive. The space in which this naked, living I finds itself, all words have qualified meaning, is desolate, cold, whizzing by, and foreign. It is foreign to an extent like nothing one has experienced, and it whizzes by out of sovereign indifference. Labels are powerless. Phrases such as absolute outside world or the light can give direction. This condition is followed by clear sight, by X-ray vision, without any hint of intellectual struggle, grasping and seeing perfectly through every subject that the thought touches, in the smallest details and in the greatest context, freed from the usual affective shell. In most of the cases with which I have become acquainted in practical life, other than by reading, it has been found that where one succeeded in maintaining a fragment of these rare and brief perspectives, there it proved superior to the thinking one usually achieved. Point 27. However, the condition is characterized first and foremost by angst. Nor can the angst be precisely described. It is the angst of being this, being human, feeling forced by interests that must not be set aside. World angst, world loneliness, and world distress are terms that give direction. It is as if the all that has produced us now turns its back and does not want to know us. One feels it as a frontier state, an ultimate possibility. Cognition has, as it were, penetrated the outer objects and now falls behind us. The unsolicited thought appears: one more step and you are lost for life. From the sources of my knowledge of such maximal states, I have the definite impression that it would be quite wrong to reject them on the grounds that they have only pathological interest. Concerning the term pathological, see below. The closest way to characterize them is as cases of extreme sharpening and extension of the usual state of experience, a maximum emotional expansion associated with a lifting of the aiming point from partial objects to a universal existence object. Weaker forms of sudden expansion of the inner sense indeed occur in all people every day and can change the situation from serenity to panic or vice versa. Expansion can be a condition of life salvation, namely where the subject would otherwise have chosen a posture that was right in the narrower but destructive in the larger environment. Surplus is only present when the increased insight is without value or poses a danger. Young people often have to learn to protect themselves from excessive insight. They make for themselves a mental stimulus protection. It is a serious strain for a receptive mind when the young person discovers that one can follow one's own creation from the disappearance of the germline in the darkness of the past and from the grosser essay shelves to the horror of birth. What was I in 1850, and when did I really come into being? While the less receptive upon learning about metabolism and the human body sees nothing more than cram work and curriculum, or at best useful and entertaining knowledge, a more delicate mind of a particular constitution can go from crisis to crisis, be repulsed by feces and urine, interfeces et urinam nasumerd, experience unimaginable horrors with each new piece of knowledge concerning bones and viscera, and in despair plead to be released. Point 28. There can be an unbearable torment in experiencing oneself as a skeleton under cover, with soft parts suspended in a pouch on the front, and in the skeleton's creepy ridiculousness identifying with the living. Many people have childhood memories of the mortal disgust at people removing their dentures, wigs, or wooden legs, first impressions so violent that they are reproduced in all similar episodes later in life. One does not intend to be blind to the comic side of the scene, but it is as if it is violently swept away when the other qualities break through. Compared to these, the comic becomes inferior and insignificant and only helps to increase the unpleasantness. There are shocks of a very particular kind when one realizes the kinds of conditions one is set to share. The fear of surgery is thus quite different and more than the fear of bodily pain. Stories of amputations, accidents, and torture can completely occupy consciousness, and the imagination builds horrors beyond all comprehensible measure of what was known. Just as a tooth is to be pulled, the feeling inside one asks, how is this possible and what is life? Such organ fear may unfold further and even include the number of fingers and the like, as the I, through these phenomena, finds itself having fiveness and other arbitrariness imposed on it from unknown sources, grotesque body shapes it as never asked for and never would have chosen, etc. What kind of satanic arrangement is it for me to find myself entangled in a web of strange matter to whose blind law I am subject and whose form places me in the transition between fetus and corpse, between two repulsive caricatures of myself? 29. Anatomical insight causes direct destruction when it leads to the dissolution of self-evident truths, of familiar and dear unified perceptions of daily life. The lover's adorable smile turns into grinning mechanics, such as when looking at a photograph held upside down. The illusion of living unity can be evoked anew, but so can it in the face of dead things, so that a torn boot with visible toes acquires a physiognomic expression of high mimetic value. The illusion of organic unity in interconnected elements, of a coherent and interacting whole, is an important prerequisite for normality in one's external and internal life. By this mode of apperception, which may be first and foremost a consequence of the sedative influence of habit, we grasp clothes and man, teeth and lips, landscape and house below. If in this field an objective, analyzing view breaks in, the world collapses in failure around one. People turn into ghosts and strange caricatures that pass each other in homes and on roads, blind to nothing but their own grotesque chores performed under social grimaces and empty of any meaning, as though they have lost all known and warm and human traits. The bare factual insight destroys the immediacy and all the emotions that have their prerequisite in it, the oil and the machinery of the soul and the nourishment for its growth. The insight is inorganic and toxic. It does not belong to the growing, vegetative life, but still demands its place. For such people, to understand everything is to hate everything. The idea that these phenomena should be seen as expressions of a level of consciousness plus and not as a qualitative decay, or pathological fixedness, finds support in a view such as the following: when an individual wonders about the nature of one's environment and its conditions, as opposed to another individual that only utilizes the environment and conditions to meet one's basic needs, then this implies that there is a basis for comparison in the person's consciousness, a concept or viewpoint of higher order from which the given conditions can be compared with others, hypothetically. 29. The condition is referred to as castration complex in the psychoanalytic literature. A tout comprendre, c'est tout détester, father. A modification of the French saying, tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner, to understand all is to forgive all. One thinks of, for example, a child who witnesses its home burning down, and then the building of a new house. In the past, the house had of course been something to the child, an unchanging being with a kind and understanding face, an important part of the child's worldview. If now he or she is of a thoughtful and sensitive temperament, the event may cause a double crisis in the child, characterized at the same time by collapse and expansion of consciousness. First, even for us it is thus possible. We are not in any special position. The fire has come to us. It wills us something. We are surrounded by someone or something that has sent us the fire. There are opportunities in the air, etc. 30. In other words, the sense of the environment is greatly expanded. Next, the new house has no face. It is coming into being day by day out of nails and boards. We can decide for ourselves how it should be. This for the child is a completely new concept of a house, a lonely and gray concept, and an open door for the invasion of the fields of interest by destructive forces, while the old house was a guarantee against such possibilities. As the new house is established, it also gets a face, but the child now knows that this is something one has given the house oneself. If the whole is something else and more than the sum of its parts, then this is something we ourselves add. The child has become lonelier in his or her surroundings than before. Despite the arbitrary choice of example, there may also be a number of other reactions to an event like the one mentioned, and despite various deficiencies in the analogy, Such a recognition crisis in a child's life can clearly be used as a picture of any of the processes that overthrow the naive adults, and for the practical expression of a view of the self and the outside world, and which in the hell of melancholic clarity creates the ground for metaphysical needs. With horrible, indeed even in its softened form, unbearable strength, the question tumbles over the unprotected receptive, as misused as it is unavoidable. What is life? What kind of cunning devilry have I come up against here? And what does it mean that I can stand outside and ask such a question? That is, that I am not identical or one with my form of existence, that I can think of a number of different and better ones, and that myself can be neutrally observant and evaluative of the play of forms and the encounter of forces both in the outside world as well as in the organism, without rapport with my central tendencies, that chance has assigned me. I can look at my own body with an enemy's glare, I can hate its weakness, detest its malformations, and stare with 30 C.F. William James, on some mental effects of the earthquake, in Memories and Studies, London 1911. Horror at the signs that it is anointed and consecrated to death, to decay, disintegration, and decomposition. What is death? Is it not the end of everything? Why should I find myself in this? Have I myself in an unknown way caused my condemnation, or am I a victim of a chilling metaphysical injustice according to human measure, and with what else do I have to measure? The world is not built on human principles. Here we are tyrannized by a law that does not ask for our values and requirements. And what kind of a rift in my being makes me subject to criticism and clearly not one with my being, as I infer the animal must be, but instead that causes me to experience my situation as a human being in the image of something like a traveler or explorer who with all one's expensive equipment has fallen off the train and is in the hands of cannibals by whom one is assessed for tenderness and fat percentage. Or by analogy with the holder of a residence permit in a foreign country where I do not have the right of origin and have to borrow everything from the grace of the state, a grace that can be withdrawn without notice. From where do I get this feeling that tells me my being's rightful place and rightful fate are other than the ones I have had to accept? What journey was I on when I fell off the train and was born human? What country is my proper fatherland then, if in the land of life I am only a stranger? Metaphysical speculation that intends to answer these questions does not concern us here. We do not even ask the questions for ourselves. They are designed merely to illustrate the nature of the challenges they are about describing. All we are trying to assert is that under otherwise equal conditions such challenges will be indicative of a more highly differentiated mind compared to one that is exempt from their kind of visit, and that differentiation here is a gift of both good and evil. The good is to be sought in the expansion of consciousness itself, in the sense of ability, in the joy of intellectual function. The evil, unfavorable, unpleasant, on the other hand, is in some of the notions the function has forced upon us, and in the consequences we find it inevitably draws with accompanying assessment and effect. Section 29. Comment. The process of consciousness just outlined moves from recognition, impression and interpretation, to assessment and effect. However, the process can also be thought of in the opposite direction, a viewpoint that is presented in a wide variety of movements in modern psychology. According to this view, the drive is primary, uninhibitedly unfolded or in neurotic disguise. Assessment and effect are determined by the drive, which is related to temperament, etc., after which the self chooses its observations and arranges its interpretations according to its needs. The consequences and assessment of one and the same objective phenomenon may therefore be different in people with different temperaments, etc., without it being possible to set any ranking among them. Although this work does not take into account psychoanalytic or individual psychological views, it is impossible to ignore such approaches. In this they have gained an all too strong position. There are also enough instances in everyone's experience that invite one to such an interpretation more than to any other. Where the call is sufficiently strong, the possibility of in-depth psychological interpretation will therefore be kept in mind. Previously, when we have used a more rational approach to the problem of dangers of insight, it was with a view to the common factors of the human interest complexes and the uniformity of the environment, the conditions, that insight provides, so far as it can be argued that such a commonality and such uniformity exists. Another basis is the premise that the concept of appropriateness is applicable when one wants to assess the relationship between interest and insight on the one hand and assessment with effect on the other. In a given case, the latter is either appropriate, normally adapted, or inappropriate in relation to the first. The objectivity in the appropriateness assessment, however, just as in the term normal psychological, depends only on statistical matters. As long as a recognition of the nature of the environment has a direct impact on simple and straightforward interests such as the biological, a given assessment of the recognized conditions can be judged with certainty by the question of appropriateness. The jungle at night is usually a dangerous and frightening, thus unfavorable, environment for a solitary and unarmed human being. This assessment should be appropriate, real adjusted A, if the traveler has an interest in life, health, and freedom from pain. One can imagine that the explorer has arrived in the promised land and is busy with one's task. One races into the unknown immediately and experiences paroxysms of the joy of discovery, cf. Inexperienced Easter guests and children in the forest, until suddenly the sun goes down and one stands there disoriented, handed over to the whims of the situation, if one cannot find one's own way. In the chosen example, when the interest of life is first present, the perception of the danger of the situation, the mimicry of the situation, represents a valuable plus in consciousness compared to the scientific interest and the lyrical rise of the splendor of the tropical sky, something to which even the cautious traveler would have been fully receptive under more reassuring circumstances. But if one is like someone who is out to see Naples and die, this person will not understand the anxiety concerning the emerging darkness. The appropriateness test immediately becomes more difficult to employ when one is dealing with a metaphysical domain, yet it seems possible to draw a parallel, for one who has an interest where the metaphysical conditions of the self are concerned. The anxiety concerning such anatomical insight signifies a valuable plus in consciousness compared to one who has metaphysical interest, but lacks the plus, ceteris paribus, the metaphysically indifferent. On the other hand, can devote oneself exclusively to the enjoyment of the skeleton's elegance and technical efficiency. This enjoyment can also be experienced by the metaphysician, but only during a thrill similar to that which is involved in the explorer's admiration of the tiger's power. The metaphysical thrill can only be based on a desire-colored metaphysical postulate, cf. Chapter 6. Again, the biological parallel to this is the inexperienced explorer's belief that the unknown and mysterious jungle must be safe because it is so magnificent, or the like. Needless to say, the metaphysical interest and environmental feeling are primary, and they cause organ dread and the like, which are secondary. The formation of a metaphysical sense of life is such an obscure and complicated period that it is impossible to state something common concerning the sequence of phases and factors. Besides a subjectively limited introspection, one has no material other than what would appear in a comprehensive and difficult survey. It is also of interest to point out the mutual affinity in the possibility of interaction existing between organ fear, paralysis of action, etc., on the one hand, and a metaphysical sense of life on the other. In metaphysical thinking, phenomena such as those mentioned may not serve as an argument, but they may play a role as a catalyst or be used for illustration. Nor is there any basis other than interest when it comes to an evaluative comparison between life preparedness and the biologically indifferent attitude in the jungle, and the same is true when one wants to weigh the metaphysical sense of life against the non-metaphysical. There is nothing in the way of a non-metaphysical personality by its power and reach in the biological, social, or artistic autotelic field for a given human group's general cultural appreciation, it with other conditions remaining the same. Being able to rise altogether differently than the uneducated and insignificant metaphysician who only marvels at existence, indulges in unrestrained speculation, and may not even have the sufficient expressiveness to give a clue as to what one means. Therefore, it cannot be easily argued that just any form of metaphysical consciousness represents a cultural plus over just any form of non-metaphysical consciousness. Nevertheless, there can be a practically applicable, albeit not in principle unimpeachable, ranking. A metaphysical consciousness could grasp unlimited non-metaphysical content without losing the metaphysical point of view as a result. It is possible without use of force to arrange and subordinate any kind of high partial insight into the metaphysical picture of life. On the other hand, even a high-powered partial consciousness cannot in the same way arrange a solid metaphysical engagement in a sum of non-metaphysical partial postures, unless an arbitrary metaphysical commitment simply includes such incorporation. A reasoned action directive for the whole life, a life goal that includes and supplements the individual goals, a synthesis that leads to all other syntheses, etc., could, both in biologistic as well as cultural aspects, be described as more complete in relation to the elements included. There is a path of development, differentiation, and organization from the partial to the metaphysical. Without a revolution in the deepest areas of human and cultural fixedness, it will not be possible to reject the metaphysical mental life as inferior, partial, as pathological effect. It would have to be shown in that case that any metaphysical engagement must be able to stray during the ascent to even higher syntheses in the same way as a political convention strays during the ascent to universal humanism. We are currently ignoring those who seek the ultimate life solution in a reduction of human consciousness. From a biologistic, holistic view, it is closer to seeing the metaphysical moral need as an extension, an interpolation of the development from the unconscious reflex to the responsible choice of posture on a broad basis, seeing it in close connection with the reaction distress that arises from human knowledge of death. The last and most bitter fruit of recognition. One can conclude from self-reports and other literary testimonies, from conversations with other people, and possibly from one's own experience, that metaphysical readiness to a large extent feels and is experienced as something very dignified and inviolable, although serious challenges come with it. It can occupy a dominant place even in minds that apply selective and scathing criticism of its impulses and maintain a relentless demand for intellectual reasonableness. The seeker believes that in metaphysical security any kind of non-metaphysical catastrophe could be withstood with brilliance. One thinks of the strength already given by arbitrary metaphysical beliefs. Conversely, no partial success can by way of belief silence the genuine metaphysical need when it first arises in earnest. Consequently, often when the ecstasy of partial confirmation turns into emptiness, privation, and despair, metaphysical turmoil begins to haunt the ruins and awakens the longing for a universal and unfailing action directive. It is sufficient if these considerations justify a primacy for the metaphysical life on psychological, albeit not on logical grounds. Section 30. Variations in metaphysical readiness. The reason we will concern ourselves for a while with related questions is that we believe we see in the metaphysical domain of interest not only the most serious, the most significant, the most valuable, but also the most catastrophic consequences of human over-equipment and unfixedness, while at the same time something tells us that such a dual assessment provides a promising path to the determination and understanding of the tragic. This domain has so far been treated as singular, as aiming at a uniform object. This was primarily to delimit it against the non-metaphysical domains. Now a dividing line can be drawn in the interior of the domain. The subjectively given may be a dissatisfaction, an anxiety, or a turmoil that, despite its potential strength, only feels obscure and must be intellectually processed to take shape. The idea of this processing is to receive the turmoil, etc., that has appeared in such a way that there is an opportunity to overcome it, in such a way that it evokes an operation carrier. To some extent this is achieved when the turmoil is clarified into a need. It is this need that can be of a different nature and give rise to a distinction, and the difference is then passed on to the object that the need creates or finds. The need in varying forms concerns a meaning of life as a whole. By life here is meant the existence of human and other conscious beings. We more easily accept that the plant kingdom and the mineral's existences are meaningless in the human sense, or that they have no other meaning than to be a potential raw material for conscious life. If the individual's life has meaning, it must be part of a sufficiently good task. Otherwise, the meaning becomes autotelic, and this is not sufficient for everyone. The task must by nature be complete in dimension and appropriate such that it engages all the pre-existing meaningless surpluses in abilities and attributes. The object must be absolute, that is, in the terminology used, metaphysically fixed, purged of all doubt, and the struggle to achieve must be subject to the law of justice. When the demand is made in principle, all surrogates and inappropriate proposals are rejected. Thus, when one intends to satisfy him with quantitative ends, Grab's Faust says, "Weakling, you believe that masses can satisfy me, show me. The abyss, which I do not find bottomless, the summit, from which I do not dizzy, the universe, which I do not think infinitely greater than myself. Friend, I have investigated power and its purpose. Above all, as mentioned previously, it is the consciousness of death that awakens the metaphysical need. If, as the worst of all meaninglessnesses, one feels that the continuity one experiences in one's interior, the history and destiny of the self, the most fixed thing one knows through all the change, must also be impermanent like a cloudscape and a snow sculpture, then there is nothing left for the self. And nothing is not a satisfactory target for the work and suffering, ability and hope of a life, or all life. There is a dizzying feeling of emptiness which can be explained by the fact that all empirical objects have been weighed and found too light. Then, as a last resort, imagination seeks beyond the limit of life, an extreme consequence of the organism's ability to seek the optimum in the environment. There the thought of its distress and homelessness can cling to a protoplasma of opportunity, which the flames of history have not yet hardened into law. The need for meaningful continuation beyond the grave, the belief in an encounter with everything we lack here, the hope or the fear of the fate that awaits the self in the new world, all of this belongs to what we call afterlife metaphysical readiness. It can also appear outside the framework of life in reports of supposed interaction with the afterlife. But there are also other types of metaphysical orientation that may occur alternatively or cumulatively in relation to the afterlife. Even if there is no noticeable need for the existence and growth of the self after death, even if one could declare oneself fully satisfied that the soul is wiped out with the body, even if one were unable to accept the possibility of a continued life regardless of wants and needs, even if one positively rejected the idea as not desirable, one's sense of life does not have to lack all metaphysical character. The urge for metaphysical rapport with existence can manifest itself in a constant quest. One is waiting to take a standpoint and choose a posture. In the biological field as well, in a situation of doubt, this resort is often more beneficial than an arbitrary and risky decision and requires, under otherwise similar conditions, a higher degree of awareness. But here it has its limitation in that the subject will sooner or later need to act in order not to perish. In the metaphysical field, this compelling necessity is rarely present. It is likely to occur where a metaphysical deliberative decision is represented by, for example, a social one, or also when the psychological pressure becomes too much. Often one can continue the quest one's whole life without falling victim to an increasing panic. Precisely because the uncertainty is so overwhelming, one can feel some security and a fairly good conscience in the seeking posture itself. A just metaphysical authority will not be able to deny one sanction. One indeed knows within oneself that one has taken up the weight of metaphysical responsibility to a higher degree than the person who, for the purpose of liberation, has disconnected one's awake criticism and gone in for a more or less arbitrarily chosen system. A metaphysical point of view can also be combined with positive effort. The surplus power is then directed to the ideals, hypothetical optima, that the individual envisions being realized within the framework of humanity's earthly life, examples being the victory of the good and spirit's penetration of matter. The boundary with social and other non-metaphysical goals is not clear. The distinction depends on the value the idea has for the individual, the need it covers. This too is often unclear. Ideas like the latter we will call earthly metaphysical, as opposed to the ones described above. Point 31. An earthly metaphysical view of life does not have to positively reject the possibility of afterlife realities. It can refrain from taking a stand on them. But it is especially important when an immanent metaphysical view of life lacks the safety valve lying in the possibility of a life after death, that it is stronger than anything else at its disposal for a convergence of all the individual's lines of power toward a common output gate, toward the top of the personality cone. Metaphysical need can be seen in the image of an electrically charged pole that gathers voltage from large reservoirs and likewise longs for a counterpole in order for the spark, in human life, the spark of confirmation, to run across and bring balance and calm. 31. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I have abandoned the previously used terminology. Transcendental metaphysical and immanent metaphysical. Section 31. Metaphysical moral anxiety. In the next chapter we will try to gain an overview of the metaphysical surrogates by which most people try to cover their need for universal meaning, and the techniques used to stave off criticism. In the present chapter, however, we will examine how a person who is sufficiently strong and versatile enough to act as representative and test subject, and who maintains the requirement of intellectual honesty, will be positioned when one attempts to create a norm of action in harmony with one's metaphysical need. Action, which in so many circumstances is a condition of the continued existence of life, and in which every life readiness is subjected to trial by fire, necessitates a completion of the mental preparation. Action is like a conversion of the motive work. The preparation is wiped out and resurrected in the action, but the consequences are independent of the preparation. In the world of action, motives are meaningless, and this often feels like an injustice to the person who has worked on the motivation and considers it an essential part of the effort. In the social environment, therefore, especially in recent times, one seeks to modify the iron law of biology and give weight to the motives. In the Norwegian Penal Code of 1902, they were sometimes granted mitigating, sometimes aggravating effect, while in other cases it was decided that they should have no significance, or that the entrance of certain consequences should have an effect on the verdict regardless of motive. A threshold exists in each case beyond which a motor expression cannot occur without being irreversible. The location of the threshold varies greatly according to the circumstances. When the fateful point is passed, the effort is seized by foreign and, in relation to the intention, random causal lines and enters as an impersonal part of history. Now it is no longer in the agent's power to maintain the interest contact between the effort and the values it is intended to strengthen and protect. Now the power has shifted to become part of an indifferent environment. Thus, the morally delicate person will also feel responsible for unforeseen consequences of the action, indeed for consequences that could not before seen. One knows that what one's prima causa accomplishes on its journey from now to the end of the world no human can imagine. For one, therefore, it is something offensive to the demand for the completion of the motivation work. The act feels arbitrary, groundless, and immature, as cowardice and first cause. Laziness, as a sacrifice to the nearest demands, and thereby as a reduction of the field of vision for which one has fought. The analogy of the protoplasmic transition to irrevocable fixed forms appears with irony. In extreme cases of the outside world's demand for action, and it is these that are the subject of our attention in this chapter, the highly moral personality chooses between a violence against the mind, a trampling of the finest, deepest, holiest in one's being, a betrayal of the human in one on the one hand, and a renunciation of the actual, biologically, socially, or autotelically correct action on the other. The spread of metaphysical paralysis from simple and crude cases to encompassing the individual's total motor life is not easy to illustrate for a number of reasons. Emotion also plays a significant role. In daily life, one rarely has the opportunity to observe anything more than the initial weak beginnings. If the phenomenon develops further, the final act will take place at the nerve clinic or lunatic asylum. But one has easier access to study the paralysis on the various partial fronts, and I note a few examples from these. That the motor reaction of the animal can also be blocked was mentioned earlier, section 6. It happens during conflict, and it happens when the animal is in doubt about the nature of the environment. Point 32. The cat Meta was born in the spring and one autumn day found the field covered in snow. For nearly a minute it stood motionless on the stairs before engaging in closer contact with the unknown. Some rabbits, an animal species that is otherwise not plagued by inhibitions, did not mate and did not want to eat when they were taken out into the yard where they were not used to being. They did not engage. They had all senses open and all limbs free to escape. Animals with less of a sense of danger would have grazed and mated, and thus dogs would have pounced on them. The human sense of danger can develop so far that it smells the dog of eternity. When all reactions seem equally dangerous, the nervous animal lays down at a safe distance with its gaze resting on the suspicious object. Thus, the hermit's soul lies with its eyes fixed on the world behind the visible. The phenomenon reveals its nature, reveals itself as a threat or prey, as a gateway opens to the ability of the animal, and it discharges itself with full elan in attack or flight, and with confidence in the expediency of life expression. It is precisely such an operation carrier that is not immediately given in the metaphysical environment. The human and the biological environment reacts in a similar way. If one is completely without means to judge the situation, one freezes and refuses to move. Fog, hidden crevasses. Two Danish women with mountain anxiety screamed loudly at the mere touch, as did the rat Malene when it got stuck in a curtain. Mortal doubts in the social environment are well known. An example that also has a comic side is the man with the old razor blade who dares not put it away somewhere so as not to cause accidents, and who keeps the blade in his hand in growing despair until he is rescued by the forced intervention of more robust natures. The judgment doubt of young jurists can also be noted here. The transition to metaphysical moral distress is not obvious. Many, perhaps most, metaphysically conscious people view their biological social environment as part of the metaphysical environment, and as the only part available to experience and trial. In so doing, they are relegated to practicing their metaphysical morality in this environment, relegated to work out a universal life course through the partial courses. In this way, the metaphysical environment obtains a kind of operation carrier for the seeker, and the problem is then no longer where, but how. As long as the metaphysical life depends on imagination and feeling alone and does not speak to our capacity by a manifestation in the visible, only two possible postures are conceivable. Either the metaphysical consideration must be viewed as irrelevant to practical life, or it must become supreme and thus lead directly into passivity because the self would not dare to infect the integrity of the universe, forcing its contribution on the future. All or nothing. How different it is when one's practical environment is identical or connected to the part of the metaphysical that protrudes into the perceptually and physically influenced. Doubts from all the partial fronts are then accumulated with the question of the metaphysical value of the effort. If now one has certainty that one's motives are absolutely pure, and that reliable paths are available for partial sanction, then one can act on these and declare, to the metaphysical authority in one's mind, that one has done one's best in that. There are no opportunities beyond this. Ultra possimimo obligator data, but as just developed, one never knows what one's efforts can turn into, and the motives can play one of the worst tricks. When does one finish testing them? Section 32. A test subject goes into the fire. Continued action will show that the discrepancy between the metaphysically sought and the practically found does not have a tendency to diminish. No one is obligated beyond what one is able to do. Contrary, one is caught more and more by intruding forces and considerations. In addition to this, one will almost certainly be infected by one's fate and become someone else after acting. In order to rest for a while from the pressure of introspection and assume the more comfortable position of the observer, we can pass the problem on to a test subject. He is well suited for the undertaking. He understands the situation and he will not oppose at any point. We put him in the false situation and quietly retreat. He soon finds out that any effort is futile and that he is going more and more astray. Results drive him from bulwark to bulwark while age advances and the remaining opportunities are reduced for both external and internal reasons. The comforting notion of doing his best is becoming increasingly thin, more suspicious, and less satisfying. Action is not the way, action is not his best. The only thing that stands open to him after this realization is to keep his powers on standby and stay prepared for the possible encounter with the highest object. He does not burn his oil as a pastime, he hides it in his lamp while he waits. And although he dares not hope for the groom's coming, or shall we say the bride's coming, at least he forms no unworthy connections. For him waiting is doing his best. He can realize a single life in history, an inadequate and bland life, an edifice with shapes and colors, but built with clay. And he can live 1,000 lives in his consciousness where infinity lies like a plasma under his will. If one wishes to criticize him with the story of the trusted talents, interpreting the talents as the power of action, he would answer that the parable lacks the most important figure, the one who frightens him, the servant who speculated with his master's estate and lost everything. At the same time, it is open to him to interpret the talents as consciousness, and in light of this interpretation neither of the enterprising servants defeat him, for with this one talent he has gained goods for his master until he has collapsed under the burden. Thus, he withdraws his interest from the partial fronts and lives for the one thing needful. And as insight grows at the expense of dreams, there is less and less that is suitable as a target of metaphysical energy, not even the last and only possible, to end his life by an act of will. In despair over the inadequacy of action, it is the weary hand of life that clings to the last holding point. In this most extreme stage imaginable, complete external and internal passivity, this holding point is slipping. Consciousness has come to the end of its course and the self dies from a lack of metaphysical stimulus. During this account we have presented the paralysis of action essentially as a logical consequence. Against this view, however, a weighty objection can be made. The ideal test subject refrains from action partly because he cannot calculate all the consequences of it, and partly because even the best conceivable consequence does not satisfy him metaphysically. He therefore chooses non-action. But if this is to be a suitable result, it must be shown that the posture of non-action is free from the objections affecting the other alternatives. In practice, the consequences of non-action will be equally incalculable, and in the positive direction passivity does not provide metaphysical comfort. In other words, it was only a diversionary solution, a pseudo-solution that, upon closer examination, turned out to be as unfit as the line of action. Passivity qua solution is also a positive stance. Not willing action in such a situation is difficult to distinguish from willing non-action. Our ideal individual will therefore look deeper for something that is neither action nor non-action. He wants a third option, beyond the question of action versus non-action. Logically, therefore, it is no more likely that he will behave passively than that he will act. Both are metaphysically unsatisfactory. As volition, both are a violence against the universe's pure course. Moreover, the will to universal negation will not in practice guarantee a realization of the chosen program. In a modern society where health guardians dare not pick up the social or metaphysical responsibility of letting other human beings take care of their lives as they please, the metaphysician is fairly sure of being taken into protective custody, kept alive with nourishment and a maximum of care, and thus forced to live a life of representative length with strong social engagement. Something beyond the question of action is not practically available to him qua human. Nor is it psychologically accessible as long as he insists on intellectual honesty. Since for the seeker suicide must also be the result of a maximum in acting power, or else caused by mere effect and thus morally worthless, he finds himself deprived of any practical path and relegated to constant and consuming doubt. And finally, if he resigns and lets things take their course, then he has thereby abandoned his metaphysical interest struggle and stands on an equal footing with the non-metaphysical consciousness, even if the origin of the Jenseits der Handlungsfrich posture is different. In this context, the post-metaphysical indifference becomes equivalent to the pre-metaphysical. The objection's conclusion is thus that this is no way out for the metaphysical seeker, nor is universal passivity as conscious effort. However, while admitting that the paralysis is not logically justified, it can still occur appropriately for psychological, non-logical reasons, as it did in the cat and the rabbits in section 31. As long as uncertainty is raging in the seeker, as long as he is the confused and vulnerable prey, this condition has a profound effect on external activity. On the basis of his organic constitution, he will be forced into a motor collapse whether he believes in its usefulness or not. And thus, both for himself and for those who cultivate the metaphysical with greater moderation, a frightening disparity between the need and the ability is exposed. We cannot even satisfy the urge to work with the related problems without sacrificing ourselves to biological social catastrophes and thereby also to an interruption of the meditative mode. And we already have to occupy ourselves with the question of whether it requires employment or not, as long as a negative answer is not immediately given or experience has not shown that the question is solved by neglecting it. Also, in parallel with the relationship with the biological social environment, it feels like it is of more value to work with the problem than to leave it. The latter even feels like betrayal and infidelity against the best in our nature. Not even the question of the possibility of a path allows the organism to take up a consistent intervention. And how is it possible to obtain something from a master who punishes the earnest plea itself with a quick death? A biological parallel to this situation is imagining two shipwrecked crews on a deserted island where there is nothing edible. The one who restlessly searches for something to eat will perish faster than the one who immediately sits down and resigns. The latter is the biologically inferior of the two, but the peculiarities of the environment give it longer than the former to be rescued by chance by a passing ship. The flaw in the representation is that we as viewers know that there is no food on the island. In the metaphysical environment, we have no corresponding knowledge. The viewer here is in the same situation as the seeker. No one is ready to reach even the most modest form of liberating recognition, that there is no metaphysical path. We realize only that we are prohibited from seeking the way with total force. We are prohibited from doing our best. The situation thus produces a qualified disharmony between ability and striving. And it is difficult to see any likelihood that this disharmony will subside in the future. It is quite the opposite. Increasing intellectual demand has, on the one hand, led to an ever broader and more fearless welcoming of metaphysical questions, and, on the other, exposed consciousness to the greater pressure of responsibility and doubt so frequently associated with higher grades of mental differentiation. After all this, there seems to be a paradox concerning the condition of the human form in the earthly environment. It is a paradox that revolves around the fact that the more fully one unfolds one's substrates, the less likely one is to become happy, that is, thrive and realize one's most important needs. As a result of the previous investigations, this conclusion should reinforce our hope of being on our way to fighting the tragic phenomenon. In its place then the task will be to examine whether the paradox applies universally, or how far and in which circumstances it arises. Section 33. Psychopathological point of view. Several of the conditions described in the preceding, and above all that the metaphysical paralysis, will today, as in older times, be largely regarded by physicians and scholars as pathological phenomena. It therefore seems natural to end the treatment of human over-equipment and fixedness difficulties with a mention of certain characteristics and types of people that are called psychopathic, constitutional psychopathies, Farrell, degenerates, A, Mobius, Magnam, superior degenerates, B, Charcot. The psychopathic is an area within the abnormal, this lawn. Gauge is used by most authors. Point 33. Both designations are of a purely statistical nature. A fundamental biological difference between sick and healthy does not exist. 34. The norm is already difficult enough to determine. Pellman, Locke. Sitt states, normal is what corresponds to the archetype, and if this is quite difficult to determine in the physical, then it is even more so in the psychological. In addition, there is the difficulty of separating the sickly from the merely abnormal. Pellman quotes Farrell, there are no normal noses, but does that mean all noses are pathological? And applies the question also to the mental domain. In order to have a line with which to work, in the following we can disregard the crudeness and approximation of the definition and call processes and conditions sickly when they noticeably decrease the individual's biological or social adaptability, or shorten its lifetime relative to the averaged 0.35 in each case. It must then be decided which average should be taken into account: the nation, the place, the race, the guild, etc. Thus, when Ragnar Voigt 36 immediately sets disease and suffering as synonyms, we cannot follow him here. We want open access to operate both with suffering-free diseases and with suffering of a non-diseased nature. The chosen working definition seems to establish a hierarchy of human interest fronts, with the biological social front being used for a comparative basis and not the autotelic metaphysical. However, this is not intended to involve any assessment. It stays with external consequences and says nothing about the nature or intrinsic value of phenomena. The concept of the sick may therefore change as the biological social conditions become different. Normal and healthy would apply to certain kinds of exhibitionism in a nudist society. Bonhoeffer also argued long ago that pathological phenomena should be envies. Tigated regardless of the distinction between sick and healthy. 37 Nevertheless, the definition, which in varying forms is the one commonly used, will be used here in the absence of any better one. It will then be immediately seen that the metaphysical orientation is in principle beyond the opposition between sick and healthy, and only through its consequences can it come into contact with it. No great weight lies on the distinction between sick and healthy. Psychopathic states may occur in two main forms that may turn out to actually dissimulate each other: a qualitative and a quantitative one. That is, the terminology used here signifies either surplus deficit or fixedness anomalies. 35 C.F. Bloller, Lehrbuch der Psychiatrie, Textbook of Psychiatry, Brill. 1937, page 98, and others. 36 Medicines, Psychology, O.G. Psychiatry, Medical Psychology and Psychiatry, Christiania, 1923, page 156. 37 C. Birnbaum, Grundzüge der Kulturpsychopathologie, Fundamentals of Cultural Psychopathology, in Grenzfragen der Nerven, und die Seelenlebens, Border Issues of the Nerve and Soul Life, volume 18, page 64. After all, it is also not decisive for the beauty of the pearl whether it is a natural or pathological excretion product of the shell. Cf. Same author, Psychopathologist Documenti, Psychopathological Documents, Berlin, 1920, page 273. The intrinsic value of religion cannot be assessed at all according to whether or not it is related to the pathological. It depends on completely different mental potencies. On the principal issue, the use of assessment viewpoints in psychiatry, see Oppenheim. Give DS ein Psychopathes Core Wertigkeit. Is there a higher psychopathetic value? In Neurologisches Centralblatt, Central Neurological Journal, 1917, page 771, and Birnbaum, Kulturpsychopathology, Cultural Psychopathology, page 56. Of various kinds, coordination errors, forced phenomena, etc. In a rough schematic and for our limited use, the field of inquiry can be represented as follows. Figure 9, Normal and Pathological States. DFTJ denotes quantitative normality, BCLM qualitative normality, ABKL error fixedness, ACDF surplus, TJKM deficit, ABDE dual qualified disease patterns from surplus and error fixedness, GHKL dual qualified disease patterns from deficit and error fixedness, and BCF quantitative overequipment and normal types of fixedness. The quadrangle DFTJ denotes quantitative normality, normal capacity. The quadrangle BCLM captures qualitative normality, normal fixedness types, while error fixedness is found in ABKL. ACDF denotes surplus. TJKM denotes deficit. Dual qualified disease patterns are represented by ABDE, surplus and error fixedness, and GHKL, deficit and error fixedness. For us, the area BCEF is of particular interest. Here one finds quantitative overequipment and normal types of fixedness, especially normal psychological, appropriate, relationship between the genesis of the condition and its form of expression. In order for a surplus of mental equipment to be described as a diseased characteristic, it must, by definition, express itself in a way that is detrimental to the biological or social welfare of the individual, as the demand for it is perceived by the majority or those in power. If the surplus lets off steam inwardly or outwardly in such a way that it manifests itself in only sanctioned forms, sublimation, then officially one lives normally. In drawing up examples of surplus forms in the foregoing, the question of sick versus healthy was kept outside intentionally. It was only a matter of pointing out how the extraordinary conditions lie, so to speak, in the extension of biologically socially useful and high-value characteristics. Although the ordinary assessment contained in the word sick is not one of a moralizing but rather of a cultural, collective biological, or collective autotelic nature, such a stamp will as a rule mean more to the bearer of the abnormal property. Even if this is in one's own eyes the only natural, the abnormal is the normal for the abnor. Mala 38, high-valued, sacred, and central thing. Nevertheless, the judgment of the outside world can exert a considerable influence on one's well-being and be fateful for one's outward life. The question of the pathological's relation to the cultural endeavor arises here, and then primarily, the surplus pathological with normal fixedness conditions. An immersion in this matter for its own sake would hardly pay for the pursuit. More distant tasks await us, and the investigations we conduct here are still of a functional and preparatory nature. Therefore, since we have from Birnbaum's hand the work mentioned above, Grundzüge der Kulturpsychopathology, Fundamentals of Cultural Psychopathology, 39 a citing of important points from this text will be preferred. Section 34. Pathological Form, Cultural Relevance. Birnbaum, page 11, mentions Lombroso as one of the first who sought to show on scientific grounds essential correspondence between the creative, schöpferisch, person and pathological features. However, he thinks Lombroso's slogan, genius and madness, was rushed. Later studies have shown how complicated and varied these conditions are, and they have also gradually attracted a considerable literature. The cultural and the pathological can stand in different relations to one another: external coincidence, inner affinity, and fellow communion. The last one is of particular interest here. Concerning it, B. says, certain highly differentiated psychopathic types with the most delicate responsiveness of emotional life to the finest stimuli, with increased susceptibility to all emotional influences, with increased ability to be sensitive to all slight movements of the mental life. They epitomize the type of cultural personality in their increased enjoyment of cultural experience par excellence. Henri Amiel, the Jean Van philosopher, represents, on the basis of his diaries, this psychasthenic, psychopathic type, which at the same time coincides with the highest quality cultured human type. The burning question here concerns the demarcation of the pathological in the personality, and then this: what makes these traits called pathological? What kind of sickness is one dealing with in each case? If the sick consists solely in an increase in capacity or differentiation beyond the average, then the related terminology conceals a culturally hostile and culturally restrictive tendency, since in that case the path through the diseased is the cultural hope's only chance. Or does one mean that the psychopathic qualifications will eventually have to be spoken of and recognized and be called healthy, but only insomuch as biological conditions and social convention are able to bear them? What cultural ideal is revealed in this psychiatric language? If, on the other hand, it is claimed that the same degree of capacity can also be reached on non-pathological grounds, then it remains to be proved wherein the essence of the pathological consists, if not in the degree of differentiation or capacity. If the answer is that it consists in the lack of social adaptability, then an honest logic requires that the ignominious adjective in its meaning of subnormal be transferred to the relevant community. Many suspicious motives can hide under the requirement of social adaptation. A social and antisocial adverse effects which may be ascribed to complementary deficit factors in the exceptional person fall outside of this account. Section 35. The concept of culture. The need for a definition of the concept of culture now arises with force, and a dichotomy immediately comes into view: collective versus individual culture. For our needs, the frame must be made wide, by collective culture one may think of the external, group-dependent, historically verifiable, widely recognized forms and contents of human life expression, and by individual culture of personality manifestations in the light of the viewer's assessment. But the viewer changes, and very often the two forms of culture intertwine and presuppose one another. In the four definitions set up by Krawberg and Dubislav, 41 can see how the point of view shifts. 1. That culture of a society at one time means the science, the art, the religion, the civilization of this society in its entirety as a unity at that time. 2. Culture is the production of the capacity of a rational being for any purpose whatsoever, hence in its freedom. Kant. 3. The totality of objective values is called culture. 4. The path of humanity from itself as the lower to itself as the higher is the path of culture. Simmel. One can see how the topic is inexhaustible and the possibility of commentary endless. For our purposes, the common sense view is the best fit, although it cannot be established with certainty. There is no reason to exclude the inward manifestations of the personality from culture as a category, but it goes without saying that they do not yield a result that is sensible to other people, nor do they have any means of ascertaining and assessing them. Amiel's sublime inner life has entered into the collective, intersubjective, culture through his extensive diaries. Unfortunately, there is also no reliable basis for assessing a cultural contribution. To a large extent, one will probably use an extension of the biologically given assessment, greater skill, greater life force, but this norm is supplemented with autotelic points of view, and time, and place-determined social and metaphysical components. In principle, everyone is free to assess the highly differentiated ability types as low and place primitivity in the high set. Political revolutions sometimes also cause crises in the ranking of cultural values. Under the heading Die kulturelle Einung der Pathologischen, the cultural aptitude of the pathological, Birnbaum gathers in the work mentioned 42 the following important elements. 1. Cultural psychic receptivity and plasticity of the pathological. He refers here to an article by Hermann Oppenheim, to which we will return later. 2. Cultural psychic activity and efficacy. Examples include Cagliostro, William Blake, Swedenborg, Savonarola, Madame Blavatsky, Mary Baker Eddy. 3. The originality and productivity of psychosis. Rousseau, Baudelaire, E. Poe, E. T. Hoffman, Strindberg, Saint Simon, et al. The following statement is taken from Maudsley, Natural Causes and Supernatural Seemings, page 33. What right do we have to assume that only normal minds can bring nature closer to its goal? One may find an abnormal mind more appropriate for a particular purpose. The metaphysical finalistic feature of the quotation does not concern us here. With certain reservations, Birnbaum says that a scale of cultural valence can be drawn up. Least suitable for the cultural are the serious organic psychoses, paralysis, etc., with their profound degradation of the very cultural layers of the personality. Best suited, however, are the psychopathic constitutions with their merely quantitative differences from the norm alongside a largely qualitative correspondence with the psychic character of the culture. 43. Here, moreover, it seems natural to read Birnbaum as claiming that the pathological consists precisely in the quantitative excess. Thus, there is a demand to keep separate the scribblings of a confused paralytic, the fleeting rhymes of a manic, from the serious artistic achievements of psychotic artists like Blake or pathological poets like Gobel, page 56. Cf. a statement about Kant in Psychopathologist Documenti, Psychopathological Documents, page 287. Kant's mental demise brings us to the sovereign rule of the laws of organic life, to painful consciousness that even this highly organized mind was able to sink to the depths of the most primitive mental life, to mental vegetating. In general, the pathological will appear to be a greater danger to a thinker than to a poet or visual artist who in any case seeks only to express subjective qualities of experience. Section 36. The abnormal. Before we follow Birnbaum right up to his conclusions, we will take this opportunity to expand the notion of abnormal characteristics. We have a suspicion that in the abnormal we are dealing with some of the raw materials of tragic personalities and fates. The abnormal may lie in the relationship between the final reaction and what has been the cause of it. For common stresses such as the remorse of conscience and the death of a loved one, it is through the example of the majority within the individual age group that the space has been established for normal reaction with fairly set boundaries both in nature and scope. Thus, the reaction of joyfully telling of the death of a loved one is abnormal, cf. Voigt page 192, or to believe, as Blücher, that in punishment for his sins he became pregnant with an elephant. 44 in quantitative terms, one has apathy beyond the lower limit and excitation beyond the upper. 45, Harpagon, the whole world should be hanged. It is more difficult to establish a standard of behavior when it comes to extraordinary stresses. Here one cannot build on any type of majority. The material is too uneven to be introduced to a common denominator. Such stresses can be arranged in the same way as reactions. Some are unusual in nature, others in their strength. And here we arrive at the significant conclusion that any normal human being subjected to extraordinary pressure may be forced into unusual behavior, to behave in a way that in isolation appears as abnormal, but viewed in the light of the stimulus the behavior must be called appropriate in relation to it, based on analogical inference where such is possible. Here one encounters abnormal life expressions that have come into being in a psychologue. Equally normal way. 46 The president's dance display is explained by the fact that he has mice in his pants. But such a motivating cause is not always obvious. For example, the so-called summation of stimuli, nor is it always available to every observer. It turns, for example, on a capacity or differentiation in the agent's spiritual mental equipment that greatly exceeds that of the observer. Thus, the observer has no means at all to pass judgment on the genesis of the behavior with respect to normality. 47 In such cases, a psychiatric treatment aimed at bringing the patient's reactions into biological social forms could in fact mean an attempt to force in one an inappropriate reaction, in other words, to transform one's capacity anomaly into a functional anomaly. If the psychiatrist does not limit oneself to seeking new appropriate paths from the surplus to biological social arrangement. The significance of a distinction between inappropriate reaction and appropriate reaction to an unusual stimulus is evident when one thinks of the medical student approaching an over-differentiated patient with the textbook questionnaire, "How are you doing with our Lord?" The layperson may in some cases be more inclined to see the normal psychological in the patient's linguistic responses as childish and rude than the young psychiatrist who has the textbook's guarantee that the utterance belongs to the excitative syndrome and therefore need not bother with any criticism. Perhaps one is even reaching the patient with a "to understand all is to forgive all." Seeing the patient's life expressions from the symptom point of view can undoubtedly be overdone, even in the mental hospital where a psychosis is diagnosed, but where the patient often retains normal psychological components alongside those that are afflicted. When this tendency is combined with standardized treatment due to the size of the population relative to the operation of the facility, patients with normal recognition requirements are held in a situation that is more than disorienting and unpleasant. Section 37. Psychiatry and culture. Psychiatry's position toward higher cultural forms is not clear. Its leading point of view has found expression in Bechterew, Die Persönlichkeit, the personality, in Grenzfragen, Border Issues, v. 7 page 1, who says, "The health of the person and their normal development should therefore form the next and immediate goal of any psychiatric care." This is a program that at first glance does not invite any criticism. But if compared with the following in Voigt, Medicine's Psychology OG Psychiatry, Medical Psychology in Psychiatry, page 214, the abnormality is determined in relation to a. The general norm, the average person of the same age, gender, race, culture. B. The personal norm, the person's own habitual constitution. Then a neighboring question arises. How will the doctor present oneself in a conflict situation where the patient's abnormalities and biological social neglect are essential conditions for one's cultural superiority? If this is the case, what will the treatment set as its goal? The following paragraph in Birnbaum, among other places, also shows how easily one can go wrong here. P.S. Document page 127. Pathological conditions of severe depression and anxiety afflicted Martin Luther's mind at times. They burdened him with a load of discouragement, doubt, guilt, and despair that was much heavier than the magnitude of the task taken up, the significance of the upheavals he had set in motion, and the gravity of the responsibility that would have been placed upon him with psychological necessity. On what basis does the author here give Luther the amount of mental activity he can afford to carry without being placed among the psychopaths? Is it based on existing statistics concerning the trials of religious reformers? Is not the significance of any such statistics extremely questionable as long as the real and unquestionable psychological stress is difficult to chart in each case and a reaction norm is therefore not easily located? Can the magnitude of the task, the significance of the upheavals, and the gravity of the responsibility be measured at all, and if so, with which scale? Where would one find at all a magnitude, a significance, and a gravity that could justify, make appropriate, a reaction like Luther's if not in his own case? Does the author think that a degree of depression and anxiety, like that which one finds in Luther, can never be normal psychologically conditioned? In other words, does he claim that there are objective limits to normal and non-pathological reactions regardless of the stress? The boundary between stress and reaction is not always clear in the mental field. In any case, it should be clarified wherein the pathological of Luther's states of mind consists and why they are referred to as pathological. The possibility of predicting the nature and degree of reaction when one knows the cause is often used as a criterion for the reaction not being pathological, except for predictable disease stages, but can one ever say that one knows the cause when it comes to the external and internal counterpowers with which a religious reformer has to contend? When Birnbaum sees Blücher's periodic indifference to historical events in 1814 and his desire to retire from the army, P.S. Document page 131, as a clear manifestation of his old-age melancholy, this probably has its support in psychiatric experience and agrees with the nature and course of the disease type. But perhaps a Norwegian would have an easier time than a German seeing something normal psychological in a desire to take off the uniform. And who can, without the most intimate knowledge of the case, draw a boundary here and guarantee that a field marshal will not, when the intoxication of action ebbs, and precisely in the later periods of life when the gaze is directed toward the past, be able to see at a moment of historical clarity or farsightedness the limiting and contingent nature of a post like the one he has been assigned and to which he has dedicated his life? The year 1918, after all, gave to Blücher's reticence a historical justification. This is stated without saying anything about the correctness of the explanation for Blücher. Such a normal psychological interpretation is undeniably more relevant when applied to psychogenic forms of depression than in melancholic psychosis. Nor is that train of thought alien to Birnbaum, as is evidenced by a passage in an article on cultural psychopathology, page 54. An aversion to parliamentary life can be conditioned as much by normal psychological motives as by the compulsion of nervous defects. A krankhaft, jar. The danger of exaggeration is present here. But if, as a matter of principle, there are possible cases covered by the account, I expect that they will contribute to the elucidation of the tragic phenomenon. I therefore summarize the reasoning. Given a person who reacts abnormally in certain situations, if it can then be shown that the person's reaction is predictable from the knowledge of a mental illness from which the person is likely to suffer, then it is also likely that the reaction has its root, or one of its roots, in the disease. The unfortunate consequences of the action then become part of the unfortunate consequences of the disease itself, even though it passes a conscious agency and is rationalized there. Therefore, as long as we seek the tragic, an action effort in an otherwise compelling course will cease to interest us when it appears to be disease-determined. The course can be described as sufficiently characterized without the use of the word tragic. We have tried, however, to show that abnormal actions do not have to be the manifestations of illness, even though their consequences may coincide with the consequences of the diseased and insufficient. This opens up a further view of the human condition that calls for closer study when seeking the tragic. And further, although one can show that the acting person, or the reacting person, has pathological features, the abnormal, and even less than normal, reaction need not originate in the pathological factors or have any contact with them. In extreme cases, the pathological can even be utilized for cultural purposes, and in such cases it would be absurd to use the pathological feature. As an argument against a supposed justification of the cultural action, point 48, the fact that a person is a psychopath does not preclude one's ideas from being submitted, etc., to an objective test. On the other side, one should not be seduced by the objective reasonableness of disregarding the possibility of psychopathic or neuropathic sources of reaction. We move on. In connection with the mention of the genius, Birnbaum notes that, especially when it comes to the degeneracy phenom, that is, the unfavorable hereditary anomalies, B49, the psychopathological manner of consideration employed so far needs a biological supplement. Alongside the degeneration as the basis for subnormal mental systems, the genius over normal equipment also necessitates biological consideration. The genius, whose cultural significance is unquestionable, is at the same time a pathological phenomenon qua degeneration, and also demonstrates from a psychopathological point of view relationship with the pathological. Goethe's reference to the sensitive, particularly delicate organs of the especially tau. And Birnbaum himself highlights the abnormal 50 reactions to the stress tests of fate in others such as Beethoven, Kleist, and many others. From a biological point of view, there are final links in a biological series, a hereditary sequence, which results mainly from biologically inferior germination and mixing, or more precisely, from a biological inferiority-inclined inheritance. Both the over-equipped and the under-equipped, have their last effects on the cultural. They turn out to be culturally significant human variants, even if one is culturally advantageous and of high quality, and the other often quite unfavorable and inferior. Cf. Psych. Document page 125. Higher appearances of the psychological. This may well mean personal cultural, and cultural life can, however, be associated with scientifically diseased life processes. Birnbaum does not frame the problem philosophically. He is a psychiatrist and biologist. Yet it is clear that the question has plagued him. There is something that should not be, to speak as Foucault, in this connection between high dignity in one area of life and inferiority in another. One instinctively asks for nature's intention, and the author then considers the matter from a biological point of view. The culturally valuable is the coincidental side effect, Kulturpsychop. Cultural psychopath, page 60. But it is Birnbaum as the cultural person who lets out this deep side, Locke sit. Thus, at the same time, the biologically determined as well as the culturally significant phenomena still remain for the time being the painful child of cultural pathological research. Section 38. The cultural pathological paradox. For our own use, we will refer to the just mentioned, at least seemingly functional context as the cultural pathological paradox, because it can be seen. A die in Tartum, jar. Be in Tartum, jar. 50. The fact that the author to a certain extent uses the words abnormal and pathological as synonyms is detrimental to the clarity of his presentation. As a special case of the precarious paradox we were dealing with previously, since the relationship is believed to be of central importance to our investigations, we are currently only approaching the tragic by instinct. We will yet, without synchronous commentary, quote from various authors, including Birnbaum. In his Psychot document he says about Rousseau. And so we see again here a rich profit from psychosis. Concerning H. V. Kleist, it is said, page 77, that he identified himself with his dramatic characters and suffered with them. By the death of Penthesilea he was himself both mentally and physiologically affected. This observation contributes, says Birnbaum, to the one fundamental discovery that one cannot ignore, that a psychological manifestation may be closely related to the pathological yet belong to the highest quality human phenomena. This conclusion is drawn with nearly the same language in a large number of cases. Thus, in the context of pseudological types, such as Clemens Brentano, in the mental visions of CLB, it is shown that the gift of fabulation involves a substantial element of poetic talent. But here we recognize again that it must be subject to artistic control and restraint. Its extreme growths, its unbridled excess endanger both the poet as well as humanity. So, we find here again, side by side with the pathological, the highest value mental phenomena of a creative power and inventiveness closely related to the defects of a mental delusion. Goethe and Gottfried Keller have both pointed out the close relationship between the scoundrel and poet, as illustrated by Cagliostro and others, page 92, the bridge that leads from the most fabulous poetic creators of all time across the adventures of certain cultural epochs to the highly fraudulent modern criminal types must not be overlooked. Mentioning G.T. Fechner, it is asked, are we going too far if we conclude that there is a far-reaching dissemination of mild psychotic traits among outstanding people? Bismarck used sleepless nights to think through and engage in hypothetical debates with political opponents, page 99, but when he later read through his notes, they were not useful in practice, they were too subtle. Here, for the first time in the context of ongoing mental activity, we encounter a moment of value. It is a mentally fruitful, productive work that takes place in Bismarck's night-excited mind. A mental exercise that does not meet the practical requirements of real life, but the much higher value of which is instead in its subtlety. Italics added. This is a surprisingly unconditional wording. More cautious but, for us, equally important conclusions are drawn on page 99, 123, 139, 144f, 155, 169, 175, and 292. Furthermore, we must quote Kulturpsychot, cultural psychopath. The pathos, the suffering, the tragedy, the essential element, and the fate of the pathological nature open the way to the high values of life, and here he lets Kurt Schneider 51 continue. Every living philosophy, and especially every art, has one of its sources in the strug. Glees of a self-suffering and self-tormented soul. Point 52. Only the depressive or at least the skeptical attitude to life opens up the last depths of existence. I would like to point out the parallel between the depressive sense of the irreality of the self, the distance from objects, and the disappearance of all points of view on the one hand, and certain results of modern critique of cognition and logical analysis on the other. Almost identically, E.T. Hoffman, P.S. Document page 111, writes, I have always believed that nature, especially in the case of abnormalities, grants glimpses of its most frightening depths, something that becomes self-evident if it is these glimpses, or the fact that one comes by the consequences of them, that make the personality abnormal. Gerard de Nerval, 1808-55, 53 wrote to Coleridge, do not think, Coleridge, that you have experienced the greatness and strength of your imagination if you have not been insane. I do not know why I use the language of disease, because I have never felt better about myself. At times I have kept my strength and my ability doubled. It seemed to me as if I understood everything. The imagination gave me infinite pleasure. Should one regret having lost what men call reason if one has gained this in return? 51 in Handbuch der Psychiatrie, Handbook of Psychiatry, Leipzig and Vienna 1923. Die psychopathischen Persönlichkeiten, the psychopathic personalities, page 48. 52 P.S. Doc. P.S. Document, page 36, C.F. Pellman, Psychisch Grenzzustand, Psychic Border Conditions, page 217 ff. 53 G. Lebruni. It is not immediately understood why reason could not be present without destroying the rich inner life, but one is willing to accept an ad hoc concept from the author that mitigates the supposed contradiction. In a similar vein, Henri Amiel experienced a return from autotelic metaphysical lands to the biological social treadmill, burned. P.S. Document. Page 65, and from these heights and horizons, to fall without limit into the muddy ditch of triviality. What a fall! When the sense of life, especially in association with intellectual penetration, needs ever greater and more universal depths, it is metaphysically inquiring into existence as such, characterized by the encounter between an outermost sensitive exponent for the specifically human will to form and an outermost exponent for the personality's metaphysical imaginary circle. Thus, states the poem of Calderon, "For the crime of man is having been born. Before whom should I blush?" asks Grab, referring to the imperfection of the universe. But more breathtakingly than anyone, perhaps the deepest in its direction that any person has borne testimony, Amiel describes his sense of life, burn. P.S. Document page 160f. The skin of my heart is too delicate, for me what might be spoils what is. I devour myself in pain for what should be. Therefore, I resist reality, presence, everything that cannot be made up, indeed they scare me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the worst time of day for Amiel. I always feel with equal passion the terrible emptiness of existence, the inner fear, and the painful thirst for happiness. This torment of the light is a strange natural phenomenon. The sun, mercilessly placing the patches of our clothes, the wrinkles of our face, and our gray hair in the brightest light, does it shine with the same merciless light into the barely hardened wounds of our heart? Does it give us the shame of being? This remarkable utterance from Amiel gives us an opportunity to remind ourselves of the intention of collecting these quotes, of what is important for the overview. His interpretation, in question form, of the emotional experience of light is not the only one possible, and it does not follow the feeling with any logical necessity. A psychoanalyst thus prefers to seek other and hidden sources of the feeling of a shame of being. But Amiel's rationalization is one of several possibilities, none of which takes precedence. And if the daylight, as a source of life, as an impression of beauty, as useful to many, elicited in the sensitive mind appraise him to nature, then this linguistic expression with its associated effect would be consistent with the usual and expected, normal and appropriate reaction, bordering on the trivial. It would not call for further processing, it would not promise the discovery of deeper connections, more than the other typical reaction. And above all in this regard, the case would be pushed aside as irrelevant to the tragic. The antinomy, however, the paradoxical in Amiel's reaction, curiously draws us closer. But, if someone now came along and proved that this unusual and interesting reaction was merely a sign of illness, due to error-fixedness or neurotic self-deception, then the case would thereby also be classified in a way that no longer piqued our interest. On the other hand, as long as the possibility remains that the feeling of a shame of being is in some way related to the personality's unusually high differentiation and, in the given case, has even more to it than other interpretations that may be considered, then one is indeed dealing with a functional connection between the biologically inalienable and the culturally sublime, which in turn awakens this thought. This is where one may be able to look for the tragic gold. Section 39. Comment. Admittedly, at least two more important questions remain unanswered. First of all, is there any possibility of establishing a hierarchy among several existing interpretations of the content of emotional consciousness on a basis other than statistics, custom, or logically persuasive power here and now and to these very people? The question belongs primarily to the theory of cognition and should not be dealt with here. This work presupposes the possibility of practically convincing conclusions. On the other hand, I find myself obliged to admit that very often when I have found pessimistic interpretations stronger, prouder, more complete, greater, more profound, and by far more compelling than the proposed optimistic variants, considered them as emerging from a larger field of psychological impact. This has not depended solely on arguments which I have put forward in this work on a given occasion. It has also had its basis in a subjective evidence, or whatever expression one would choose to designate a view that requires no justification, subjectively satisfactory, even while retaining intellectual reasonableness. But objectively irrelevant forms of certainty. This circumstance exposes the view, in the places where it may have pierced through the objective construction, to the suspicion of being substantially due to unconscious affective needs. We cannot guard against such a suspicion at all today. Radical psychologists find evidence even where the layperson thought he or she had heroically renounced every hint of emotional satisfaction. The suspicion can hardly be answered in any other way than making oneself available for analysis. The purpose of this digression is to answer a possible objection to the preceding. If Amiel's reaction to daylight, one could say, is given attention because it contains a contradiction, then on the other side an optimistic sanguine reaction to an impression that is usually designated as sad demands the same interest. One thinks, for example, of Novalis' joy over the darkness of night and death in Hymns to the Night. Similarly, despair about a misfortune should be uninteresting. It is nothing but what one had reason to expect. I also do not think that any pessimistic interpretation with its associated depressive mood is preferable to any optimistic sanguine one. The experience of the night and death we find in Novalis is undoubtedly richer and more compelling than the typical variants of fear of the dark and death anxiety. The determining factor is precisely the expansion of the conceptual, imaginative, and emotional life, but this consideration again violates the requirement of objective durability. Therefore, in many instances where I find pessimistic views more valuable than others, it is not because they are in themselves pessimistic, but because they on the one hand cause greater mental expansion, and on the other are characterized by greater persuasive power. If they do not meet these requirements, they are both logically and philosophically inferior, and there is no greater reason to hold them than there is reason to prefer an optimistic interpretation simply because in a given case it is in accordance with one's wishes and needs. It is easy for the perception of these issues to be overly emotionally infected. If one were to try to assign one view a primacy where cultural valence is concerned, we could refer to the following considerations which are tantamount to support for the pessimistic. What should lead to a pessimistic interpretation, which is assumed to be unwelcome and go against one's interests, if not its greater factual weight? 54. One then ignores unconscious motives that make the pessimistic desirable. So far, we can give prerogative to the following consideration, where an insight into the nature of human life is sought and not an autotelic metaphysical upliftment, at least a pessimistic readiness seems to be a better starting point. Another question of importance for elucidating the connection between cultural worth and biological social deterioration is this: can the contradiction in question be eliminated by changing biological social conditions? 54. C.F. Peirce, La logique de la science, The Logic of Science, in Revue Philosophique. When a contradiction in general is to be removed, it must be done by relaxing either one factor on the basis of the other or the other on the basis of the first. Also, both factors can be changed in different ways so that harmony emerges. In the present case, then, it can only be a question of changing the cultural ideal, which according to the lessons of history can be done to a large extent in the case of social forms of culture. However, as far as personal autotelic culture is concerned, the feasibility of the method is less obvious. Here it seems that constitutive elements come into play with fixedness tendencies in their wake. Next, one could speak of changing biological social conditions for the individual cultural personality while maintaining the collective cultural ideal or recognition of individual variance, possibly in connection with the development of medical science that secures the abnormal against certain adverse health effects in soma and psyche. One may think of an extended use of poet grants and the like. Undoubtedly, through measures of this kind, the many painful external conditions could be mitigated for the life-weary cultural personality, just as a development of psychiatry and psychoanalysis could be thought to eliminate certain psychological difficulties with which the abnormal cultural personality may have to contend today to a greater extent than others. However, it seems unlikely that all related problems of any significance will be resolved in this way, or through a possible reorientation in both personal cultural and biological social respects with greater harmony between the needs of the individual and society, in reciprocal and in mutual relation, as task and result. The plurality of both internal and external interest fronts always seems to put obstacles in the way. But we are now on the brink of pure speculation, and there is also another reason to let the question go, for the material of fates in life and poetry, to which we will later be referred to find the tragic realized, these future or merely speculative opportunities are of little or no interest. They may then be for questions like the following: is the tragic time specific or eternal, and the like? In other words, things that do not belong to this stage of the investigation. Section 40. Birnbaum's conclusion. Of particular interest are the sections in Birnbaum where he summarizes his views on the cultural pathological paradox. It may seem that these many quotations burden the presentation, but we are at a crucial point in the present work's train of thought and should therefore not shy away from the efforts associated with a wide representation of professional voices, especially since the matter is not suitable for a single person's investigation. Since the quotations are long, I have translated them, albeit with the danger that some nuances will be lost. One might lament that the modern state with its rigid organization gives so little space for the uniqueness of the individual, is so inhibitory to these harmless connections and manifestations of pathological natures, and forces into uniformity the more colorful varieties of the human species, that it gradually becomes a bit monotone. One does not know that it, the state, thus also keeps the not so harmless in check. Only those who also know how to appreciate this pathological feature, therefore, fully grasp human life and fate. It is not to be mistaken, life would be freed from many very heavy and sad things, from many anxieties and disappointments, from many insecurities and harms, if the pathological, abnormal, was banished from its perimeter. But this is just as certain: life would also become considerably poorer in forms and shades, in colors and light, in richness and fullness of the mind. It would mean a loss in life value. Opposite page 303. The following apotheosis is found in the same author's Über psychopathische Persönlichkeiten, on psychopathic personalities, Grenzfragen, border issues, v. 10. Finally, if one now considers how psychopathic personalities naturally appear in everyday life, no longer from a psychiatric and scientific point of view, but as they immediately, as human beings, act on us, then it turns out that they are directly opposite the normal average, which of course only includes the meager variance in the region of an unremarkable and unexceptional mean, that they in the face of these mediocre average persons are distinguished by a stronger appearance of their personality components. They are advantaged people with eye-catching mental characteristics, personalities in the narrower sense of the word, who often appear as more highly organized due to greater mental sensitivity and substantial differentiation. And what has hitherto been regarded only as a deficiency now also turns out to be an advantage. It is precisely these personalities' stronger form that makes them so incompetent in practical life, precisely this greater differentiation in their mental life that is closely associated with an increased vulnerability, precisely these qualities that open those who are burdened with them to attaining a cultural significance. Often enough, degenerates, magnan superior degenerates, are individuals of high worth who stand out mentally above the others. It is also stressed, I believe by Charcot, that among them are the finest minds. Thus, it is not uncommon that valuable cultural phenomena have these psychopathic features to thank for their emergence, development, and breakthrough. The extraordinary impression sensitivity of these persons causes things to affect them violently which bounce off others without leaving any trace. Their highly refined and highly differentiated emotional life with its increased sensitivity allows them to create distinctive emotional values and new ways of seeing, precisely the disharmony in their mental life, the uncommon in the interaction between the emotional and imaginative spheres, and, in conjunction with this, their extraordinary way of looking at things. All these, conveying new and original values in the day, produce far-reaching, fruitful inspiration. And further, the one-sided, exaggerated focus on certain things, whereby sides that have been hitherto overlooked and disregarded come into their own light, also brings valuable and content-heavy matters to legitimate validity and expression. And finally, the immeasurable tenacity in their emotional lives, the unwavering conviction of the correctness of their ideas, the tireless, self-sacrificing devotion of their total power, the stubbornness in their pursuit, otherwise unnoticed and suppressed values for which they step up to the counter, push through and then are sustained permanently. Therefore, especially if excellent mental powers are connected to the abnormally constructed emotional life, they cannot simply serve pathological and worthless momentary phenomena as producers and followers, but in the best sense must be carriers of genuine culture, promote solid progress, and create fruitful ideas. May our community therefore embrace many such psychopathic elements, and there is no doubt that for one who with open eyes regards our cultural life, even if one does not think it is so steeped in pathological elements as, for example, Mobius believes, there will be no reason yet for the serious concern that we are going to face cultural decay, for what in a biological sense means inferiority, degeneration, and decline, in real life is most closely associated with dignity, ascension, and cultural progress.